Okay, we're streaming. Let's go check the studio. Channel dashboard, shit. Hope it connects. Excellent connection, it says. Okay, well then we'll see if it loads up. Okay, reset the page. On both counts. Incredible. Okay. Oh man. Alright. Reset. Somebody's communicating with me. Let's see what they say. Okay. Oh, he says try again. Okay, good. There we are. Okay, we're live streaming. We'll see if everything settles down soon enough. I hope you're doing well. Remember, we're on air before you answer.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and let's see if you're registering. And then I'll call Brendan. See if you're registering.
I hope I'm registering.
You are. You are. Okay, great. Now I'll add everybody else. Oh. Well, everything's much better for you responding, of course. That goes without saying.
Yeah. Made sure I was on time. I think last time I scared you when I didn't answer.
No worries. I'm scared all the time whenever I start production. Production is by itself, it's just fraught with peril. It's like it's a miracle that I ever get here on time to start production. It's a miracle that production ever gets started. Period.
Sure.
But such being said, let's see if I can stand to bring everybody onto the show that we would find most conducive to civil conversation. I know that's not many, but
I never tried to reach out to Brooke. My bad. Have you heard anything?
Not yet, but then I left a little message just a few hours ago, but haven't had a chance to look to see if there was any response. I left it with her daughter. I couldn't get through to her. So let's see what we got going here with some of these other people that I'll try to bring on. And of course, just going through Heather Holman. There she is. I remember when Peter said, her account says she's at the gym. I mean, yeah, well, it always says that. Right. Now, there's one account here I'm running across that says idle account. Now, that's bizarre. Either that's just been added or they're starting to do something on Skype where they're knocking people off who aren't using it. So that's kind of sad. Because I kind of appreciated just seeing people who died years ago because it was always a reminder that they once lived. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see now. Okay. Just going through this before I press the button.
Give me 10 seconds on mute because I got to do something noisy.
Sure. Go ahead. And though honestly, he should have just stayed. On. People don't mind the noise. Christ, we've heard worse. All right, I'm pressing that button. Okay, and let's see who responds. At least this gives everybody the opportunity to jump on anytime they want. I guess I forgot to press the Ian West button. We can always add him later.
Yeah, he's been contributing, and he can fill some airtime.
Yes. Yes. Hi.
Greetings.
Excellent. I presume this is our dear friend Brendan Zoge.
Yes, this is he.
Okay, so I just got back. It is Japanese Halloween week is the only way to describe it to Americans. He says, what happened to your voicemail recording? You sound sketchy. Are you okay? Voicemail recording? When did I ever have a voicemail recording? I didn't even know I had one. That's probably some AI imitating my voice. No wonder it sounds sketchy.
That's what I thought. It's so off-putting that if you're getting any business calls, they're never gonna leave a message.
What does it sound like?
it like sounds like you, but it's in this weird tone. It's like you're half asleep or you're like zombified. It's really strange. It just says like Douglas, Dietrich. That's it. And it's really strange. I thought something was wrong.
Holy shit.
'Cause you're pretty good about doing like sound bites and stuff, so I don't know what happened with that. But
Oh god, yeah, it's the fucking AI. It's some kind of AI attempting. They've first off, Skype has all the recordings of our voices that they ever need to manufacture.
yeah.
This shit, and apparently they're trying and failing.
Yeah, it's still the like it's. I mean, wait, hello?
Yeah, we're here.
I just got cut off. Hold on.
We hear
Hear
you.
me all?
Okay, this is better, yeah.
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you.
And then another thing that I was going to show you is that I looked. So the Japanese are celebrating the end of World War II today, which is August. And if you look it up, it says September 2nd because that was the USS Missouri. And then when you Google it, it says, according to some people, and this is the AI overview. It says, however, some say that the war didn't officially end until the Treaty of San Francisco came into effect on April 20th, 1952.
So they're finally acknowledging what I say without crediting.
It's the AI. It's
Yes.
the AI that's taking your stuff
Oh my
and
god.
saying some people, calling you some people.
The son of Hitler, you can't say that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Holy
And was
shit.
it April 20th? Because I think it's conflating something. I don't think it was April 20th.
Let's put it this way. When I take a look at what I remember, it was the first of a month that I believe was August 1st. So let me take a look of day of...
San Francisco was September 8th, 1951.
Yeah, I know, but then there's a Japanese holiday. There's a Japanese holiday. So just so everybody knows that, let me take a look at...
That's not the actual date.
Well, the actual date is, of course, the birthday, Eve Day of Emperor Hirohito. So if his birthday...
Okay, here it is. It came into force on the 28th of April, 1952.
Right. So that's April 20... I'm sorry, say that again. April 21st, right? Or what?
According to Wikipedia, which we all know is sketchy,
Yeah, that's...
28th of April, 1952.
Okay, yeah,
But
20...
the AI says September 8th, and then on the other page it says April 20th. So
Yeah, but just so people know, it's August 1st is the official holiday in Japan. And in
Yes.
Japan, on August 1st, it's got a very long name because the situation is referred to very obliquely. It's called Senbotsusha o Tsuito Shihewa wo Kinen Suruai, which means literally something like fighting day to commemorate the warrior dead and pray for peace, because peace was not yet established at the time that the holiday was instituted for effectively honoring the ceasefire. So it's just like this is still honored in Japan on August 1st every year. But even though the war is officially over, then they extended the meaning of prayer for peace to pray for peace worldwide, and to commemorate the war dead who died in World War II, or the warrior dead who may die in like peacekeeping operations. But when it comes to
the holiday today.
I'm sorry?
That must be the holiday that's today, because they're saying Japan marks 79 years since the end of World War II.
It can't be, because it was always on the calendrical day of August 1st. It was like always that was just what they pegged it
It's
to.
strange that NHK would even publish this then.
Wait. It was August 15th. Yeah, August 1st. It was August 1st. Yeah. It was August 1st. I'm pretty sure of it. Or August 15th. It's one or the other. Is it the 1st or the 15th? So it might be that. It might be today. You're right. It might be today. Today. This was it's because that holiday is already conflated for the Day of the Dead, which is like the Japanese Halloween this year fell on which is also usually calendrically pegged. So it's odd that it would happen at the same time. I've never thought of it that way. So something's changed. Something's changed somewhere.
Well, it is illegal. It's a leap year this year.
Oh Jesus, yeah. Well, definitely. So I'll have to look up when this is. Let me look this up, and I'll look it up in the Japanese. But I do thank you for bringing this up because it's a good lead-in to when George Knight comes in later, and then we can go into gruesome detail about all of this. We can go into excruciating, exhaustive detail at that point. Go.
The Google AI is listening to what you say, and it's like just creating this like soup. April 20th, 1952, but it's the wrong date. It's Hitler's birthday.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. Oh my fucking God. I never thought of that. That's right. They're putting April 20th.
I sent you the screenshot as like proof of what
I'm saying. Oh my God. I'll have to download that. So it's August 15th. It is August 15th. It is actually tomorrow. So that's why my son didn't talk about it, because he's picking me up tomorrow anyway. I'm sorry. Go on.
Yeah, that's why NHK. I just saw the article because it's tomorrow right now for them, or it's beginning. It's like
our tomorrow is there today. Yes, yes. Yeah. So it's today for them. Yes.
Yeah. So the reason why I brought it up is like, so according to them, it's like it ended in August. It wasn't officially signed until September on the USS Missouri, and then on top of that, the war actually didn't end until 52. I was just gonna ask you about. Why did the Japanese mark it so early as like in August? They already knew. Basically, they knew it was going to end, and that's their time.
Well, the August 15th was the day that America surrendered. That was the day America sued for peace. That's why.
Right. So of course,
because August 15th was the day that the Mongol fleet was sunk. And then so that's why Hirohito wanted the Americans to sue for peace on that day. And so when the Americans sued for peace on that day, that's why the Japanese pegged that holiday, though the majority of Japanese will not know why. Other than people who are members of the royal family or something. So everybody forgive me. I bit the left side of my tongue. So I'm like not going to be speaking very well. So I'm going to try not to speak too fast. But in terms of... Our dear Brendan bringing this up, and our dear Aristides being here on time for making this happen so we could anchor the call. I want to say thank you to all of our people in the chat. Sheila Gavin and Eric Cradle, hugs, and T-Tank Barry. Yes, all of you. And by all means, bring up what else comes to mind, Brendan. There's some things you sent me that I'm not quite sure what they are. What is this old lady? Just looking at this now, what's this old lady with her memories? What is this about?
Well, you have to watch that one.
Okay.
She's like in her almost 100 years old or something. This was at her birthday. This is an old meme from like the early 2000s, and the lady they doing like a prost, they're like drinking some alcohol or something at like this American family, and then she goes Heil Hitler.
Oh, that's funny.
And the family tries to stop her. They're like, no.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Oh, I love it. That is. I'll have to look at that. That's And just so everybody knows, so I just got home literally a few hours and just went balls to the wall getting the production set up. I do want people to understand that the calendar of the Japanese Obon Matsuri, the Lantern Festival, started yesterday. So it lasts till Friday. So I was at the Estates, and that's the reason I bit my left side of my tongue, was I got too anxious with one of the blood boys and really bit down too hard. Paid the price for it. So we've that's what happens when you go without blood for just a little while.
They were pissing you off or something? Or?
No. It was just pure bloodlust. It's just like, you it's like when you bite your lip when you're chewing food, and because you're so hungry. It's like that. I bit my tongue on my left side because I was just kind of anxious to get into the blood, of course. So I did this while I was supping. It's kind of like biting your lip while you're chewing, and and of course it pisses me off as much as it pisses any baseline human off when they do that. Or kind of like when a human bites into a pizza because you're like, oh wow, this looks great, and they bite into it and then they burn the roof of their mouth. It's like that. Yeah. Nemo, why don't you did I call Nemo? I'm sure I called Nemo. Are you still sick, Nemo? Jump on the fucking call. He's giving us the granny Nazi salute. He says, "Nice old lady, that's cute." Nemo, jump on the call. Good God, life is not that difficult. It's like.
Speaking of World
Mhm.
War,
Go
there
on.
was a German base, a German military base that got sabotaged.
Yeah. Oh yes, yes. Tell me about this. What is going on here with this? The poison water.
Yes.
What happened?
Yeah. Okay. So there was a German military base in. It looks like they scrubbed the article. Let me see. Let me give it a second.
That wouldn't surprise me. They're scrubbing a lot
So it's
lately.
German military base reopened after suspected sabotage.
Uh-huh.
Officials closed the base in Western Germany, which employed thousands of people, due to potentially purposely contaminated water. And then security levels were also raised at a NATO air base in Western Germany at the same time. Suspected act of sabotage against the water supplies.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so someone had attacked the water processing plant. It's a base near Cologne, Bonn, which employs 4,300 soldiers, 1,200 civilians. And it also is home of a fleet of military aircraft used by Chancellor Scholz for international travel. So it was an attack on the German government, in essence.
Wow. And they have no idea who did this?
It says we have our reasons for taking action and we take the case seriously, but they are not revealing any information further.
Okay.
The Germans are very hush-hush. So
Yeah, they always are.
Yeah. I doubt they're going to, finger anybody, but,
Yeah.
we can speculate, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, it's like, but what would be your speculation?
Well, I would just assume, Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
That's my assumption.
Yes, thank you.
Like Russians,
Yeah.
Chechens,
Yeah. Yeah.
along those lines. Like the Arabs, I doubt the Arabs would do anything at the moment.
Yeah.
Because Germany's managed to play the neutrality when it comes to Palestine
Yeah.
and / Israel. But it's just that's the most likely is the Russians.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. I agree.
Especially because
Yeah,
attack
go
the
on.
German instead of random people or certain targets.
Yes.
Typically to stop Scholz from traveling. So I mean, it could be Israel even. We don't know.
Yeah.
It's right now. But what happened just before this is Berlin actually condemned the provocation by Ben Gvir. This
Yes.
crazy ass fucker. He went to the Al-Aqsa Mosque with a bunch of Jews and just walked inside. And
He did. He led over 100 at least. Go on. Tell us about this.
Yeah. They invaded the Temple Mount just to
Piss
prove a
off
point,
the
just to irritate all of Islam.
provoke. Yeah, it's a deliberate provocation. Go on.
Deliberate provocation. Which is Islam's most holy site. That's where the Prophet ascended. According to their scriptures. So but then they say that it's the complex is the third holiest in Islam, but the holiest in Judaism. So they're saying, we trump you guys.
Yes.
So they're playing this kind of silly, just religious kind of.
Well, that's beyond silly. I mean, this is we're entering the, use the term maniacal is more apropos at this point.
He says Ben Gvir, who has visited the site in the past, has previously criticized the agreement with Muslim authorities and that administers it as racist and anti-Jewish. Usually Jews and other non-Muslims are only allowed to visit at specific times without displaying religious symbols or praying. During his visit, Ben Gvir called for a Jewish prayer to be permitted, joined by hundreds of mostly religious ultra-nationalists. He also spoke out about the ceasefire and the release of Israeli. So he just went there just to really just trigger them. I mean, that's
of course.
Beyond offensive. That's going into Westminster Abbey and saying we want to pray. We want to do the hadith here. We want to do some stuff here. It's on that level of just absurdity.
Yes. No, and it's completely insincere, and it's completely, how would I say it, is gratuitous provocation. In other words, they want another excuse to launch more attacks, and what they want is to provoke the Arabs to attack, so that it finally makes them look justified in bombing more schools and hospitals and refugee centers and the like.
Exactly. And at this point, like, it's completely destroyed. Like, it's not there anymore. So
yeah.
it's just getting. I mean, they just want to do full genocide, basically.
Yes. Yes.
Only interpretation. So that's why even like the German government and like all these people, like there's no other interpretation. Like they're done backing them up because it's like it's beyond the point of just stalemate.
Yes.
Like, you guys have already won. Like, why are you doing this?
Yes. Well, it's not. It was never a question of winning. Everybody knew that. It's they hold total absolute power over a subjected people, and it's a question of genocide. It has always been from the start. This is not a fair fight. There's never been a balance of force projection. So what I want everyone to do is be patient with me, because right now there is this lady who was my representative payee when I first got on SSDI, who then, as people know, during the year that she was supposed to be my representative payee, something happened that nobody can explain. She had been stable all of her life. She was actually one of the few people I ever knew who was steadily employed throughout her life, a mother and someone who paid taxes all of her life. There was nobody I had in my inner circle who fit into that category. And the reason all of that was important was because she had to become my representative payee for at least a year. And during that year, something happened which was a total shock to her family as well as myself, where she was found one morning stark raving mad and had to be institutionalized repeatedly after that. So something was done to her that nobody knows or understands. And so I followed up with her over the years, but it literally was about 10 years since the last time I followed up with her, and approximately. And so I just caught up with her again, and I asked her to look for something that she transcribed for me back in the early days, before I even really was coming out publicly as a public informant. And this had to do with Captain Nemo, the character as written by Jules Verne, which, believe it or not, is a incredibly relevant story, because unknown to most people, but I've gone over this 100 times before, but for new listeners, just in brief, Captain Nemo was Asian Indian, and Jules Verne was French. Jules Verne hated the British, like all French did, because they had been at war for hundreds of years. Remember, this was before really World War I and World War II. So the primary enemy of the French was the British. And when Jules Verne wrote 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, he was portraying an Asian Indian freedom fighter who was fighting against the British Empire. And the British, when they republished that book in English, censored at least a third of the book. So anybody who's ever seen the film produced by Disney, Captain Nemo looks just like a madman with no motivation of sound reason, going around and sinking ships randomly, and keeps complaining about this empire without any specification of who they are, but is an Asian Indian who's fighting the British Empire. And that is completely hidden. And so I'm just trying to respond to her because she found this essay for me after all these years. And so so I need you guys to burn bandwidth while I do this. I'm just trying to center.
You had some really good information about that early on, I remember. And and it's true. Like, if you read 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea, like, all of that stuff is buffed out.
Thank you.
And whatnot. But if you if you go to that like graphic novel, what was it, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen? They actually made him like Indian again.
Yes, and I was and the problem is the guy who did that is this ardent anti-Nazi. Who's the artist who does Hellboy? It's the Mike what's his name? Mike Maloney or something, or Baloney. It's
I deleted.
Bleached him from my brain. He's this he's, in other words, it's not even political, of course. He's just making money off the anti-Nazi theme, because this way he gets published by all the Jews. This way he makes certain the Jews.
Alan Moore.
Yeah. Was it? No, it's Mike Mignola. Mike Mignola. He's the guy who did all that shit.
Oh, maybe this is like a spin-off.
Yeah.
Alan Moore, Kevin O'Neill.
He was Mike.
That's who they're crediting for this thing.
That's
League of
weird.
Extraordinary Gentlemen.
Maybe they're talking about the film? Because the film's based off the Mike Mignola comics. He's the guy who did Hellboy.
Yeah, Hellboy author.
Yeah, the Hellboy author. He's the guy who did the League of Extraordinary.
Mike Mignola.
Yeah, he's the guy who did it originally.
Honestly, he probably wrote it, and they just made a deal with him.
Yeah,
like
that's
Ghost Rider.
Yeah, that's right.
So,
What was that? Somebody.
That was my woman.
What the fuck was that? Is this Ian West?
What are y'all doing?
Well,
What
we need you to help us burn bandwidth. That's nice. You actually have some company. This is Ian West along with Mr. You might introduce us.
My name is Richard Brown. Nice to meet you.
Yes,
I'm
nice
Richard
to meet
Brown.
you. Richard Brown, thank you. Did you just come up with that name right now? Is that the real name?
Sure.
Okay, well, welcome aboard. And I can't hear you very well because of the background ambient noise of where you're at, but it's good to meet you. And what on earth are you doing hanging out with someone like Ian West? Have you sunk that low, or is life hard? Or
I have nothing better to do in my life. I'm chilling in a Waffle House with Ian.
Cool. And we're glad to make your acquaintance, and please start talking. I'm trying to multitask here. So while you're talking, I'll be sending a message to somebody else who did me a great favor, and I'm just trying to get this sentence out and tell them I'll contact them more seriously later. But in the meantime, say hello to everyone, Ian and Mr. Brown, and we'll take it from here. And Aristides, do please feel free to join us verbally.
All right.
Thank you. And okay, so all of you gentlemen, please do me a favor, burn some bandwidth. I'll be right back in a few minutes in terms of my attention. I'm here, but I'm not really here. So give me a few minutes to land again. Ian, you look like you've lost a lot of weight. It's really scary. Oh my God. That's like, is it the meth or is it just starvation or is it both?
Remember when you said the bunny picture was fake?
Yeah. Oh, now I realize it might not be. Yes. That's... Yeah. Nemo wrote to us. Anyhow, I'm not going to read what Nemo said out loud. He has a talent for just showing up with... Yeah, he's kind of like you, Ian. You got a talent for just saying the most provocative things, you know.
So what Nemo said. I mean, yeah, he was like Nigerian or something.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. I don't think we need to allude to this right now, Brendan. I think, Brendan, we need to change the subject.
All right, guys, I got to do the dishes. I'll call you back, all right?
Oh, well, we love you and your coworkers. Yep. Love you all dearly. Yes. Okay, so they've got to close that drug deal, people. They couldn't get that on camera.
Of course. Yeah, we know what washing the dishes means, Ian. Come on, we all worked in...
Ian's washing needles.
Yeah.
Now,
Cleaning the pipe out.
Yeah, by the way, I like the meth found in the candy distributed by Fuck. Yeah. Get me this shit. Get me this shit. Oh my God.
They were like for distribution or something. They were like 100 milligrams per lozenge. Like that could kill someone.
Thank you. So okay, Nemo. I have to ask now before I get back to finishing this sentence. What was the motivation for that spark of brilliance? What I'll call social genius. Where, okay, Ian West shows up, he's in a Waffle House, he's working with what looks like an all-black staff, an all-black clientele, and then Nemo writes me something that I could easily have read aloud without thought. By the way, the killer of the 3 little white girls in England is African. Why am I not surprised? Don't know if you all saw that. I mean, did you? I mean, you're on the call, Nemo. Did you happen to see the screen?
Timing was impeccable.
Yeah, your timing is just like, man, I couldn't have, like... You must have a screenwriter or a scriptwriter just there on, right. Oh, fuck. It's like, Nemo, this is like, maybe this is why you live alone. This is like, I just recently saw the news of the British riot and learned the killer was black. Man, look, I know Australia's way out in the bottom of the world and shit, but that's like days. I mean, it's been days since that news was... Holy fucking
Like,
shit.
you're getting your shit by telegram still?
Yeah, it's like he's getting the news by like fucking telegraphy and shit. You know, they're doing it Morse code and shit. I know I know you're all the children of fucking exiled prisoners and shit. And it originally was like, what do they call that kind of colony? A convict colony or something? It's like
prison colony.
Yeah, there's a special word for it though. I forgot what it is. But he's like, they still got the technology they're using out in the outback where they're just like getting news by radio, ham radio and shit. They're like sending it, and it's like telephone. He says, no, that didn't show the killer straight away when I saw the news. I think Australia's heavily censored and shit.
Yeah, they wokeified it because even the Brits were saying he was African.
Yeah.
For a while, since I've been there, it's been like over a month now. Like,
yeah. I mean,
people were saying like, oh, he wasn't Muslim, he was a Christian from Africa.
That's right.
Like,
that's right.
He still got into the country via immigration and was like jaded. Something had happened.
Wasn't it like second generation though? I mean, his parents were first generation, but he was like second, wasn't he? Or was he first?
He was basically on some J-Mo Reese level where
Yeah.
he was like a spoiled rat.
Thank you. That's the best way to describe it. That's Jambo the Reese monkey shit. Except Jambo, remember, he doesn't. You would think
I hate society, and then his parents like work their whole lives to support him and shit.
Yeah, it's like that. Except with Jambo, I hate to say this, but it's like I don't know how to express it. I don't know how to say this in English. He doesn't have the balls or the guts or the heart to kill 3 little girls, because that would. But that, I mean, it's like he wants to so bad, but
that's all he ever talked about. But
yes,
we never got out of him.
Thank you. Tell people about the only time he was coherent was when he wanted to commit a school shooting with full auto weapons. Remember that?
Yeah, of course. But he had like a full on plan at one point. That fucking sketch ass.
Yeah. All because they kicked him out of the schoolyard for whipping his wang out and pissing in front of the kids.
Yeah.
And then he said, oh, I'll get back at them all and kill them all with a full auto. No magic there. None of the magic curses. He wasn't going to call in the anti-gods. No, straight out ammo. All that shit. Stupid motherfucker.
But like you said, he never had the chutzpah to do it. And obviously we don't want him to do that, but it's just...
Yeah, it's just, I don't know how to express it in English.
He couldn't do it.
Yeah.
He was all talk. In other words, he was all talk.
Yeah. He's just this, ballless wonder, but he tries to do it via magic. He does try via magic, but he's so fucking turfed, he winds up killing all his cats and then blaming me. He said, Douglas Dietrich killed all my cats, he says. And it's like, dude, you're calling up fucking, nether demons and shit, and they all, like, parasitize off the weakest. That's, the cats are the canary in the fucking cave for this motherfucker. Yeah, and they get taken out first thing. I mean, that's why witches had them. Witches had these cat familiars because that way they knew that the cat was like the test subject. They knew that they had their essences under control so long as the cat would survive. The cat was like, so long as the cat's surviving, they know they've got everything under control. And the moment something's happening to the cat, they know they better do something to correct something because something's wrong.
Yeah. You're under like massive occult assault, as in my case.
Yeah, that's right. That's what happened.
They threw so many hexes at me that like my cat had to take the fall, but good for him.
Yeah, that's the contract. That's the contract that is made between the person and the pet. That's really what happens.
And to be fair, my cat died honorably in that sense. Like he deserved it. Yeah,
and
to be honored in that sense.
Thank you. Yes, that's true. And so again, Nemo says, "Oh, they just only recently showed the killer ID on the news in Australia." But wait, didn't you hear us talk about this, Nemo? Or were you so sick? Yeah, I know the Theraflu makes you high, but was it like impacting you to the point where when we were bringing this up, it didn't sink in?
Well, when he's here, he's like playing video games. This is just true. Like back.
That's true. He's playing video games half the time. But then, how did he get it so impeccably? Where here's Ian West, who got in trouble with Troy Bellamy for using the N-word casually, and he's finally in a place where he's not going to use it. He's going to behave himself, and to compensate for that, Nemo has to call from down under. That's it.
Right.
Here he goes. I didn't hear you talk about the killer identity. Oh my God, Nemo. It's yeah, you didn't hear it because you were on what is that Fortnite? It's on Fortnite.
He seems more like a Call of Duty type person.
Thank you. Call of Duty. There we are.
Halo. They're all playing Halo these days.
Well, that's kind of old. That's kind of old now. Yeah.
Now they come out with like new versions. Some of these franchises have been going on forever.
Yeah. The thing that was always he says I heard the live stream. Maybe you did, but I think that a lot of the information didn't sink in. He says I wasn't playing either of those games.
Right.
Well,
Strike.
It's okay. Whatever it's okay, Nemo. Just get well, and get on.
Let's not stress him too much.
Yeah, we don't want to stress you too much.
You can give him shit later.
Yeah, he said Fortnite is shit. What is the one they got now? Open Sky? What's that? Wild Sky? What the fuck is it that everybody was shitting on?
There's many.
Yeah. He says Fortnite and Call of Duty is shit. He says, yes, I'll go for that. Call of Duty is shit because it's all anti-Nazi shit too. Though, you gotta admit, is Call of Duty the one where they're like, they've got the German doctor though? They've got the SS doctor and they've got him down pretty good. Because he's like...
Zombie, yeah, they did that.
Yeah. So Call of Duty did that, right? That was Call of Duty. Yeah. They got the German doctor right. And also they had the Japanese soldier there too. So, there you have that. It's, I saw... Yeah?
All these companies like Activision and the Unity and these ones that produce these games, they're all
Japanese ultimately
contractors.
What's that?
They're all DoD contractors. They just get info from. It's like, basically they take your info and put it into a game.
No, it's true. It's true.
Wants to give them.
Yeah. No, it's true. But I think the worst one that was puzzling, and people have to remember, don't forget that for years, it started in the 60s, maybe the early 50s. There was a Japanese Red Army. So that was it was a Japanese communist radical insurgency that, historically you could say the roots of Marxism in Japan started at the time of maybe the 20s or 30s, of course. But honestly, it got to be the most violent. It was at its most violent around the 70s or 80s, really. And that's when they actually started promoting actual terrorism. It was that they were the inspiration for M. Bison in the Comcast Street Fighter franchise. The Comcast Street Fighter franchise based the villain M. Bison as the leader of the Japanese Red Army. That's what he originally started off as, was supposed to be. And which is why his uniform is all red. And but he's unmistakably Japanese in his behavior. But aside from that, the other thing that I think infected maybe Japanese gaming would have been that Metal Solid Snake shit, because that was all this Russian warship, meaning they worship the Russians as the master race concept. The whole Solid Snake. I mean, he was the one who was going back in time and helped them raise the flag over Berlin, and then they take all the credit, right? Wasn't that the Metal Solid Snake, or was that something else, Brendan?
Wait, say that again? It was they did what?
The Solid Snake Metal Gear Solid Snake was the name of the series, where they had the guy die in the arc of a series of games. And but at some point, it was like he was always involved with the fucking Russians. They were always bringing the Russians in as this thing, almost like in this positive sense, like this worshipful sense, like the Russians have it all and they've got it all figured out or some bullshit.
Yeah, it was always the Russians that had the technology and like the Gundam suits and the bombs.
Yeah, and it was like total opposite of reality and shit. It was like, so I'm certain that was like Japanese communist ideology infected for that particular game series, because, at that time, for those of you who don't know, Aum Shinrikyo cult members were pervasive throughout Japan, even in the Japanese self-defense forces, and the Japanese military had to purge them. we're talking about the 80s, 90s, all the way through to the collapse of the Twin Towers when all their assets were frozen in the United States. But some of their biggest cultist following in terms of numbers, and we're talking like tens of thousands of cult members were in Russia. And so there was this huge like Russian influence into Japan through the Aum Shinrikyo cult at that time. And I'm certain that a number of them were working for this Metal Gear Solid Snake bullshit because they were coming up with all the Russians have all this good shit and high technology, because the Japanese Aum Shinrikyo cult actually bought their Scalar weapons from Russia after the Soviet Union collapsed. This is all true, by the way. I've traced this out in an article that's like, I'm certain Brendan has seen before, and I can send it to Aristides if he hasn't. So all of this is relevant because a lot of people who played that Metal Gear Solid Snake have this Russian warship complex that they were indoctrinated into by that game and a few others. But was that the one, Brendan? Was that the game series where they're back in time and they're trying to raise the communist flag, the Soviet flag over the Berlin Chancellery, and then the white guy kills the German...
Modern Warfare, Call of Duty Modern Warfare.
Okay, Call of Duty Modern Warfare. So they're also infested by that shit because, a lot of these, like Brendan says, they're
American. That's an American made.
Okay, that figures. Okay, so that's just pure homegrown Russian warship bullshit. Yeah, because they make it like, oh, you're on your knees sucking this Russian cock. Tell him, Brendan. Basically, you're showing.
Well, if you go to if you play the campaign through in Modern Warfare 1, I think it's World at War.
Yeah.
So you go through the whole, like, what would be the word for it? Like the cinema, like the full cinematic story mode, and then at the final scene is you storming Berlin. Then you meet up with this Russian guy, and then he says, "Oh, thanks, comrade," and then you go up to the top of the Chancellery, the Reichstag, and you help him cut down the Nazi flag, and you see it the Hakenkreuz fly away, and then he says, "Thank you, comrade," and you fall down in front of him, and then he rolls up, he puts up the Russian flag,
the Soviet flag,
instead of you fighting him, which would be logical. You just let him, you just sit there and let him put up the Russian flag, and then that's it. You won the game for the Russians.
Yeah. I mean, what kind of shit is that? That is so offensive. It's not even.
And even when it came out.
Oh, they cut him off. Oh shit. Okay, you got cut off. Now you're back.
No, it's me.
Oh.
I've still seen him. I'm still seeing him. So I've hoped that he'll come back.
Yeah, it's well, hopefully so. And in the meantime, so what have you seen in the news lately that stands out to you?
Oh boy, I'm sure I've saved some things here. Let me look. You were talking about. I didn't know about the what was that? The Ben Gvir walkthrough of the Al-Aqsa. I think you had the right take on that. Maybe that was to cover up for the fact there was some scandal recently about some of their soldiers, not only brutally raping some of their prisoners,
Jesus,
but also that they were up in arms protesting their right to do so. If you can believe that.
Yeah, I can believe that. Yeah.
Let me look for the little story on that.
Thank you. While you're doing that, I'll try and communicate with some of the people in the chat at this point. I am getting, so while I sent this email to this dear lady who, I sent that out now, and can turn some attention to the chat room. And of course, the emails, while I sent that out to her, I saw a few of the incoming emails, and people are, of course, asking me about the photographic image embedded in thumbnail of live stream. And yes, some of you have guessed correctly. That is not me. That is my son. And of course, I don't want to say his name out loud. I've said it enough times in the past anyway, and I shouldn't. Even if I just drop the first name, which is safe enough, but, I can't be too cautious. But at any rate, it's to explain to people so they understand what is happening here. My son still gets shocked and still gets somewhat terrified when the Kawasaki syndrome manifests in his eyes. Remember, he was a girl for, all his childhood, and didn't get sexual affirmation surgery until after he was of legal age, meaning he became a young man about the age of 18. And he, of course, by that time had been inseminated by myself multiple times, countless times. And obviously, we found out by experience traits of my own Kawasaki syndrome transfer through my sperm, and that's due to the nanoplasma, and obviously it's saturated myself systemically, including through my Cowper's gland secretions. So he was not born with Kawasaki syndrome, and we conclude that he likely has some Asian genes because it tends to manifest specifically only in Japanese. Yet some of the escorts that I've had who are Asian also manifest it after regular sessions with myself over the years. It takes a number of years, and then it starts to manifest. And when it does, of course, it's upsetting to most of the people, but it's otherwise harmless. And it's your irises turn red, or rather the what's the pronunciation for it? What surrounds the iris? The iris? No, yeah, it's the iris. Yeah, it surrounds the pupil. Yeah. The iris turns red.
Am I audible?
Yes, welcome back. Oh my God, they really got you the moment you were saying anything of substance, which you do quite a bit. So they're always knocking you off. Well, you're audible, but you don't sound too clear. Get your earbuds in if possible.
I don't have the earbuds, but I can try to clarify it.
You're doing okay. We can at least hear you.
Okay.
Yeah. And yes, and yeah, infinitely so. So join us again and take a look in the chat room and respond to what our dear friend Aristides has sent us. He's put some things in the chat.
Oh God, I don't know if I could comment on this.
Yeah. And
yeah, you don't have to. Just for the record, there, because I brought it up. So you guys talk about the. I hadn't known about the what is it? The Minister Ben-Gvir and the walk through the mosque, which obviously, anything for another provocation.
The thing about this is, like, they've always thought like that, but they just never were public about it. So it's not really a shock.
Right.
That's why all the people in Hollywood are all sketchy.
Yeah.
And they feel like they're the top of the top, so they can do whatever.
They truly feel they're God's chosen people. Yeah, they truly believe that and think they're the shit. Yeah, that's it's outrageous. And the sense of entitlement. It's a sense of impunity, entitlement and impunity that dominates their thought processes. And the fact that you don't honor or respect them, and then, of course, weep for their sufferings, their travails. That we are all supposed to weep for their travails. No one else's suffering counts. It's
that's sick.
Yes, so
it's
sick.
ending. It's coming to an end. Like.
Yes, thank you. It is, and it's rotten ripe time for it. It's hot. It's beyond high time. It's like this should have happened generations ago. Of course, they never should have been in power in the first place.
Some people tried to remedy it, but we know how that went. Now that's the biggest villain, of all time. Like.
Yes. Well, like they say, don't be sad that it's over. Be happy that it happened.
Yeah.
And so, aside from all of that, don't be afraid to comment on that, both of you gentlemen, or anybody else, of course. I mean, it needs to be commented on, and even though we don't want to dwell on it, because, of course, we don't want to give these people too much attention, because that's what they thrive off of. They love people just bitching about them because that's what makes them feel, I guess, wanted in life or something.
Yeah. Well, that's why they say it out loud, just to cause people to drama.
It's true.
So about it, yeah.
It's true. Well, like you said, they never said this kind of shit out loud before, but it's
no. But they want people to see how they want people to get pissed off, and because the more people attack them, the more they can say, look, it's the classic gaslighting.
Yes.
Look, we're being attacked. You know.
Yes. Yeah. And so they'll always have something to bitch about. No, you're absolutely right. It's like they want to provoke attacks so they can complain about the attacks to rationalize they're killing more innocent people who can't fight back. And so
it's like the oldest trick in the book, basically.
Yes, and it's so tired. It's so it's so wearisome. It's so old and sick. Anyhow, shout out to Tad Ricketts. Love and respect to Tad Ricketts, and of course, let me see if I can get a few more messages out to the people in the chat before turning my full attention back to some level of production. Of course, once our dear George Knight shows up, then I can actually start working on my book again, and then sending some stuff out to all of you. I wanted to finish some parts of the book before I sent it out to Brendan and Aristides and George Knight and a few other recipients. But it just
keeps... sent it to me already?
I did I send you something or not in the past few days?
You sent me something, but I didn't
open it.
It was the book. No, I read it. It wasn't the book.
No, that was something. That what I sent you was that thing where I was responding to V, right?
Because V was the Holocaust dogs or something.
That's correct. And actually, some of the footage they've got of the Holocaust dogs now is better than the shit they had before. It doesn't beat the Japanese narrated one, because the Japanese narrated one showed the Holocaust dogs doing some flips and shit. But at least these new videos show them with their laser lights and using their laser scope to hunt out poor Palestinians. And
the LiDAR.
Yes, that's right, LiDAR. Laser and radar combined. It's laser and radar combined. And they're truly ominous looking. And I don't know if you looked at the one link where they're all moving in motion together. So that's truly, some of the footage is new and quite ominous, as it should be, so that people appreciate the full gravity of the situation. And so she was blown away by that. She wrote back to me.
A few years ago when these came out, there were some people like Wrangel Star and these kind of these good old Americans out in the woods, like homesteading. They've given people solutions like you fill up a water balloon with oil and sand.
Yeah.
And so that will disable their movement ability.
Cool.
So, it'll jam up their joints and stuff.
Cool.
But I'm sure the elites and stuff have already remedied that,
Yes.
That's why I'm not really for publishing stuff online, because the beings that gave us the internet and stuff, they use it to basically to circumvent, when someone finds out something, they'll use the information too,
Yes.
But
all of
people,
that's true.
Humans haven't realized that, that level of trickery yet. So, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. But it seems that, hey, at least the AI is picking up some shit, even if it's not crediting me. The important thing is it's getting the information out. And this is, did you say this was Google?
The dates were wrong, but it's you could tell it's getting something.
Yeah, it's getting something. Well, you know what it's conflating and getting all fucked up is, like you said, the birthday of Adolf Hitler, because I'm the son of Hitler. So that's its allusion to me, almost in this bizarre kind of
oblique way. Yeah.
Oh yeah, incredibly oblique way, very bizarre, and yet at the same time, provide some level of hope. That things might yet improve. And so that being said, that's funny. Sheila's not showing up when I do the @ symbol in the chat like she should, but I guess I'll just type out her full name then. In the meantime, with what else comes to your attention, I know that there's been quite a bit, and so just let us know whatever you feel safe sharing. Why were you unable to jump on the call with our last episode? What happened? There must have been something.
I didn't even know you called it. It was circumvented or something.
Holy shit! No, I definitely called.
I got no incoming calls or anything.
Oh man, yeah.
No, I didn't notice. I've been really busy, so I didn't even notice.
Okay. Yeah, I can imagine how busy you've been. It's you must have had a lot waiting for you when you came home, and it just it's endless.
Hell on earth.
Yes, it is. I don't know how people last. It's it really just drives one mad. Just the normal responsibilities of getting up in the morning, and it kicks one's ass just to take care of paying bills, let alone all this other crap we have to deal with. Right. But at least your health, at least, you didn't catch anything on the plane on the way home, thank God. Unlike other people. No. Yeah. Well, and yeah, I'd be curious to know how, our man Pete Moon is doing right now, health-wise. Is he
back? He's back?
No, he's not. No, he won't be back till, let me see. Fuck, I had it on the calendar.
He said last time.
19th, the 19th. The 19th.
Really? Let's see. Staying that long?
Yeah. And it's like, and he was like, I don't know if you heard him on the latest episode. He was pretty sick, and
maybe not the latest. I heard him the time before,
Yeah. But he got even.
He was still saying he's going to try to join tonight if he can get Wi-Fi wherever he's at.
Yeah, in bumfuck Bukaj Mountains or something. Busage Mountains. Where are they? On this hike, out on the hike in the middle of the wilds of Transylvania and shit.
Yeah, well, good for him.
Oh shit! Nemo says Pete's doing Tai Chi in the wilderness. Yes.
Yeah.
He's like...
Probably. He'll get in that secret room in the cave. He'll start doing Qigong. He'll be standing there doing all this, like, all the whatever the motions and stuff. Be like, dude, what the fuck you doing? Be like picking up. Be like gathering the time crystal energy.
Yeah. Trying to direct it. Yes.
You mean
doing
yoga, like downward dogging with a bunch of chicks?
That's what he wishes. Oh yeah.
That's what his crystal master was doing.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
Oh wait, we weren't supposed to mention that. Disregard.
Oh shit. Yeah. Well, I think he leaks out little bit by little bit. Radu Cinemar was well, we won't say anymore. Holy shit. It's a different place, Romania, and yet it's like just like here, everybody's just trying to rip everybody else off in some way or another. At least he sees everything from a spiritual perspective, Pete does, so he turns it into a spiritual experience. But all such being said, we'll see what happens. Maybe he'll finally get that radio tower up, and they'll start.
You can use it to boost Wi-Fi.
Get here on the laptop finally. I've got killer Wi-Fi now, Doug. I've got the towers up, and so
that's really gonna.
No, not really. By the way, I don't know if you heard what I told you.
I've heard some interesting things about like the net in some countries. Like Germany has really bad net.
Does it really?
But the Philippines and Vietnam have really good coverage.
Why?
Probably because it's all Japanese technicians. And I think the Germans are very old school. Like they don't like new stuff.
It's true. It's true.
Especially the older people.
Yeah.
So every time they see like a 5G tower, they like freak out. It's kind of like the country out here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Interesting. And that is, I don't know what to make of that. I mean, that's what obviously during wartime, the Germans were famous for producing all the cutting edge stuff. So how did it happen?
This is a different Germany we're talking about now.
It's
These
true.
People are weak. I mean,
it's true. It's true. These people are all like, they're still
like I doubt like if even in the 80s, like during the Cold War, they would let their freaking water get poisoned at a military base. Like even during like the Cold War. I mean, this is getting like for Germany, that's a pretty sloppy.
Yeah. Oh, well, let's put it this way. I'm hoping that, of course, in Germany and Japan, I really hope that the enemy just pushes it to the point where they have to get their shit together. It's like make them angry, piss them off, keep do something serious, and just get it to the point where they have to respond and finally mobilize. That's these people need a kick in the ass to to just wake up and remember what it was.
I mean, I'm game for Germany to become more offensive, but like there's so much flack. Like they would get, like everyone has like that just fucked up, like they fucked up their psychology with all this like guilt and shame that they're trying to bring on Germany. I mean, it's wrong, and that's why they're so cautious about everything they say, everything they do,
Yeah. No. It's their. It's how would I say it? It's gonna take. But
I mean, what I heard from the German lady, like they take them to like Auschwitz when they're like 6 and shit.
No,
like,
it's true. It's true. No,
they're like, look at it. Look what you did. Look at like.
No, it's true.
No,
it's true. All of that is true. They put them through this public shaming, and since the moment that they're born. So it definitely it will take.
Meanwhile, Poland doesn't have to do any of that.
No, the Poles are the worst, of course. Well, what it takes is just a.
Well, I actually have an appreciation for Poland in the sense that it's like the government there is horrible, and the people like that are like lost.
Mm-hmm.
They're problematic, like more racist and stuff. But they're like there's a big group in Poland right now that are actually going to like the ancient stuff. So like Vedic, like they're going back to their roots, they're like pagan ancestry and stuff. So there's some group in Poland that's trying to get back to like the Vedic, the pure essence of knowledge. And Poland happens to be the one place in Europe that's able to do that because they're more connected to like farming and the earth and stuff. So there's an essence in Poland that is good. It's just covered on top of by this crazy government stuff and these radicals. So that's the only downside.
Yeah. Well, I hear what you're saying, but it would it'll take a while for me to express. I'll put it mostly in the book what I'm trying to express about Poland, which isn't much to say as far as I'm concerned. But I know what our man Brendan is saying. Definitely. The one thing is that
for Americans, I'd put it as there's a lot of hippies in Poland. Okay.
Yeah, and
don't give a fuck about like whatever the government or whatever these far right people are doing. Like they're doing their own thing. They don't care about.
Yes. Yeah, and you just put it this way, Poland. The reason I can't stand them is because they allow their government to exist. Granted, there's been some changes in the government structure in terms of the democratic elections have voted some of these people out. But in general, they have this own revision of history where they deny all of their involvement with the Holocaust when they were the primary people responsible for it. And but you talk about Holocaust denial. And that's what disgusts me about them. So, but I see what you're saying. At the same time, they're
changing. The younger people are not like that. That's from what I've seen. I've dealt with them. So
okay, yeah. So you spent some time in Poland?
I was traveling with some Polish people. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know. And so that's appreciated. And
so that's why I was like they don't approve of like whatever's going on there. Like they're
good.
They would like to see the whole thing just reset.
Mm-hmm. Good.
And they're okay with Germany. I mean, like they're totally fine with Germany and.
Well, they should be.
And they traveled to Spain. Actually, what's funny is the guy I saw, he traveled to Spain. So, they have like for some reason they have like a good relationship with Spain. I wonder why.
Fascism. Well, it was the fascism.
Yeah, of course. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And let me add this last name to it. And I wonder how Marina Sarin's doing. So have you reached out to her, Mr. Aristides?
Not again.
Okay.
Other than that time, I said she replied. I think we were talking at that time.
Yeah, tell Brendan how she replied.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I wrote to her a while back. Said, hey, would you ever maybe want to come on again? And I don't think she saw the message for like
2 years.
Quite a while. Yeah, like a couple weeks, and then she finally saw
Weeks. It was like
then-
months, wasn't it?
yeah, maybe a month. And then she said all she said was like, yeah, that'd be awesome.
It's so fucking like her. It's just like shit. This is how it's like. Yeah, that's great. It's like, and then it's like, of course, no thought of taking any action on her part to make the event happen. Like it's just like, oh, I'm open to that, and somehow magically, we're supposed to make it happen for her, right? It's like that.
Yeah. You guys just gotta find her manager and just talk to him.
Who you mean her handler?
Yeah, whoever.
She has that. I don't even know.
Well, maybe she needs that. Well, she definitely had some boyfriend that was abusive for a while. So, and then that broke up, from what I understand. I mean, believe it or not, she actually tells some of this shit to Peter Moon, of all things. She'll speak to him once in a while and then share some shit with him, and then after that, then she disappears again. So,
Yeah, I have to go back to work, so I will.
What?
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, I have my old schedule again.
Oh, jeez. Well, are you able to join us later on in the program?
Potentially, I don't know yet.
Yeah, well, try if you possibly can, because whenever you can show up, it helps immensely, because it'll be a while before George Knight shows up, because it's like 4 a.m. right now where he's at and shit. So once he comes on, then I can relax, because he can burn bandwidth talking about these subjects that he is very enamored of. But when it comes to otherwise, burning bandwidth is very difficult without somebody to bounce off of. If it's just Aristides and me, then we'll have to resort to his reading while I take a short break or something like that. But so just try to show up if you can. Later on, of course, you're always welcome here. And,
Did you have something else you wanted to send? You were talking about sending out to.
Yeah. I'm gonna work on that and then mail it out tonight, because I want to get to Amy Como. Amy wanted to work with me on this one map I want to put into the book, but I won't be able to work with her until next Friday. And of course, she's been going through. I have to have her describe it. I don't know what I'm allowed to share, but let's just put it this way: between Amy Como and Brooke Gibson, it's just like Thelma and Louise. It's like they may as well be in the same car together, just driving off that cliff. It's like there's just they're always in trouble, and it's like they pick the winners. I mean, like, but Amy Como will say this because there's no one else around other than. But oh my fucking god, you would not. How would I say it? I just need her to describe it, because when she describes it, it's hideously funny. Just all of these people and everything they're involved with. But I think I could say this much: it's like so they things looked fairly stable. She got in with this guy, and then the moment that they thought they might get married, then his social security check was stopped, and he can't find out why, because he's lost his cell phone. And he hasn't been able to work to get it. He hasn't been able to get a new cell phone because they're out in the middle of bumfuck. And I don't know. It's just, if I go into it and just repeat it, it gets hideously funny. But it's like, it's never ending. It's like this for her.
Is this the same guy with the house that's like the mortgage has never been paid on it and shit?
No, it's a different one. She left that guy. But get this shit. His firearm was stolen by the guy she's with now, and so he stole that guy's firearm in return. And of course, because I live in the city, I had this image of being a city boy. I'm thinking of scoped out, full auto. And no, it's like varmint guns. They're stealing each other's fucking varmint guns. But it's like
a 22 LR.
Yeah, but they're trying to leave each other helpless to the bears, because the bears, they both live in rural country where the bears come roaming in for your garbage and then they break down the door. And it's kind of like, remember our man Ian West had the fucking cat door for gators, so that the gator wouldn't be stuck in his room, and that way the gator would just go through his room into the garage, because that way it could coke itself out on all the meth that was there. Meth Gator. I mean, fuck Cocaine Bear. This was Meth Gator and shit.
Yeah.
It's like that's
The
like,
worst part is Ian was trying to like move there again. He was like trying to move back.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Oh my god. It's like but that compared to where he's at now was heaven. I can see why. Compared to where he was at, you know, I mean, and girls.
Yeah, living out of a Waffle House and whatever that was. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's working there, but he lives with his mother and his grandmother. And like I said, no, this is on record. This is on record, so everybody knows I'm not defaming or slandering him or making fun of him. This is on record. He said several times, you know, I've been living with them long enough where they're looking good. Granny and Aunt are looking good.
No, all right, I gotta go. I'll talk to you later.
Stay safe and be well, Brendan. We love you dearly. Oh God, Brendan! Tell everyone. Brendan's a saint. He tolerated me the other day when I was deep in my cups. He called me. This was not a transmission day. He called me when I was drunk out of my mind. I started complaining about Brandon Young, and I kept saying Brendan Sogan.
Yeah.
Tell people about that. Oh my fucking God.
Yeah. I was just like, I didn't do that. Yeah.
It's like I can never apologize enough for that.
No worries.
Yeah, you're a saint.
If anything, it helps me out. It's fine.
Yeah, and
that's why every time RKC writes about me, he can't tell the difference.
Yes,
because he can only in his head he can only hear your voice, no matter what everyone else says.
Yes.
You know.
Yes, so. It's true. It's true. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. Everyone else sounds like the Three Chipmunks. Everyone else sounds like the Three Chipmunks too.
Yeah, like the Charlie Brown parents.
That's right. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah. But when it's you that says it, it's like it tickles his brain or something.
Yeah, no, it's true. Yeah, he's so sick. He's so sick.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Good luck. We'll speak with you soon.
All right. Love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. And for God's sake, stay healthy. Oh my God. So we'll have to figure out something in a few minutes. So Nemo says, those IDF soldiers need to be burned on a cross. Okay, so let me tell people what Nemo is responding to. What Nemo's responding to is this news blurb entered into the text box of our Skype by Aristides. After the arrest of 9 IDF soldiers for raping a Palestinian prisoner of war to death. By the way, is this a male or a female?
I'm not sure. It might have been male.
Yeah, this might have been a man that they raped to death. And a week of protests and debates, Israel's courts have officially ruled that a sexual assault can only be defined as a crime or rape if it's committed against a Jewish woman, and that IDF soldiers have the right to carry out such acts against non-Jews with impunity, as it is not a crime nor sin. Oh my fucking God. So this is, well, thank God that they're open about it so that the rest of the world understands them for what they truly are. And that, of course, helps my cause, which is, of course, to change the system as it stands. And the system as it stands is rotten to the core. So, and they do represent a great deal of it. So this is will help bring it down. By their own words, they shall damn themselves. And thank God for it. So this is a time of true revelation. For those of you who don't know, revelation means exactly what it says. Revelation means that that which was occulted or secreted becomes exposed. So this is a time of revelation concerning the Jewish culture, the kind of anti-culture that it is, the kind of damage it does to others by who come to worship at its altar. And it's time for that worship to end. Certainly they don't respect the worship of others, as is demonstrated at the Al-Aqsa Mosque. And we will obviously be returning to that subject soon enough because it's inescapable. Remember, this is a religious war, a unholy war involving Islam and Judaism, and the majority of Western Christians are too fucking secular to get it. The only people who do get it, unfortunately, in the worst possible way, are the crazed evangelicals. And the evangelicals, of course, worship the Jews as the master race. And so they're on the side of the Jews for no goddamn good reason. Christ himself would spit on these so-called Christians because they're really the synagogue of Satan, which is what Christ would call them, and for all good reason. So this is where we're at today. We're in the times of Revelation, which means we're in the times of apocalypse. Oh well.
Awesome.
Yes, yeah. It's just like it's look. My life is kind of okay. I know things have got to change socially, but it's going to get a lot worse for all of us before it gets better. It's going to interfere, with what little stability I have in my life now when things get really hot and the war really gets started. And by that, I mean the World War, the Civil War, all of it. Honestly, it's these things that just drive me, oh well. So that's why I'm trying to work on the book and, put it all together and see what kind of, and actually I thought about it just the other day about the ramifications. Maybe there won't be many ramifications because maybe there just won't be enough people aware of it. I can't afford an ad campaign, so maybe there won't be enough people aware of it for it to do any damage to me. But of course, if the book gets out there, and because of what I say for instance the Jewish lobby, that's, talk about a vague term. It's not that I really mean anything specific by that. When I say the Jewish lobby, what do I mean? AIPAC, the various other kinds of ADL, various interest groups. So we'll just call that the Jewish lobby. The Jewish lobby might start saying, hey, this guy's got to be taken off YouTube because of what he says in this book. Right now, there's not even enough attention on me to get that kind of attack going against me on YouTube.
The thing is, there might be some of that where it's like that would end up drawing more attention to you and be counterproductive. So it's easier to just pretend doesn't exist because,
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean,
Yeah.
I definitely just have to do it and get it out there. And oh yes, so do me a favor. I'll take a quick trip to the lavatory, and you can give people the rundown on the upvotes and all that. Okay?
Okay. Is that about how long it'll take?
Yeah. I'm not.
Okay.
It's a number one, not a number two. I'm just.
Okay. All right. No, that's fine. I was actually just in case pulling up. I have your stuff in email that you sent just so I have it at the ready. But okay.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, at least what I said about the Holocaust dogs, because I was talking to V. At least I made that easily legible. So that's always a go-to. That's an easy go-to.
Holocaust. Oh, okay. Yep. There we go. And I'm trying to stick all this in a folder.
Yeah.
So that it is. I should actually download it all.
Yeah. And don't forget to download all those videos of the Holocaust dogs, because they'll come for them at some point soon. So like I said, there's some of that video is better than even what the original one put out. But especially the mass production one, where you just see all the dogs kind of doing their push-ups, for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
Now, as an engineer, what impresses you the most about the Holocaust dogs? What sticks out to you the most about them? You heard what Brendan said. Do you feel that would work with the Holocaust dogs, like a water balloon full of sand? Is that what he said? Something like that? Water balloon full of sand?
I didn't quite catch that.
I think what he said was that
What's it supposed to do?
I'm sorry?
What's it supposed to do?
Fuck up their gears so that they can't move. Or
it would take a little. They're made to work in dirty environments, so it might take a little while. But there are tons of inventive ways to disable these things. Even if you have there's kind of like that rope net type of thing, that you just toss. Manage to toss over it. It's not getting out of that. You know what I mean? Like a net. If you just toss it, with a coarse net with made out of rope or whatever.
Cool. Yeah.
Something like that, or anything. Or even if you just even if you just grab an extension cord that's like in a big tangled mess and just throw it, and hopefully it gets, caught up. It like,
Cool.
it's amazing how advanced these things are, but yeah, how they can be like still, if you're lucky, if you're quick, be disabled by, the simple things,
Well, you'd be amazed at what a desperate person can do.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
But okay, the first thing I would say about the net is the good news is obviously you can tell that their flame throwing capability can't last too long. They've got to run out of fuel pretty quickly.
Right.
So potentially they could burn their way out of the net if they're that semi-autonomous, which you'd have to assume the worst. But like Aristides said, at some point their flames are going to run out. So when you entangle them in anything, at that point it becomes just a question of stamping them out like a cockroach.
They have to have, of course they're going to work on they got to have some type of camera or sensors, visual, infrared or something. And if you just like cover them up, like, I mean, not going to get over with paint or something, but like, like you take like some kind of balloon and, you fill it with your used motor oil.
Yeah.
And, if you can hit them with something like that and it just covers the sensors, it's like,
Yeah, thank you. By the way, Sheila Gavin says, oil and sand water balloon, those H-dogs are terrifying looking. Matter of fact, do me a favor and just give people the rundown on the thumbs up and everything starting in a moment here. And then what I'll do when I get back is I'll start taking those same links and putting them in the chat, because people might be seeing them some places, but I'm not quite sure they're seeing the ones that I kind of chose as the apex of the footage on them.
This one, I hadn't, here, I hadn't quite, just came during the Tuesday, yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I hadn't really looked over this in detail because I was quite busy. So yes, you have a series of YouTube links here.
Yes, yes, and you could put those into the chat for me. So like Sheila Gavin says, oil and sand water balloon, and that seems ideal. That sounds pretty effective, oil and sand water balloon. So I'll be back in just a few moments. And Aristides has got all of this in good hands, and bless you, Aristides. Go mute. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so we get back to the Holocaust dogs stuff. I need to do my usual spiel here about the thumbs up. It's very important. As soon as you get here, probably should have said this in the beginning, that you hit the thumbs up on the YouTube. And also make sure you're subscribed and the notification bell is turned on in case it gets, especially in case it gets cut off. And he restarts the program so that we're back on. The upvotes are important because they affect the searchability and popularity algorithm in YouTube. And although you can't see them, there are a lot of thumbs down put on the video, either by people or by cheap ass bots, as the enemy, as Douglas says, contracts to put the bots. They might get filtered out later, but in the meantime, it affects the algorithm, and so less people might engage it. A lot of us come here because we know, but the algorithm is powerful, and people might search for something, and it pops it. Well, it stops it from popping up. So when people search for stuff, so the upvote's important. You can do additional upvotes. As far as I know, you need a YouTube account to do upvotes, as far as I've seen. But once you have an account, you can go under your account settings, and for me, it's under Switch account, and you can create sub channels. I guess people, this is so people can create different channels for different purposes. But the cool thing is each one of them is like basically a separate identity that is attached to your main account, and each one of them can upvote separately. So usually the program starts, I hit the upvote, and I have a couple other accounts that I switch to real quick, and I hit the upvote again. And then that's very helpful. Let's see. Also, I will put once again, the donation link in the chat for the PayPal. Please, if you can, donate whatever you can. As you may have seen, Douglas's between all the things going on with him and all the mental energy he's spending on it, on the his own book he's writing, which is different than the book that he's helping Peter to complete. He hasn't been able to hang with the the normal 12 hours, which is already superhuman, and this is going to affect his ability to get donations because being on air and having people listen and come in and out and is going to increase the likelihood that there are donations. So please go to the PayPal, donate a few bucks. And if you're not seeing the chat, it's if you just go to PayPal and search for Douglas D. Dietrich, that is his quote unquote personal account, where they don't take the few percent because it's not a commercial account. He does have the other account, which doesn't have the middle initial D. Otherwise, it's the same, but I think he usually prefers the personal account, so they don't take the little bit of your commercial tax out. So please donate. In the meantime, I am just now looking at these links here that he sent. I actually only sent out yesterday, and I was quite busy. So about the Holocaust dog. So let's kind of go through one by one, and I can kind of check them out and put them in the chat. I won't turn the sound on because I'm on with this. But,
okay, I'm back.
Yeah, okay. I went through this spiel, and then I was about to start putting the links in and go one by one here.
Sure, sounds good. I'll burn bandwidth while you do that. Take your time.
Yeah, okay. So here, let's just go right down the list. The first one, looks real terrifying. They're going around and spewing flame, and then they have the bunch of them doing push-ups. And which are these? Are these the ones? Because different people have different ones. So are these the ones that the Israelis took over from? What was it?
Ghost Robotics.
Yeah,
I believe it's in Boston.
Right.
And
those would probably be the good ones. And then of course, like China tries to come up with its own version.
That's quite true.
Oh, we have these too, but it's like in reality, there was like a guy off to the side with a little remote control. so I think the thing is like what makes it really terrifying is the degree of autonomy.
Yes.
Because of course, you can always find a guy, maybe to do the remote control thing, but if what if the signal doesn't get there, or what if the thing can operate on its own, that's even more terrifying in so many ways.
Yes. And the horror is you can tell the difference between I see two different main models. One of the models you can definitely see has the LiDAR, and the LiDAR is more than just the laser scope mounted on the back, which is basically, for those of you who don't know, it's basically like the laser scope you would see put on some firearms is how I interpret it. But it seems more powerful than what I've seen on firearms. That's true.
Well, what I'm seeing on some of these, they have like a little thing up at the front, it's a little spinning thing, and I think that is
the radar. That's the radar, right?
Yeah, it's probably LiDAR.
Okay.
Which is just basically the same as radar, except using laser light. So what it's doing is it's just constantly scanning the environment and returning bouncing the laser signal off everything, so that it knows where everything is in the environment.
Yes, that has got to be the more terrifying one. The little spinning nose, for lack of a better word, snout. The little spinning snout. Yeah. That's. Yeah, and it doesn't look as dorky as it sounds, people. If you see it, it looks... These are like... They're not so much dog-looking. They have a kind of canine look, but they look like a combination of... I know this is hard to imagine. A canine and a cockroach is what they look kind of like, a combination of. The insectoid. They're just altogether sinister. And but the other model, you see these like 4 dots in the snout, that instead of that spinning LiDAR affair.
Yeah, I'm just getting that one.
And that one's so these are, I don't know what the difference is between the twain, but that one looks less less advanced. To me, it looks
That's
less.
the one. Yeah, that's the one that throw flame. That's the one I think you can commercially buy. So there's no way they're giving you like a full AI setup with that one.
Interesting.
So yeah. So that must be the one that you have to like. Do you control it yourself? Like.
Interesting.
Yeah, because there is like you can buy.
Yeah.
You know.
Right.
Commercially, there's a model that you can.
Right. And what they're claiming that because the feds have not yet caught up legally to the technological development. For those of you who don't know, flamethrowers were outlawed for use in war at some point, probably after Vietnam. I think it was around the time of Vietnam, they probably outlawed flamethrowers for use in war because the effects of watching GIs literally burning people was just too much. It was a televised war. And so at some point, the United States chucked in. And, and for those of you who don't know, because the United Nations has got a Security Council and the United States is one of the 5 members of the Security Council, the United States often prevents a lot of international law from ever happening, or international legislation from becoming international law. A good example of that is child warfare. You might think that there should be a law against the use of children in warfare, but the United States, because they define a person as a child until the age of 18, which I think is incredibly old to consider somebody a child. I understand the argument, which I could also make, that most Americans remain children until the day they die, no matter how old they get. But that being stated, I still think a person being considered a child until they're 18, we've got to change that. But such being said, the United States Marine Corps takes people at the age of 16 if their parents sign waivers. And because of that, the United States Marine Corps has been the prominent obstacle to legislating any international law against using children in warfare, because technically that's what they're doing. Because most people who are past the age of 18 aren't going to join the Marine Corps. It's usually their primary people joining are between the ages of 16 and 18. And so, such being said, the United States did chuck in and make flamethrowers illegal for use in war. However, domestically, flamethrowers are obviously not a firearm, and as a result, they are not covered by apparently any laws. So, believe it or not, it is legal to own a flamethrower. So, I understand what Aristides is saying about they're probably not releasing full autonomous units, but nevertheless, they're claiming you can buy these units with flamethrowers. So that's what they actually say that on these links that I provided. So they're saying you can buy this dog with a flamethrower for Mother's Day. It's going to be out by Mother's Day. I mean, yeah, that I don't know who thought that advertising campaign up, but they need to reconsult with someone else. Hey, Mom! Oh shit! Who do we know that really hates their mother that would buy?
Probably a lot of people. Wait, you're calling these Holocaust dogs?
Yes, that's what I. By the way, that's what the Israelis call them. Just so people understand, that's their name for the units that they purchased. Yeah.
Remove my Holocaust. Sorry, I want to use the right term.
Yes. Oh. Excellent. And so.
Okay, real quick. Oh, I wanted to ask.
Of course.
Back to Marina.
Yeah.
If are you like? Do you have her as a contact on Skype? Like,
I do. Yeah.
If she collects herself to do so, she should be able to find you, send you a message, and if so, you would see it, right?
Yes.
Yes, of course. I'm sure you added her to your contacts.
Yes.
Right away.
Yes, I did. And so let me take a look at her right now, Marina Sarin. And there was I sent her a happy Valentine's Day, February 14th of 2024. And then she responded, Monday, March 4th, 2024. Thanks, I didn't see this.
Yeah. That's how it goes.
And it says last seen days ago regarding her. And let me check my cell phone now and see if anyone's responded to my. Let me see if I can get back on the call first here, and then see if I can take a look at my cell phone, see if anyone's responded to my queries concerning, you know who, the Gibson girl and Amy Como. Let's see if she's responded. Oh, somebody's left. Oh, here we are. So finally got a response. All that. Okay. So let me respond to her daughter Lola. Thank you. Fuck. Come on, people, stay capitalized. So very, very much for your response, your reply. Okay. Reply.
You're just seeing a reply from her?
This is from her daughter Lola. Okay, and so let me just send this to her. Okay, so she says, sorry, I've been out of town this week with a friend, so I'm not sure what is going on with her, meaning Brooke. Last I heard, Daniel had finally moved out and all that, meaning, meth head Larry had finally moved out. But as for Brooke, so she's non-responsive. Maybe somebody left me missed phone call. Oh, that's from Brendan Zoget. So he must have called just before the show, or just as I started producing. At any rate, so there we have that for now. That's the only update I can give in that regard. Of course, we actually saw Ian West at work in a uniform. He was in the Waffle House uniform, and he had lost all kinds of weight, poor man, because he's starving, and meth does that.
I know. So you'd think, because anytime you work at a food joint, you're getting free food. So, and I'm sure Waffle House food probably isn't going to make you skinny. So, pretty amazing.
He's got that. I mean, what's that other thing they use? That it's the in drug. Everybody's been using this to lose weight. It begins with an A. Yeah. What is that?
I know what you're talking about, but I forget the name.
Yeah, let me see if I can look it up. I keep thinking atropine, but that's what you apply to yourself when you've been exposed to chemical weapons. What's the weight loss? Weight loss begins with A. Okay, let's see. Prescription medications to treat overweight and obesity. And let me click onto that. Damn, this thing is like, fuck, dude. I don't need all this. This is like people like giving me like every angle on this. I'm sorry that this is such an issue for most Americans. I feel so bad for them. It's like, yeah.
Well, I mean, the food system is horrible too. You know.
But how do you stay so skinny?
I'm not terribly skinny. I do avoid eating a lot of processed foods, and even when you go out to the restaurant, and you think, oh, this has been cooked, it's not a processed food, but like all this, like all the sauces and shit that they give you, and it's all filled with all the crappy oils and all that stuff, and I think that makes a difference. So
yeah, I hear you. Ozempic. Yeah. So I was gonna say, fuck Ozempic. Use whatever Ian West is using, which is like straight out crystal meth. And so this Ozempic has been big. Everybody's been, all the celebrities were jumping on this shit, and of course. Our man Pete would recommend colonics for everybody. And,
of course.
Yes. He's addicted. He's addicted.
And they do help some people, I think.
I guess.
But I don't know if I could look at it as something as casual as like you're brushing your teeth, like.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, well, the way he describes it, it cures autism and shit. Yes.
Oh, I
He
didn't
wants
know
to publish that book. He wants to publish that book about this guy who sprayed up his ass.
Yeah, but the book doesn't actually talk about it. The book is just by the guy who
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I thought the whole book was like describing I've been spraying my this water up my ass.
No. I looked. At first, I was like, "Oh, that sounds like a good book that some people would want to read." That, and I looked at it. And it was like, it has nothing to do with the autism written by the guy who benefited from that.
Okay.
I think, but yeah, the autism, and I think also it could be a lot of that can be they found also is tied to gut bacteria and deficiencies in gut bacteria, and a lot of amazing things happen when people get their gut bacteria straightened out, which could also be a big part of the obesity epidemic, because so many of the things you eat affect your gut bacteria, and all the food supposedly it's all sprayed with Roundup, which they say, well, it doesn't affect humans. We did the research. It doesn't, the pathway that it works on in the plants, that humans don't have that pathway. It doesn't affect you. Well, guess what does have that pathway is your gut bacteria. So it's like, it didn't hurt you. It just nuked all your gut bacteria. And that's bad.
Oh shit.
So people, I think but when they straighten out gut bacteria, people have had improvements in the autism and the weight loss, and
holy shit. So it sounds like
related, not probiotics is a different thing. I did send out the bottle of the enzymes, which are
bless you.
Probiotics.
Thank you. I'll be on the lookout.
I finally managed today. It was just a really busy couple of days, but I managed today, and so it should probably be there. I know you usually leave in between shows.
Yes.
So it should hopefully be there around the weekend when you come back.
Thank you. Sounds good. And it definitely, I've got the intuition that it's probably of a size enough where my mail delivery man, who's very conscientious, will just shove it under the doormat. Yeah.
Probably it's just the one bottle. It's just a smaller kind of little plastic supplement bottle so probably we'll do that.
Excellent.
I was sending more, but then it seemed like a lot to put in the envelope, and then I just figured just try this, see how it goes, because there's that, and there's probiotics too, which I don't know if you do anything about that, but also good.
No, I definitely look forward to that, because of course I do take these acidophilus, but I believe that what our man Aristides is talking about is actual enzymes, which will be advanced. It's the advanced. We're entering advanced territory, and what I want to say is that T-Tank Berry dropped off 100 United States dollars through my mail door slot. So I picked that up on the way back from the lavatory, from the restroom, and put that in my wallet. Thank you so much, dear T-Tank Berry. You're the man. And I definitely, of course, like T-Tank Berry says to everyone, get some balls and drop off cash money at 1242 Green Street in San Francisco, California. Yes, everyone, please follow that example. Yes.
Okay, what's the budget situation then here?
Good. As far as I know, I mean, I'll take a look at my wallet later. But honestly, I haven't. What kills me normally is that monthly ICV, and that's usually what kills me economically, because of course Brooke was appalled, and Brooke just she lives in South Carolina, and she has no concept of the lifestyle in San Francisco. And so I told her when I see V, I give her $1,000. And but the point is, V also orders things for me. I just got to get her to order the right things. Every once in a while, she'll order something off, and just be slightly off, but it's off enough where it's not the product that I want. But it could be, of course, because sometimes where she orders from doesn't have that product in stock, the exact product that I want. But such being said, I order things from her like protein powders that are plant proteins that have superfood in them, because I don't eat many vegetables, or rather, it's a very strange situation. I get the Meals on Wheels, and the Meals on Wheels are mostly vegetables, but most of their vegetables are crap. And but some of their meat, believe it or not, is okay. It's sometimes good, but they don't give you much of it. And but it's just Meals on Wheels, and they're in trays, and it's not really. It's not, generally, it can be good, but generally it's not. I mean, sometimes it can be good, but generally it's not. But then again, I'm only really eating these meals like maybe 3-4 times a week. I only eat one meal a day when if I were to eat at all. There's days that I don't eat a meal at all because I'm a vampire. But then I eat when I have hunger pangs, and the hunger pangs, they can really disturb you when you don't have blood to drink. And so then the Meals on Wheels come in handy because they're just there. But such being said, a lot of it is thrown away because it's subpar food anyway. It's not necessarily unhealthy. That's what a nutritionist would argue. But believe me, it can actually be, in some cases, dangerous. Just so people know, Meals on Wheels, I obviously need them, but I do want people to understand it is in the end a charity food supply, and some of the meat, like the ground hamburger, it'll destroy your teeth because it's got bones in it. It's just every once in a while you'll take a bite and there'll be a big fucking bone in it, and that could potentially just destroy your teeth. The vegetables, I broke one of my back teeth on their fucking vegetables, which are just, and the vegetable stems, you just throw them away because they're like you can't eat those. They're inedible. They would tear your stomach apart. They're just so, you cook them and they're just like wood bark. There you go.
A lot of fiber that you probably don't need.
Yeah, it's
Not a lot of
yeah.
Not a lot of concentrated nutrition.
Yes, that's quite true. And granted, a lot of older people who might be recipients. No, just so people understand, Meals on Wheels delivers not just to impoverished people, they also deliver to some people who are very wealthy but happen to be homebound or comparatively wealthy. And and honestly, I don't even understand this. There are like private companies that basically deliver Meals on Wheels. Of some kind of, it's just like Meals on Wheels. I know this because my gang brother Beaver got onto this thing where a company was saying, oh, we do home delivered meals for seniors, and they're a private company, and so they said we offer a free month trial. So then he put his mother on it just for a 1 month, try it out, and he said it was nothing other than Meals on Wheels because he's seen my family get Meals on Wheels. He said all it was Meals on Wheels, and they cut it off after a month. First, his dumbass brother, who is like the straight guy, meaning that his brother was 100% law-abiding and became a CPA, which for those of you who don't know, CPA is not just an accountant. A certified public accountant is like a superhero accountant. That means you work for companies. You don't do individual people unless they're extraordinarily wealthy. If you're a CPA, you're doing corporations. So his brother's a CPA, and his brother's just this cheap, neurotic, I'm the right guy, I did everything abiding by the law, and everybody else is a loser kind of dude. And of course, like all these cheap fucks, when he found out his mother was on this trial run for free meals, he came over to dig in. And then after a few, I guess, weeks of doing that, he stopped because it became very repetitive. It was just, like Meals on Wheels. Your average person finds it repetitive. So there you go. Just entertaining, amusing trivia. So aside from that, let's see what else I can remember that would be worthy of discussion. I'm going to check some other things first. And aside from that, Aristides, how did you become aware of... You obviously seem to have a consciousness. You seem to be food conscious. So what was it? Something happened in childhood or something? What caused you to be interested in food consciousness?
No, nothing acute happened. I guess just over the years. I mean, you got to make the connection that what you how you eat, can have a big effect on your health, and that the people that are supposed to keep things safe that you buy and that you eat don't always do that, and they basically, you know, big enough wad of money changes hands, and then, you know, it's whatever, you know, anything from, you know, pesticides to et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of problems with that. And that, you know, you take your health for granted when you're young and just pounding down whatever garbage, but it's not going to last. And then you get older and you realize, you know, I gotta do something to stay okay, you know, basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And how are you with exercise? Are you much into exercise?
Not terribly a lot. I can tell you, dog walking happens regularly, so there's that.
So it's the dogs are keeping you healthy.
Yeah.
They're good for something.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, that's
So
great.
yeah, that's good. I mean, if nothing else, you know, if you can walk, it's a very good, you know.
No, do you have one of these like Alexa type systems in your home?
No.
Oh, okay.
Hell no.
Yeah, thank you, because I remember we heard Pete Moonman trigger that once or twice.
Yeah. Oh, it was the I think it was the Siri, which is like the Apple
version.
Apple smart.
Oh, that's right. He's an Apple man. He's an Apple man. Old people like Apple. Old people love Apple. You know, I don't know if you've ever noticed that. But yeah, it's because they love to go to the Apple stores and hang out with young people, because the Apple bars are where they like get to meet young people and have an excuse to talk to young people, and all based on the computer. So it's quaint. It's quaint.
Yeah.
And
well, Apple also, as far as the computers, I don't do Apple computers. Phones are okay. But their philosophy is to make things a little more user friendly. Like, you know, you don't have to like open the hood, so to speak, and you know, like what you go through with your PC. You know?
Right.
In theory, Apple is less like that. You know, easier,
and
less to think about. You know.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And So all such being said, let's see now. When I take a look around in the chat, gonna take a look in there. So you've got a lot of these links in. T Tank Barry says, "Yes, I'm sorry. Go on." Yes. You were gonna say called them Holocaust dogs, right?
Yeah. Put all of the links that you sent in the email.
Thank you so much. By the way, T Tank Barry was saying, find out what a lycanthrope drives. That is that big red raptor, which is the sentinel of my street. And that, of course, is my 3D graphics modeler, is who he was in the past. I haven't been speaking to him much lately because I owe him $300. At the same time, as I've related before, whenever I've encountered him, he'll torment me in other ways rather than throwing me on the ground and beating me in the kidneys, demanding his money back. Because in the past, of course, I've saved his ass quite a few times when my mother was alive. And basically I had a lot more income coming in. And at that point, I financially pulled him out of the fire a number of times. Matter of fact, I gave him that wonderful computer that was purchased by Lori and Ann Fenton, and I had no use for it. It was like providing a race car to somebody who just needs to get around the block. And this was an Alienware gaming computer. I had no use for it. I just gave it to him. So he's always, of course, very tolerant of myself. But he drives this big red Raptor truck, and my gang brother Beaver feels that it's because he's insecure or he's compensating, and he's not wrong, because you know, he's always been concerned, lycanthrope, wolf boy, with his height. He's not that tall, but he feels this like, you know, he's got this thing about being the short guy. And so for a while there he was bulking up. You know, you can't grow taller, so they bulk out. And I thought that was so unnecessary. It's just silly. At any rate, okay, now Nemo's throwing me some jokes. I guess I'll put a smile here for that. I'm not going to read that out loud, Nemo. And It's like, Nemo, it's like, so obviously Nemo dislikes a certain group of people. Jews. Why? What I'm just wondering is, okay, now I deal with the subject, of course, because it's inescapable for me. For me, the subject is, I have to deal with it. I can't escape it. But with Nemo, what happened to you as a child, where this like became like an issue? I was just curious, It says, I don't expect you to read those comments out. Yes, understood. Thank you. It's one of those things where it reminds me of some horrible jokes I heard while growing up, which are still hideously funny. Let's see who else put a haha here. Okay, there we go. There was this one that I heard while I was growing up. I shouldn't even relay jokes like this, but he brought it to mind. So then he says, okay, I can get that. I can get that. So let me just put a heart on that. And, I won't read that out loud. But essentially, as I've described before to many people on this program multiple times, what people need to come to terms with is that as an ethnic minority, the Jewish people have been extremely genocidal, and the number of people that they have impacted with by ending their lives has been far more than people have been made to realize. And of course, I'll throw some of those stats out in my book, and I still don't think I'll be doing it much justice, the subject. And as for the book and its continuous expansion, the more that I write something, the more I realize I have to fill in a blank. And so it builds upon itself. And I realize that I have a lot of essays I've written in the past, and I'm adding them as annotations. So one of the things Aristides might have noticed, if he went over the last thing that I sent, was that you'll see these yellow comments every once in a while that are highlighted in yellow, say annotation. And that's because that's where I'm supposed to put a symbol that will ultimately match up to basically an essay note. So these annotations aren't just footnotes, they're more like an essay. So they're more like appendices. But they're separate from the actual appendixes that I also add. So I just call them annotations. But these...
where you said yellow? Yellow, I don't see anything yellow.
Oh,
is this... it's where you kind of... It's like a highlighted color?
Yeah, highlight color. Yeah, in yellow.
So each one of those kind of splits off into its own topic.
Yes, when it says annotation, sometimes you'll see something that's highlighted in yellow. This is not the letter I responded to V with. This is the essay that I sent you that kind of intro to. It's just like a prelude to the book, like a prelude to the book. And only it's part of the prelude. Honestly, there's like a missing chunk that I've been writing and expanding that I'll send to you. And I'll work on that when George comes. But when it comes to the highlights, sometimes they're years. Most of them are just years where my mother was born. Here, I'll show you. Let me go to so I can show people. In other words, I'll provide people an education while I'm showing Aristides something that I'm working on with the book. And let's do that. Meanwhile,
is this a good time to bring up the little thing that I found where you can just make an instant web link for text?
Instant web link and text. If we discuss that now, isn't that kind of technical?
No. It's like, someone showed me this site.
Yeah.
Where it's like you go there, you paste in your text, you hit OK, and then boom, it immediately turns it into a web page with a link with that text that you can share. So it's like you could cut something that you're working on your computer, cut it, paste it into there, just boom, hit go, and all of a sudden now that page is a link. You could put it right in the chat, and then whoever clicked on it would see what you put.
Okay, interesting. I mean, I'm only absorbing part of that because I'm multitasking. And right now what I'm telling is T-Tank Barry says, T-Tank Barry is saying there seems to be some buffering. He says, don't tell me they didn't cut the stream. As far as I can tell, we're still on. So let's check around and make certain that's the case. I seem to be on so far as I can tell, but we need response from people Aristides will also check on it by checking to see if the video is on from his side. Let's take a look at the live stream. Seem to have good numbers. We're still on, and our dear Aristides.
Seems fine.
Okay, good. So it's where you're at, T-Tank. It's where you're at. Hopefully that. So context. Share whatever you see. Interesting. Oh, this is what you mean. Yeah. So while I'm showing you something, then I can show the people in the link. Right. Okay. I'm not sure I want to. Yeah. Go on.
It's only for text, though. You can't share a picture or whatever.
Okay, that's the problem. Is most of the time what I'm showing people is pictures or maps.
Right.
Yeah, the text we can read aloud.
True. I mean, so it's a cool tool. It's
Yes. No, thank you, and don't forget to share that to me. You probably said that in an email.
I sent it in email.
Yeah, you said it in email already. So So got it. Okay. And in the meantime, let me see if I'll just open the Google Docs here, and let's here we are. Start sharing, and here we go. So here's I'm sharing screen now, and opening up the. Let me see where. Here we are. So this is the quote unquote book part 1, and some of these are just notes at the top, and then of course what I sent you was basically. Which I've kind of like added some details to, dramatis personae, which I didn't use in the first time that I sent that to you. And so what I pointed out was highlighted anni, Latin years, and or names. These emphasize just basically the historicity or genealogy of my own family. And so in other words, many things happened in the years that they were born, in the years that they died. So I just highlight those, and it gives people a hint of like the historical thread. And then sometimes they highlight. We'll see. You just scroll down, and we'll find it. The annotation highlights, and of course, let's see now. And then there's several other illustrations I'm trying to add to the text. But of course, once I get into my biological father, Hitler, this didn't come with what I sent you. I've added that since. So that's why I need to send you the same thing again. So I go into the connection of Hitler and Hinduism. And of course, why he was such a big deal to people in Asian India. And of course, the Asian Indian flags of their own Nazi party, which is still legal and extant in India, unknown to most people. And I've since brought up, of course, that this is one of the things that why I'm not too hot on Polish culture was I was pointing out in the book that the original concentration camps were established in Poland right after World War I, where they were trying to, since they had gained a huge amount of territory at Germany's expense, they built a bunch of concentration camps because they wanted to kill all the Germans. That's the reason Hitler invaded Poland. So that's why I bring this up. That's something they never tell you in history. They'll tell you all this other bullshit, and they make the Polish people look like victims. And then I'm pointing out now what the world rejected Hitler's peace offers, Hitler's peace offers. And this was, I give some links to an actual online book and also a PDF that people can download. So I provide that. I'll be sending that during the show after George comes on, because that'll give me a chance to just tidy some things up about it. Here we are. Whenever you see things like this yellow highlight annotation, that means I'm going to try and put in a symbol, like a footnote symbol, that will then indicate that you need to find that symbol, and you'll get the essay note behind it. That will be this at-length explanation for what I'm saying, because most people won't believe what I'm saying. It just sounds too unbelievable, and therefore you need an essay to explain it. Otherwise, the highlight would just be a year, like that would be the year my dad was born in, my legal father. And so these are a number of things I'm pointing out. Now, one of the things I've added that you didn't get in the original thing that I sent you was a photograph I found from my mother's files. This was taken by my mother, and this will explain something to people, what they're unfamiliar with. For instance, I added this whole essay, which I need to kind of polish up, where I'm talking about, unknown to most people, France attacked Germany first in World War II. And of course, I need to write all about it in detail because most people are simply just not going to believe it. They're just going to say, I've never heard of this. But the reality is, it was called Operation Sar, and Operation Sar was when the French attacked Nazi Germany. And they went several miles into Germany while the Germans were attacking Poland. They thought, well, the Germans are attacking Poland, all of their forces are in Poland, so we'll attack them from behind. And the German high command couldn't understand why Hitler wasn't responding. And Hitler just told the German high command, oh, they're not going to get far. They'll just give up after a short while. And that's exactly what happened. The French went several miles into Germany. And then basically, Hitler had no defenses there of any real consequence. And yet after a while, the French just got all scared and felt that, well, why isn't Hitler responding? Why aren't we meeting any resistance? And he's got something planned, and we're running into an ambush. And then they just panicked and retreated. And that was their that was the only major conventional offensive the French conducted in World War II, after which the Germans knocked them out with one blow, and they were occupied for the next half decade. So that's and nobody knows this, but the French were the aggressors in World War II, so I'm proving that they attacked first. So everybody makes it, everybody just thinks that, oh, the Germans just attacked Poland and France for no good reason. But I'm pointing out that's not the case at all. But then I would go back to later on talking about, of course, then the Russian side. And once I'm done talking about the Russians, and then a big annotation here when I go back to talking about the Hindu connection. So here's where I need to put in an annotation. Savitri Devi is obviously very famous to people who study quote-unquote neo-Nazism, but a lot of people don't know she changed her name to Savitri Devi. She was originally born in France. She was a trained spy who traveled to Asian India to study the Aryan heartland and commit espionage against the British. And she changed her name to Savitri Devi when she was living with a Nobel Prize winner. And this Nobel Prize winner has, of course, an impossible to pronounce name. It's actually Bengali, Rabindranath Tagore. And this individual was the first Asian to win a Nobel Prize. And for that reason, he's got statues of himself all over fucking Asia, in China, even Korea. But my mother met him personally, and she took this photograph. And this is him with a relative of my mother, who was the first female architect in modern China, but bears my mother's name, Lin, her family name in Chinese. So this individual was a Nazi collaborator. He won the Nobel Peace Prize, but he was considered at the time, he was hailed as the greatest Renaissance man of the 20th century. And his name was a household name. Nobody remembers him now because nobody can pronounce his name and nobody knows how to spell it to look it up. But at any rate, he was a big deal in his day. But I point out, of course, these days you see a lot of modern Asian Indians, and they'll talk about him as the traitor. And I put links to those articles that make that claim. And of course, here's one good article, good example. The traitor, the poet's fine words must not disarm the nation any longer. And they're talking about, see, he's really a Nazi. And, well, when did you fucking find out, people? I mean, it's like, it's kind of like, Nemo finding out the guy who killed those little girls in England was black. That's what happens when you live in Australia. And, everything gets to you by boat. Now, when it comes to the other thing I point out was, of course, I connect also to another article so that people realize just how influential this guy was in his day. Let's see if the link to that article, if I can find, there we are. Here we are. And here's this guy.
Let me ask you something real quick.
Sure.
If you're on a roll for a little bit, are we? I gotta do this dog walk. Right?
Oh, so, yeah. Do the dog walk. I'll handle it from here. Thank you.
Okay. No, I mean I'm still on, but I can't. Yeah, it can't. I won't be at the computer where I can read something off.
Understood. Just let me know when you get back from the dog walk, okay? I'll
Okay.
handle it from here.
All right.
I'll just get on a roll.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, thank
Okay,
you.
good.
And there we are. So this was in the year my mother was born, 1923, this particular photograph, in case Aristides can see it. And this is of the man getting a statue of himself made in the West, where he was considered a big deal as well. Won the Nobel Prize in Literature. That's what he went into. Because he's Asian Indian, he was forced to grow up speaking English. Because, the fucking Brits ruled the Raj. That's how he won the Nobel Prize in Literature. He's a product of colonialism. That's why he was fighting the colonialists with the Nazis and the Japanese. And now they call him a traitor. Fuck them. So there we are with that. So just showing that off, and hopefully that explains some things to some people that I've been putting together in the book, and these things take time. And there we are, Douglas Dietrich Nexus Magazine interview, which is also on my website. So if you could give them, there must be a way to just get to that on my website and give them that link to the Nexus Magazine interview on my website, Nemo, and that would help immensely so that they don't, wind up giving anything to Nexus Magazine. I don't even want them giving Nexus Magazine any views if possible. In the meantime, I think that's Aristides packing something for his dogs. Here we are as he goes on his walk. Probably the poop bag. He's got to bring the poop bag with him. Oh, God, I'm so glad I don't own dogs. The poop bag thing would kill me. Pooper scooper, the bag, all the rest of that. Dogs are just, they're babies, the children that never grow up. He says that's not a link to Nexus. Thank you. Appreciate that. Good. And I hate Nexus because they set up an ambush for me where everything was stolen in Australia. It was like, again, one of the most miserable times of my life. I try to remember good people, try to think about that, good people. And he says a copy to paste your interview in the context thing Aristides posted. Thank you so much. Nemo, you're the best. Excellent. Okay, I get it. So, thank you. Okay, so you see that, Aristides? Our man, Nemo, used the link you posted here in the text to link to my Nexus Magazine article.
So, that's the site I was talking about,
Excellent. So he's putting it to good use. There you go. This is Team Dietrich at work. Dietrich at work.
Yeah, I knew it could help us.
There we are. Yes. Excellent. And so I'll definitely
make sure it does expire. You can set the expiration time. So he elected. I don't know what he elected, or if it could be 1 hour, 1 day. So copy and paste it. Otherwise, if you want to keep it, it won't be there forever.
Interesting. Thank you.
It doesn't stay. Yeah, it's just a temporary.
Got it. So that's what he says. Downside is that the link has an expiration date. Yeah. And so, like Aristides said, if you want to keep it forever, do something like cut and paste it if that's technologically possible, or download it or something. And again, everybody is welcome to jump on who I've called, and that includes Amy Como, Sammy Romero. Of course, Amy has almost no Wi-Fi. Last time she was talking to me, she had to drive to her local library to get their Wi-Fi. And it's so sad. She's back to that technique. She's not at the same library she was before because she was living in a different place before. But it's everything in Vermont just seems to be a bunch of just people who inherited their homes. From their parents, and they're all drinking themselves to death while doing every drug under the sun. And they're all fucked up. And just like, it seems to be a barter economy where one's a plumber and he does services and gets drugs or alcohol. They somehow always are able to find alcohol. So he picked 1 day. Okay, so it's a 1 day link, people. open it up and then read it. He says that's the highest you can pick for the free version. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Nemo. Appreciate that profoundly. And of course, I've asked our dear Amy why she doesn't just move. Of course, it's not that easy. And she just needs to describe it herself. I cannot do it justice. It's, but honestly, it just sounds awful. And it's, the moment she was going to marry this guy and they cut his social security, and of course he can't find a phone to contact them, it's just, I just shudder. Feel so bad for her. He says they can copy and paste what's in that link into a text document and then have it forever. Excellent. So people do that. And what I'm going to do is, of course, do that myself after the show and add that as one of my essay, shall we say, maybe even alter it at that point. Add that as an essay link, which I can alter, if not substantially, then at least a little bit. Ian West has joined us. Now, who is this lovely young lady? Oh, hey, what's your name?
I mean,
Childish. So damn childish.
what y'all doing?
Yes, we're just waiting for you to return with lovely young ladies like this. So, what is your name, darling?
I'm Jessica.
That's what we used to do. But yeah, this is when I worked at Waffle House back in Alabama.
Yes.
That was the house. That's the hats we had to wear.
Yes.
Yes. It's stupid. It wouldn't fit.
Well, it looks good on you. Anything looks good on you, young lady. And there we are.
It works
Yes.
a lot. Thank you.
It does.
So you talked to Peter Moon. Is Peter Moon coming on?
Not that we know of. I don't expect him. Honestly, he's out in the middle of bumfuck Transylvania, and I doubt he'll have a Wi-Fi. But we have this young lady instead, and that's all the better. So I just and we have some clients in the back that are also on camera. I hope they don't protest. And so it looks like the middle of the night out there. So how late does Waffle House stay open?
24 hours a day.
24 hours. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well, there we have that. I'm impressed. And you're eating. Yes. Good, lucky guy. And so I envy you. That looks good. Very hearty. Maybe you'll finally gain some weight back for all the weight you lost.
Yeah, I've been riding.
Okay.
But
And
yeah, you guys contract get done, Ian. I just want to say hi real quick.
well, I do hope you're able to join us. I'm sorry. What did the young lady say? Oh yes. Great evening. Nice meeting you. Believe me. Yes.
I'll call you back. All right.
Yes, look forward to that. Yes.
All right. Bye.
Okay, bye for now. Okay, Ian West left for now. And I do hope he is able to join us later for a little while George Knight is with us. There's some things I wanted to bring up in the presence of George Knight about Ian West and I and where we agree. And I think these things are important, is to point out where we share the same perspective to a degree. I can tell everyone now the difference between Ian West and myself is, of course, my experience, and he's done most of his work through research, but some of the things he's found out are spot on. I want to emphasize what those are. He's developed a kind of perspective on this, but the difference between his perspective and mine is one of technology and scale. Technology and scale. Remind me to bring that up. Because he thinks of these underground tunnels as having like maglev, whereas I perceive them as being conventional rail. That's a major difference, and it means a lot. Also, he has this in his mind happening at like incubator baby level industrial production of kids. Believe me, it was happening at an industrial scale, but not at the point where it's like that. That's if it is like that, that's above my pay grade. It's nothing I ever saw. That's like if it's it's not like that. But nevertheless, it's bad. It's bad enough. The other thing that I saw on the internet reminded me of dear Heather Holman, and hopefully she can join us as well. Heather Holman brought up Cabbage Patch Kids, like clones. And I finally found the film, quite by accident, where she got that from. There's a film called Patchdown, which I guess has been quite influential on the QNet, because, you know, Heather Holman, she brings up a lot of Q stuff. So Patchdown is a fantasy. It is a dark fantasy. I have not watched the entire film. I can't bear to watch it because it's just repulsive to me. But they're growing kids in cabbages and pulling them out of cabbages at an industrial scale of like what would you call it? Factory farming. They're factory farming kids, babies, infants out of cabbages. It's a stupid movie. But people took it seriously, and of course QAnon turned it into something that's supposedly happening. Something that all the little rascals were really Cabbage Patch Kids that were cloned out of cabbages, grown like in botanical vats. It's offensive. It's offensive in the sense that it's offensive that someone would take that seriously and then promote that as something for anyone else to take seriously. But not that I'm offended by Heather Holman, of course. It's just that, you know, when next time she's on, I'll have some fun with that and bring that up to her and you know, try to tease her in a good-natured sense about it. Her life is a Fellini film, and there's a lot of memories that she has that I believe are Cascade memories. But like I said, compared to Penny Bradley, you know, she comes across as quite sedate. Penny Bradley was manic, and manic means when somebody just really goes off and just starts like starts really delusional into the point where it's offensive to even listen to them. And the only person who can listen to them with any patience is somebody who's paid to do it, which would be like a psychiatrist or a counselor. And guaranteed, if they're a psychiatrist, they're not going to listen to it. They'll just prescribe a pill and shut the person up. You know, their big issue would be, or their approach to the problem with someone like Penny Bradley is, what do I prescribe to this bitch to shut her up and calm her down so she doesn't talk at all, because every time she opens her mouth, all she's doing is damage to herself. And so that's how a psychiatrist would approach it. A counselor might actually listen and try to analyze that shit. But it's not worth analyzing. God knows. I was trying for a while there to destigmatize mental illness. It doesn't help at all. It just makes the person who's trying to help look mentally ill. So that's the sad reality. You can't help, no good deed goes unpunished. Okay, Heather Holman says driving, be home soon. So thank you, Heather. So let me give her kisses. So T-Tank Barry says we're coming in now. Good. So he was saying must be killing it bartending. Yes. And let me do this with Heather. Give her a little kiss here. Where did I go wrong? Trying to send her a little emoji here. I found it. Okay. It took me forever to find that honeypot to send to Sheila Gavin. And now I'm just looking for the normal kisses. I still can't get over the one guy, I was trying to send something different from the usual, hugs character emoji. And so the one guy I gave the greetings to with the touching elbows, which is an emoji that makes sense after COVID. And then the fucker says, "What's this shit you're sending me? Two butts bumping each other." And I'm like, dude, it's like, see a counselor about those invasive thoughts, dude. It's, really? You can't even greet somebody with an emoji without them turning into some homophobic two butts. Really? Really? I mean, they're elbows. Their elbows. He thinks they're people in short sleeves. It's elbows bumping with short sleeves. He thinks that it's a picture of people pulling their pants down and slapping each other's butts together.
I think that would be cool if there was that emoji. I would use it sometimes.
Thank you. Thank you. It would be cool. It would be like indicative of something. Oh my God. But it's these people, honestly. So here we are at Heather Holman. Kisses at Heather Holman. And so we can look forward to her joining us, and I can give her shit about the Cabbage Patch Kids and Patchtown and Little Rascals and all that. So are you back from walking the dogs, or are you still out there?
No, I'm out here. I'm just on the earpiece. But yeah, the cabbage, see, the whole thing with like that and Ian is like, it's another instance of like the 80-20 rule where it's like 80% has a legitimate basis and then they just go off the cliff with it, you know?
Yeah, thank you. Or in some people's cases, it's 20% and the rest of the 80% is...
Right.
Yeah.
It works, but yeah, the rule works both ways. But like, I think with the cabbage, you know, were they growing children in cabbage patches or incubators? Probably not. I think that ties into the whole like orphan train thing. Yeah. You know, if you've heard of that, which I can believe back in the day, when, like in the beginning of the industrial age, and you know, a lot of crazy shit happened, a lot of displaced people, a lot of poor people that were just like, you know, sure, we'll sell you our kid, you know, and they just rounded them up, put them on a train, put them somewhere, and go work in the coal mine, you know.
That's so awful. That is so.
I can believe that.
Yes,
I can believe that there were trains full of kids, full of exploited child labor, but I don't think that they grew up in a cabbage patch.
Yeah. For one thing, you don't need to when so many people are just getting pregnant, because obviously when they're poor they can't afford birth control or abortions. Right. So you can imagine them just producing kids, and the kids being, you know, okay, you want the kid? Here. I mean, I would pay people to take my kid away.
Right. It's exactly like, be practical. Like there's these people, you know, all this stuff, with the tunnels and cloning stuff, and I hear people be like, oh, I know, and I think it's come up on here before. It's like, oh, and I saw like this vision. It was like they had a whole row of clones of me, and I'm like, who the fuck are you? You're that important?
Thank you.
Cloning, you know, you're not that important.
Yeah.
Not that important.
Oh my God! And the point is, all these people don't understand cloning. It's like, okay, you're gonna if they clone you, it's an infant. Yeah. It's an infant. Right. It's going to take the next, 20 to 30. How old are you? How long will it take before it's your age? As many years as it took.
Even if they could make the adult, like some kind of magical adult, it would probably be very expensive. You know, a lot of investment.
Yeah.
So just think about economics. Like they would do it with, they would they'd clone like a president or something. Yeah. So they had, they're not cloning some Joe Schmo on the street. Like.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. No, these people really think a lot of themselves. But, I can almost understand why some of them would get to that point. It's like with Amy Como, you do realize after a while she is a targeted individual, so there's some level of energy put into fucking up her life, but that's a lot different from cloning her. Because harassing somebody is cheap. I mean, so, it's like... it's almost unbelievable. It's like she hooks up with this guy, they get engaged, and then he loses his Social Security check. I mean, that's got to be like, that's on the level of conspiracy. It's like, oh, shit. And by the way, just so people understand what I'm saying by that, I don't mean like the guy just misplaced his Social Security check. I mean, it stopped. It stopped coming the moment he engaged her. So it's, this is, poor dear. She needs to describe this before anyone can really appreciate what's going on. And, so there we have that. And thank you, Aristides, for that input. It is important. And so, believe me, they're operating at a level of Cold War technology. And that's really World War III technology as well, I'll call it. The Cold War was a third world war in effect. But they've still got conventional rails. And I would suspect that based on what Ian West pointed out, he himself pointed out, he's in Mississippi, and he saw these trucks that were running on the rails. That is what I believe they're using underground would be at that level of technology where they just got trucks running on the rails. At this point, rather than the flatbed rails that used to carry missiles, they've got trucks like that running on the rails to carry kids. Because they're only carrying kids in small amounts, not orphan trains. Because it's like... But then again, you know, if you're shipping in a lot of kids from the Philippines, Middle East, Latin America, you can imagine maybe at times, maybe it gets to that level, but yeah, it's not going to be in the number of millions. I mean, Ian West was saying, yeah, in Australia, millions of kids were rescued. I mean, millions? I mean, millions? I mean, really? I mean, it's just like, how do you handle that going to the bathroom? How do you, it's like, they'd be pissing and shitting all over themselves all the time. It's like, they half of them would die of fucking diseases that would be spread to each other, just by vicinity, and it just doesn't work. It doesn't work logistically. And feeding them, how do you feed them? I mean, even if you didn't care about like producing meals and we're just feeding them some kind of slop, like this is bioorganic slop, like the human version of pig feed, it's still, when it comes to high numbers, it's like a logistical nightmare. And how would you get them to line up to eat? How would you get them, you know, it just goes on and on. There's only certain numbers you can deal with before it's not worth it. So there we have that. And all right, so in terms of getting back into, let's check on the call, let's check in the chat, see if anyone asks any questions that lead to a pointism. Yes, so Sheila says, Douglas, you're cracking me up. Thank you, honey, and love you dearly. It's just one of these subjects where I'm still trying to find out the psychology behind what drives Ian to be so monofocal about this. He's what we would call monofocal to a degree. And that's why it's good to hear him talk about other subjects at times, like music, etc. Of course, what weirds me out, or impresses me, in a sense, is he's been making music with AI, and I guess he's doing all this on his cell phone. And that just blows my fucking mind. I mean, I can't, I can barely dial 911 on my cell phone. And half the time that doesn't work when I've called in the past. Of course, everybody knows the disaster that happened with my last 911 call. What a fucking joke. I mean, that's a story for the ages. I'm going to be, at that point, I'll be relaying that at some point as kind of like testimony to why society needs to so radically change. Now, all of that being said, let's take a look at the good stuff coming in. We've got some stuff came in from that lady who was my representative payee for a year, theoretically, because she spent half that year institutionalized. We've got stuff coming in from materials that I'll enter into my book as essays, annotations. Got stuff coming in from the link provided by our dear Nemo through the technology introduced by Aristides. And beyond that, let's see. In terms of other things I can bring up. Oh, yes, here's what I was working on with Amy Como. And again, once George comes on, I can work on this stuff while he does most of the talking. And that'll give my tongue a rest. Honestly, I can't stand the feeling right now. I've got this, where I bit my tongue. It's like a blister, kind of, and it's brushing against my teeth when I talk. I can't wait for George to come on so I can stop talking so much, because it's so irritating to feel that tongue blister rubbing against my teeth while I talk. And again, this is what bloodlust will do to me.
Are we pretty sure that he's coming?
Yeah. It's just, it'll take a while. You know him. He usually just takes a long while before he gets here. Let's take a look at time in London. And here we are, time in London. That'll tell us, fuck, I hit time in India by mistake.
should be, I think, 8 hours ahead of you.
Yeah, 8 hours ahead of me, always. Generally, until time change. 4:33 a.m. He won't be on for a while. He's dead asleep.
He gets up
right
early,
now.
though.
He does. He gets up comparatively early, but still, he's dead right now. He's dead to the world right now. I can guarantee you that, poor bastard. He works for a living. Well, like you do. By the way, that's unusual in Dietrich world.
Right.
Fuck. Well, Brendan works too. Yeah, actually, Brendan works. You work. George Edward Knight works. But hey, I'm actually entering a stage of Team Dietrich where we got more people working than not. Maybe. I don't consider Peter to work. Peter lives this privileged life. He's got the life where, like I told Aristides, I think he pays auto pay for his heating bills like I do, and he just forgot that, he forgot about it. Just all his life they've been taken out of his bank account. So after a while, he thinks all homes are just naturally warm. That's why he went to Romania without a jacket and wakes up freezing his ass off. Oh man, it's cold! I thought all buildings were naturally warm! Poor bastard. So there you go. What's this other thing in terms of, yes, Troy. I wonder if he'll be able to join us at some point. It would be nice to have him on because he can bring us, he has some perspectives that are, of course, valuable. And Sammy, of course, he's taking care of his 2 kids, and dear Brooke, God knows. Well, she's gotten rid of Meth Head. Maybe that's why she's all bummed out. And I don't understand why she's avoiding contact with me. Is she embarrassed that she didn't pay me back? You would think she had no shame. I wouldn't imagine that to even bother her. One time I
doubt it's that.
Actually, you'd be amazed. Some people, it's odd what bothers them. Shout out to Clarice Claudette, of course. Her care packages, of course. There's still elements of them I'm using today that she sent years ago. And let's see, who else was it that people who contributed in the nick of time? I really need to start crediting people, so let me go through the credits for this. And we'll hit one PayPal account before hitting the other. And let me take a look at what's this little news item here. Okay. I'm just taking a look at this. There's like this. I'm getting like incoming news items. One of them is making food out of thin air, and oh great, this pioneering factory in Helsinki is harvesting natural, scalable proteins from fermented bacteria. So they're showing me this picture of a bunch of rotten fruit is what I assume it is. It's either that or it looks like the inside of someone's intestines. Okay, all that being said, let's go into my PayPal account and start crediting some of these wonderful people who helped me through last month. And continue on web. And here we are. So Nolani Bouchard, wonderful individual, contributed 30 United States dollars along with her blessings. Bless you, honey. Love you dearly. Again, last month, the person who was the big contributor, equal to Brooke Hagberg, was Aristides. Aristides. And I know how to pronounce his name correctly in Greek, but I just don't want to give his last name out. And he was 200 United States dollars, which was eventually what Brooke Hagberg also contributed in smaller amounts, but they added up during the month. And then Aaron Tice, incredible individual who once served as a host during the absence of Peter Moon, a co-host, and he contributed 100 United States dollars. This was last month. These superheroes who helped me make rent There was, of course, Christoph Rimmer, $10.41. And Grace Miyaza, wonderful individual, money received, gift. Okay, bless you, honey. Love you beyond expression, 150 United States dollars. Devon Bulldog, a member of the First Nations in Canada, what in America we would call a Native American, $27.73. Then there was KP. I think that was the month before, though. Yeah, we're getting into right at the beginning. August, yeah, June, July, August. No, this is also the last month. KP contributed 30 United States dollars. And at the beginning of the month of last month, it was Nolani Bouchard again. So let's go to the other account now and give some credit to these wonderful people who contributed. And may their names shine in glory, or their names shine in the heavens. May their names shine in the heavens. Let's take a look at PayPal account. There we are, login. That helps. Put in email. Press the next button. With a yawn. Oh, God.
So that was last month, right?
Yeah, this is all last month. I'm still working with that with this other account.
Okay.
So I'll continue with some other names. Brooke Hagberg, 40 United States dollars on top of her other contributions. PayPal gave me 18 cents, 14 cents. This is part of this cashback program for their
World. Probably the world.
yeah. We're joined again by Ian West. Yes.
Right, what you doing?
Oh, good. Much the better for your calling. So what I was telling people was about your one of the things that I was hoping for was that you would be on when George Knight joins us for a few minutes, because I'd like to, while George Knight is with us, explain how your paradigm and mine are actually we are reinforcing each other, that we stand together to a degree, and where our differences begin is in terms of technology and scale. That you seem to think that. So I don't know if you heard me while I was saying this. Is that
No.
Yeah.
No. The reason I'm calling is because I got a bunch of people here and they don't believe in vampires. So I said, you want to talk to one? So I wanted to.
I just never met.
Yeah. So they wanted to see I wasn't bullshitting about you being a vampire.
Okay. Well, and who is this young lady that you're introducing us to?
Well, this is Jess right here. She's the hottest one that works. But anyway,
they're all hot.
This is my coworker for the day, Ron.
Yes, she's hot too.
Hi.
Yes. Hi.
So she's never talked to a vampire. Talk to her.
Honored to meet you.
Well, I never know if I met one. I wouldn't have known. If I'd known, I don't think I've ever talked to one.
I understand what you're saying. You may have met one, but wasn't aware of it. Yes. But you're looking lovely, and it's an honor to meet you. What did you say your name was again?
Raina.
Raina. So, dear Raina, I'm so honored to meet you, and you're working the night shift, and what's it like at night at Waffle House?
Hey, right now it's boring and slow and hot outside. But we usually, if we get a lot of business, we got a lot of people coming in, and it's lots of excitement because they're really busy. But it's just because the weather and the day of the week, it's kind of slow right now.
Yes. Well, Rana, I'd like to explain something to you, but I'm open to questions. If you've never met a vampire before, you have any questions?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I actually do have a question. Okay, so is there really a imprint that you can place on humans that can bind you to them, where you can feel things if something's wrong with them, or if you need to find them, or is there an imprint process that vampires have of possession over humans like that?
No. So what I will say is that it sounds like an intriguing idea, but really I think that what you're talking about is something like when we care about someone meaning humans in general, as opposed to myself. I'm not really baseline human, but humans in general, when we care about each other, we get this feeling of when something bad or good is happening to someone, we get this intuitive vibe that something's going on with them. I don't think that an imprint is... Well, I think in that sense, that's an imprint. Humans do that to each other because humans can care about each other. Yeah.
Yes,
but
I'm talking about a more permanent thing. Like, and also, were you born a vampire, or did you become a vampire? And if so, what year? Like, were you turned?
No, I appreciate your asking that question. That's a legitimate question. And no, I was born such, but I'm only a quarter vampire. And there is a term for that has been around for thousands of years, and people have used this term, and you can actually look it up. So for people who are hybridized and not a full or true vampire, they're called damphyrs. Damphyr. Damphyr. And so that's the real term for it. You could look that up. But when it comes to what a true vampire is, they're born such. Now, the only research that survived in terms of a state-sponsored program, which was researching vampires with a large budget and with every intent to try and integrate them into social exploitation, was done in the former Soviet Union. And that's where I can give you the majority of the detail about true vampires. Do you need to say something, Ian? Yeah.
No. I'm just fixing. I'm fixing the phone for her.
I know, and I don't want to get in trouble at work. I just wanted. I was interested in just talk to you. And so how do you say it one more time? The hybrid name?
Oh, Damphyr. DHAM. Damp. PHYR. Damphyr.
Oh, you know, that is crazy. When I was about to name one of my sons, my dad wanted me to name him Christopher after him. And all my kids have unique names. And I never wanted to use the Christopher or Christy or anything. But then I like the name Fire, PHYRE.
Wow. Oh, my God. That's delightful.
And so I named someone and named him Christopher.
That's beautiful.
So like Christopher, but it's Christopher. So that's pretty unique. That's close.
Yes, that's so creative and that's so poetic. I really admire you for that.
Names are like that.
Yes, and as for, go on. Yes.
No, go ahead.
So one of the things to explain to people that a lot of people don't understand is that they conflate vampirism with the occult, and it's a subspecies, so it's not a condition. A lot of people think of it as some kind of condition, like, oh my God, I've got to treat it as if it's like diabetes or something. But no, it's not debilitating, and it doesn't damage, shall we say, it doesn't impact my integration with society so long as I know what to do with it. But I am sensitive to the sun, have to be careful about how long I stay in the sun because I can get sick. But of course, if I were a true vampire, I wouldn't burst into flame, but it would feel like it. It would feel like it. You feel very sick, and it's all, I can go into describing that. But of course, when it comes to drinking blood, one of the things that I point out is that many people think of vampires romantically, and they usually think of vampires trying to seduce the opposite sex, but that's not...
I think that's why I wanted to meet you. I think that because my whole life I've been waiting to meet a vampire, and I think it's because of the romantic side of that. Because, like you said, I am very poetic.
Yes. Well, I can understand why people want a romance involved with it, but honestly, as I've explained before, because I actually am heterosexual and I have sex with women, I don't drink women's blood, because who plays with their food? It would be kind of like, imagine somebody who's having sex with animals that they eat. It's not something...
I get it. I get it. I understand.
Yes, so I've always taken blood from young boys when I can help it. And so in Silicon Valley, San Francisco, Silicon Valley, I can do that. It's and there's a whole social strata, a whole social reason why we can do this, why we can get away with it, which I can explain if you're interested. But go on. Any other questions before I go into that?
Not really. I'm just listening.
Yeah, so in San Francisco, there's a whole culture of subculture among the elite, the techno barons, the people who are making the money off of Silicon Valley, who are in charge of the startups and various other established companies, especially people like Peter Thiel and a number of others who originally, in the early days, work with companies like Ambrosia, which Ian West was bringing up the other day as J.D. Vance being involved with. Ambrosia works with blood transfusions from young people, but mostly it's boys. And this is because most of the Silicon Valley elite and wealthy, if not all of them, are men. And as a result, they want to avoid transfusions from woman's blood because they don't want the estrogen. But they're just human. They're just human, but it's a kind of vampirism, and it's a vampirism that expedites my genuine vampirism, where I can actually... Yes, go on.
Stem cells in it. Did you know that?
What's that?
Has stem cells.
Oh, she was talking about how period blood has stem cells in it.
Did you know that?
Hey, sorry, my battery's about to die. I'll give you a call back when I get home, okay?
Okay.
Meet you.
Yes,
She
nice to
said
meet
nice
you.
to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you,
Random.
darling. Say hello
She said
to...
nice to meet
Say-
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll see you in a bit. Bye.
Look forward to it. Bye for now. Okay. So he's going mute. Nice that her son's name is Christopher. That's adorable. And how coincidental. So, all such being said, back to giving good people credit for the contributions they've provided. Let's open up, see if I can open up all my accounts on this. They've restructured my productions account so that I'm not quite sure how to access it. I'm accessing parts of it. Okay, here we are. These would be transactions going back throughout the month, most of which were conducted through this productions account. Now, one of the beautiful things about the Brooke Hagberg contribution was it Lonnie Bouchard. One of them came just in time when I needed to fill in my taxi vouchers. And I was hoping for Brooke Gibson to pay me back so that I could do that. Unfortunately, she's been undergoing whatever she's going through and hasn't contacted me. And I don't know what's going on with that. At least her daughter contacted me. But all that being said, fortunately, somebody dropped in and gave me enough money to pay paratransit. It was Brooke Hagberg. She gave me 40 United States dollars through this account, and that enabled me to pay my paratransit and also for some of my pharmaceuticals, which are painkillers. I don't have blood pressure problems or anything like that, or what's the other stuff? Blood sugar problems or anything like that. So it's just what I have is they gave me protonics for digestion, because sometimes I can get acid reflux syndrome when I'm drinking beer, which of course I consider to be kind of a staple. And it does give me enough of a buzz where it makes it worthwhile to drink it. So that being said, who else? Victoria Hobbs. She's the one who actually helped me cross the finish line, as I said, to pay rent at 30 United States dollars. Brooke Hagberg before that contributed 150 United States dollars. So considering what Brooke Hagberg put on both accounts, she actually equaled to about a little over 200 United States dollars, something like 200 something. And God bless her for it. A wonderful individual. I don't know if this person wants to be named or not. Let me check and see if they said anything about remaining anonymous. They contributed half a hundred United States dollars. And let me see if they have said anything about being anonymous. Yes, they said anonymous. So they will remain such. And that leaves me naming, during the other transactions I'm looking at, the lovely Melissa Mayau, who then wrote this wonderful note I'll need to read to Peter Moon after he comes back and recovers from his adventure in Romania. And Melissa Mayau contributed $750 United States dollars, 75 US bucks. Stephen Myers before then contributed 60 United States dollars. And so all of these wonderful people can never be thanked enough, and they made Rent possible last month, with Melissa Mayau contributing another 50, half a hundred United States dollars that same month, last month, making her contribution really over 100 US dollars. Melissa Mayau, you're an angel. Can never thank you enough. And all of these wonderful people are made their names shine in the stars for eternity. Okay, so those credits being given, Amor Fadi has joined us. The man whose very name means conqueror in Arabic. So, welcome, good sir. And let me send him a nice little hug emoji. And with that, we're going to see if we can find out status on some of our other members of Team Dietrich, and see if they can join in on the conversation soon enough. Brendan Zogit has returned. So, dear Brendan, you understand the situation. Oh my God, I was so bloodlusting after one of the young boys. I bit into my tongue, and it hurts while it rubs against my teeth. Having you talk a little bit will help me immensely. I'm happy to be here to bounce off of you, but give us some observations, dear Brendan. Tell us a little bit about your day, what pisses you off. Go ahead, cathart, vent, take advantage of this time to let everybody know what an asshole everybody else is. I don't think you ever did justice to your relations, arguing over your dying grandfather, and just how he said you're the only hope, which is kind of like, what good does that do you? He never acknowledged you publicly in front of the others. Why could he not do that? Was he afraid in his dying moments to say, gather around everybody? Brendan Zogit is the only hope because he's the only real, earnest, sincere human being among you? What happened, Brendan? Why didn't he do something like that instead of this kind of telling you, alone? Like, you already knew that. Tell us, Brendan. Get off mute. God. So he's sitting there on mute, poor guy. At work. And there he is. So did you hear anything I said?
Perhaps. What did you say?
I said, why did your grandfather speak to you alone? Yeah, you heard me say that?
No, go ahead.
I was saying, why did your grandfather speak to you alone to tell you you're the only hope for the family? Why couldn't he have gathered everyone around, said, everyone gather around. Before I go, I just want you to know that Brendan Zogit is the only true, sincere, earnest human among you. Why couldn't he have done something like that instead of just telling you alone to your own face that you're the only hope for this family? It's like, you already fucking know that. He's not telling you anything you don't know. Why did he tell you alone?
He told my uncle separately, and that's why they hate me, probably.
Okay, interesting. Okay, that makes sense.
He told them that they have to support me after he's dead.
Okay.
So that's the only reason why they feel guilty enough to do what they're doing.
Well, thank God for that. But they're not doing much, are they?
No, of course not. It was like they quote unquote set up a house for me, and then I'm the one paying all the upkeep and all the bills and everything, which normally it wouldn't be normally that wouldn't be a complaint point, but in context, it's fucking awful what they did.
Yes.
They stole everything that wasn't nailed down, sold my dad's house, sold my grandpa's house. So I basically lost out on 3 different forms of inheritance for me to just basically end up paying for something that I should have just owned outright. So that's just, sounds like, from an outside perspective, it sounds like I'm complaining, but in reality, it's awful, what they did.
Well, the way to express it is, people might think that you're just being bitter, but they don't understand the dynamics of how blatant and brazen and just gruesome all of this was. And it just basically how you grew up with the potential for inheriting a great deal from a father who squandered it all, and unfortunately had an extended family. Yeah, an extended family that made it worse. But go on.
Yeah, oh yeah, they contributed to my dad's death and all that stuff, and then blamed it on me. And then I was ostracized for so many years, and then when I finally came back, they had taken all the assets. My grandpa ended up in a care home later, after I was the only one left caring for them for the last 4 or 5 years. So yeah, so that's what happened. Yeah.
And that doesn't even do it justice. That doesn't even.
That's synopsis. That's like a brief synopsis.
Yeah, and the horrors is that while you're working your ass off trying to better yourself with education, they resent you for that and tell you what a fool you are, saying, "Why don't you just get a job and make money like us?" Right.
Yeah, they had everything paid for. My grandpa bought their way through all of their schools, paid for their weddings, paid for everything, you know.
Yeah.
Like literally, like fully paid. Not like, oh, he gave them money to go to school. No, they were living with him. Like this one uncle, he's like an engineer, software engineer, and makes he's a multi-millionaire, but he claims, oh, I did it all on my own. And
they all say that. They all say that. And then when I
questioned him about it, I was like, oh, well, how long did you live with them? Oh, I lived with them till I was 30. So you didn't have to pay for food. You didn't have to pay for rent. And then he's like, no, I had to pay for my books. And mind you, this is the 90s when the books were not as expensive. And then I was like, did you use FAFSA? Like, obviously, it's been around since the 80s. So he definitely got financial aid. And he's like, I didn't do it. I never used government money. I'm like, you had to have. They require it. It's not an option. You definitely use it. And he's like, no, I would never take government money. I'm like, dude, you're full of shit.
Thank you. Thank
you.
So
in their heads, they did everything from top to bottom, and my grandpa had nothing to do with it. But they had no problem taking all his money when he was here, you know. And then after he died, while he was on his deathbed in the hospital, the one uncle, the worst uncle, if you could believe that, was like, I'm going to sell the house. I have to sell it now. And basically leaving his kids without anything, leaving the family without a house. And we had to clear out all my grandpa's stuff after he died and shit. And he destroyed my grandpa's garden, literally had someone go in and cut all the trees, which was totally unnecessary to sell the house. He just did all this superfluous stuff, just pure evil. Whether it was ignorance or not doesn't matter. It's still evil.
Yes.
And it's just fucking a shit show. And now his life's ruined because he's gonna sell everything, and he has a bunch of those COVID loans that he used for his business that never got paid, and he's fucked basically.
So, is the government really pursuing getting their COVID loans back aggressively?
No, because if you do all the right stuff, then theoretically they would forgive them. But you know how the government is; they ain't gonna forgive shit. It's gonna be dragging. Like you can't fall for that. Kind of like with the student loan forgiveness in Biden. They tried to pull that again. They were like, "Oh, we're gonna forgive your loans again. Just vote for Kamala." So, but they're not gonna fall for that twice. These kids.
Mm-hmm. But go on.
Well, this is my context here. Supposedly, all these, even the bigger institutions, have lost so many people, whether it was from dying from all the stuff that happened, or just plain old, just people are fed up with the system. They're having to cut entire programs to support the school.
That's right. They're cutting majors. They're cutting majors. Go on in half.
Not just majors, entire programs, entire buildings.
Yeah.
Are being cut.
Oh God.
Which is save money, basically on upkeep and all this other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, there's less and less people going to college now.
Yeah, because they're just debt traps. They're basically just debt traps.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, and that's the other thing. I paid for everything on my own, my half of it.
Yeah.
So I paid for my own school, my own car. I paid my own way for the last 10 years. Even though my dad had a house and I couldn't stay there because he was on drugs and dealing with I mean, it's nightmarish what I had to deal with. Like, even when I explain it to people, it's like they think I'm making it up or something. It's so outrageous.
Thank
Like
you.
I was with literal, like, these are like gang leaders and shit with huge, like fresh out of prison swastika tattoos, like massive, you know.
Yeah. Aryan nations. Aryan Brotherhood.
Yeah, Aryan Brotherhood.
Yeah.
Yeah. Adjacent.
Yeah.
So I had to live with those people against my will and deal with the street, you know, having to deal with the street at home, managing that while my dad's descending into madness and getting taken advantage of. And then my family still has the nerve to say, you didn't try hard enough. You don't want it bad enough. That's what this fucker was telling me.
Oh.
You just don't want to make money bad enough. That's what he was telling me. Fucking ass. It's evil.
Yeah, tell him I want to make it bad enough where I'm gonna knock your gas station off, motherfucker. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, but I had to keep it kosher. But so what? Him and his business partner, who are like managing all this shit, basically stealing all the money. So I wanted to bring this up on air because I told them I was like, I'm gonna fucking go public with this shit because it's just so wrong. They called me on my birthday and did like a hot mic. You know what a hot mic is, right? Where you leave the phone, when you leave like a microphone running, you don't know it.
Yeah.
So they left a voicemail on my personal phone number, right? Like a straight up voicemail that was, this fucker's a liar, just like his dad, like talking about my dead father and about me on record and shit.
Disgusting.
Right? So,
yes.
So when all my family was here, I brought it up in front of the whole family. I said, what the fuck is this shit? And then that's when they were like, shut the fuck up. But that's not true. And then I played it back. And then all of a sudden, they're all saints again. Saying, oh, yeah, you just have to, you know, that's just what it is. And, you know, all of a sudden, they're all like cooperating with me now because it's fucking on record how evil they are. So I'm just going to ride that out as long as I can. But yeah, so I just wanted to say on record that this is the kind of shit that I have to deal with. So not only did they like make me take care of my grandfather and my grandmother while they're dying, then they took everything that wasn't nailed down, all the real estate. My grandpa owned other stuff, like he owns like different like land in the town we're in. Like they were pretty much a big shot in this area. You know, it's just like a little cow town outside of Sacramento, but he was well known. You know, he worked all his life in the desert, bought all this stuff so his kids could, you know, succeed. And then these fuckers, the only ones that are left on this side of the family that aren't dead, while I was gone, they took everything and put it into their name. Like, and my dad had like $1 million home that was like completely paid off. It was an acre and a half in California of like properly zoned and everything.
Yeah.
Fully functional. And they claim, oh, we lost it all in taxes. When I bring it up, they say, oh, it was gone in taxes. The taxes took, you know, they try and blame, you know.
Human garbage.
Yeah, so they're total shit. And then on top of that, they're still talking shit about me and leaving voicemails on my phone saying this guy's a fucking liar, talking about me, when, you know, they're just projecting. It's just like Freudian projection.
Yes.
So that's what I have to deal with, you know. And then they're talking about my dead father too, which is like, you know, like whatever he did when he was alive is irrelevant. It's just like when they're dead, you know. It's just like fucking A.
Yeah.
That's just pure, that's sadistic. Like, you know, it's taking it to a next level, you know.
Yeah, the pettiness, and the vindictiveness of it all.
Vindictive, just wrong. It's just wrong. It's just plain wrong. And so I embarrassed them in front of that side of the family. So that the side of the family that was here, you know, they knew my grandfather. They were really close to him. And they were like, I can't believe your uncles did this shit. Like, this is horrible. Can't believe what they did to you. So I told them the whole backstory. And they were like crying and shit.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they were like, oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. So
that's incredible. And
exposed, you know, the evil, just as you've proven, it's like, you know, evil contains within itself the seed of its own destruction.
Yes.
So you can only go so long doing stuff like that before it just becomes apparent who's right and who's wrong.
Yeah, you just burn all your bridges constantly. Yeah. You're just fucking everybody over, and this is what these people do. But the point is their sense of it.
Healthy. Like,
Yeah,
none
go
of
on.
these people are helping. Like, this is the same lady that got like his business partner.
Yeah.
She got like super aggressive breast cancer and shit.
There you go.
And then, yeah, and all this like fucked up shit was happening. So I was like trying to tell her, look, you know, here's some. I was even being nice to her, giving her advice, giving her vitamins, you know, stuff that would definitely help. It wouldn't be like a net negative at all. And then this fucker pays me back like that by saying, "Oh, he's a liar, just like his dad was," and all this shit on record on my phone, like on a voicemail, like just to make it even more evil. You know, so
it's a form of terrorism. They were trying to terrorize you.
Yeah, trying to terror. Yeah, it was deliberate as far as I'm concerned. You know, still dumb. But these people aren't healthy. Like, and my uncle's starting to get this like crazy tremor, where, like his hands ache. So like he's probably fucked. So I'm gonna try and like. This sounds so fucked up in like out of context, but I'm gonna try and secure as much of the properties and stuff in my name as I can before whatever happens. Because the way these people like live, like there's no hope. Like I can't fix them.
Yes, thank you.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm just gonna try and play, like you said, just pretend as, you know, fake it till you make it.
Thank you. Yes.
And then by the end of it, I'll have enough stuff in my name that the probate lawyer will just give me the house or something. You know, just say, look, you've already been living there. You've already paid this much. Just, you know, he can manage it from there. You know, that's what I'm hoping. So.
Yes. Well, that's what you need to strategize for, and
yeah, it's in process. It's in process, you know.
Yeah, it's in process, and it should be. I mean, this is
it's not contrived because, like, I mean, they're killing themselves as far as I'm concerned. There's nothing I could, like I said, there's nothing I could do about it.
Thank you.
She has cancer and she's still drinking and just eating bad foods. You know, there's nothing.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. When you were giving her advice, how did she take that? How did she take the advice? I mean, did she like thank you or?
Like early on, it was like, what is it called? She was like in shock, right? But then after that wore off, then she put all her beans into Stanford and said, "Oh, they're gonna take care of me." And then she's just been getting sicker and sicker.
Oh, Stanford, yeah, they'll just like radiate you. They'll just you'll die of radiation sickness. Go on.
Yeah, so they fucked her over. But the point is, instead of her just saying, "Yeah, look, like I appreciate your advice," instead they like tripled down and make fun of me about me being vegetarian and stuff.
Or organic, about you being organic.
Yeah, or organic or something. They'll just straight make fun of me to my face, like, "Oh, ha ha ha, it has to be organic." You know, is this good enough for you? This kind of like condescending shit. Yeah. And then they'll be like eating steak in front of me, like, "Ooh, it's so good. I'm gonna eat 4 steaks," and it's like, that doesn't do anything to me. I've eaten meat like many times. It's not a big deal.
Thank you. Beyond that, by the way, tell our listeners, for every real big thick steak that you eat, it takes a few minutes out of your life at least. Several minutes out of your life is what they calculate.
Yeah, and that's statistic. I told them that. I was like, it doesn't matter what I think. It's like statistically, like red meat's dangerous. Like you don't. And in the past, like for anyone that wants context, like in the distant past, like humans only hunted during the winter. You would never eat steak every day and shit. That's why it kills people.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
They think, like, and then all those like carnivore people, just look at them, like Michaela Peterson and Jordan Peterson. Do you really want to be like that? Do you really want to be like those people? Like everything has to be in balance. Like, okay, eat meat if you want. No one's saying you can't. I've never said, like, and I've never gone up to them and said, "Oh, you can't eat meat around me," or I've never been a zealot like that.
Yes.
And I've eaten meat anyways. Yeah. But the point is that they think they're funny or something, but it's actually damaging them.
Yes.
So they get like these crazy like double negative breast cancer or whatever, and then she's eating meat in front of me like, "Oh, it's so good," and I'm like thinking to myself like, "Yeah, good, fucking kill yourself. I don't care."
Yeah, and just so people understand, this is what Brendan is saying is quite true. Understand that I personally love meat, like I said, because I do get hunger pangs and eat food, but I don't have much access to real steak because it's expensive, and that's probably to my benefit, but nevertheless, I would eat it if I could, but not at that level of, if you're doing this every day, This is, you're basically,
the modern meat supply is totally contaminated. I mean,
Thank you.
All the World Health Organization and even above the United Nations, it's called the what is it called, that thing?
The World Health Organization, or the
the UN has its own division called the Codex Ultimate.
Okay.
So even in those divisions of food safety, of world food safety, the meat is considered the most dangerous because it has the most level of dioxins. These dioxins are super dangerous free radicals that are cancerous and cause damage to the body. So I mean, it's like the data's there. They have the data. That's why they say to do it in moderation, because it has nothing to do with the meat itself. It's like by the time you get it from the grocery store, it's been sprayed by bleach like dozens of times. You know, there's nothing you can do about that.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there's different cultures.
Yourself and hunting it and doing that, where it's like, you know, the cow's healthy and you know that you're drying it out yourself in the Kalahari Desert shit.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's dangerous to eat meat. I mean, that's a fact.
I mean, it definitely. I think the meat is of better quality. Say, for instance, in Argentina, where they're grazing the meat openly, and Argentinian beef is world famous for being the highest quality. But beyond that, maybe Europe and Japan, obviously. But in Japan, of course, the real beef is expensive as hell. I mean, you're talking about hundreds of dollars for a steak.
Where they like wash the cow, but even that's like more humane. Like they take care of the cow, they feed it.
Yeah.
They like brush it every day, and then like it becomes like something else. But what these people eating just like from a restaurant, I mean, I'm sorry, it's dangerous. Like, it's just point blank. Like there's no arguing that at this point.
Yeah, no, it's true. Well, I mean,
for context, I've worked in every food service. I've worked at like at the grocery stores in the meat department. I mean, that is like, it's like Toxic Avenger shit.
Well, it's Buddhist hell. You were in Buddhist hell. That's basically
Buddhist hell. I was in Buddhist hell.
Yeah.
Purgatory.
Oh, with a pitchfork.
I mean, in this lifetime alone, I've paid for all the fucked up shit I've done, guaranteed.
Yes.
Like, you know, and
you're prepaid. You're prepaid.
Work like that, but prepaid. Yeah. I was probably the only vegan to ever work in like a deli and a meat department extended periods. Yes. And then I worked at one place like what Sammy Romero, he remembered, because it was so horrific, the story I told him, you know, where they deliberately forced me to fry the chicken in the back because they knew I was vegetarian.
Yes.
And I was like, I don't like doing this.
Yeah, wait, was this the Koreans? Was this the Koreans?
No, the Koreans were merciful. They let me cut cheese and stuff. So to their credit, the Koreans, because they understand Buddhism and Eastern philosophy, they said, okay, like this guy's like Buddhist, like we can't just like throw him in the meat department. Yes. So they let me cut like cheese and bread at the deli.
Excellent.
You know, and put the Asian guy on the meat slicing. So I told him, I was like, I want to do this. But the fucking Americans, these fucking sick fuckers, there's no other word for it, like demented fuckers. They when one of the managers was out sick, this other manager took over. She was like this 300-pound bitch that worked in the bakery.
Oh.
It's like, I mean, she was like mentally ill, obviously, but she put me on a week straight for frying chicken. After my car got wrecked, like she knew I had to like take the bus to work. Like she was just pure evil, you know? And then I bitched her out so hard, she started crying before I left.
Good for you.
So bad.
Good for you. I mean,
Buddhist hell. Yeah, Buddhist hell. Where you had to like, basically I had to like take the chicken thigh and like break it open and squeeze out the blood to make it blow up when you're frying it.
You know? Is this where the people came in and said, "Give me that greasiest piece. I want the greasiest." Tell us about this.
They would come in like, oh my god.
Oh, both legs sawed off with diabetes and shit.
Yeah. And they would come in with a 2-liter Diet Coke because they're healthy, right? 2-liter Diet Coke, and they'd be like, "Give me that one in the back." I'm like, dude, this one's been in here all day. It's like really burnt and stuff. And he's like, "Give me that greasy one." And I'm like, oh, this is sick. And then they would eat it right there, like, you know, like something out of like Beavis and Butthead.
No, George Romero. This is Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead shit.
Thank you. That's like almost giving them too much credit.
Yeah, know? That's right. That's too much credit. What about Derek Talley? Tell people about that son of a. I was thinking about him. Go on.
He's another one. Wait, you contacted him or something?
No, I was thinking about him the other day because I remembered. Get this shit. One time when he was on my show, amongst all the other things, this evil chicken shit piece of shit did, and everybody pointed out, how crazy he was, that he was always on his Facebook timeline. All of his news sources for all his posts were Fox News and all these right-wing shit. And, and he would always be watching this right-wing shit all the time. So you knew he...
Weird diatribes about they want black people to be gay. And we're like, what is... This is weird, man. Like, he was obsessed over it.
Thank you. It's like, what are you doing here with a cross-dresser whose son is gay? What are you doing here with a cross-dresser whose son is gay? But beyond that, the motherfucker, what got me was when he was bitching about being in the Marines and he was guarding an embassy. And he said, he couldn't do the embassy duty because he had a tattoo or something stupid like that. And it was some other shit in Puerto Rico. He was on top of some building in Puerto Rico. And they said, they had us on watch all night. And then when it came time for them to bring us a meal, it was just a ham and cheese sandwich. And nothing in it but ham and cheese. And I'm like thinking, how fucked up, must your life be that this would be an issue to you? You're in the fucking Marine Corps. You signed up for this. What did you expect? Oh, here's pheasant under glass. It's like, are you fucking out of your goddamn mind? You're,
And that sounded pretty good because I've heard other people, like, that they ate like MREs for like months straight, and then when they actually got food, it was like this fucking like shit on a shingle slop.
Yeah.
You've heard SOS.
Yes.
Where it's like hamburger helper on top of a slice of toast.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Honestly, he probably wanted that. He was like, where did that go?
Yeah. But beyond that, then this is the same guy who in Puerto Rico, then they brought him and taught him how to scuba dive. Remember that shit that just shows you he was in some MK Ultra program? Remember he was in Puerto Rico and that's where he learned how to scuba dive? And when I was asking him, because he would talk about it like he was Afro Jacques Cousteau and shit. And then when I would talk to him about it, turned out the only time he was scuba diving was there in Puerto Rico when they were giving him ham and cheese sandwiches on the fucking roof of the building that's where he learned how to scuba dive. So it's like, why would they teach him that? It was obviously MK Ultra, but you remember that shit, right? It was so bizarre.
Yeah. And some of this shit was like cascaded into his head. Like he was like, they fed me a jelly donut, and then I watched this kid get tortured. And
that's right.
And we were like, that was fucking Full Metal Jacket. And he's like, no, it happened. And we're like, no, you just described the plot of Full Metal Jacket.
Thank you. Thank you. And he was claiming, Full Metal Jacket was like ripping off his life or something. Remember that bullshit?
It came out before he was in the Marine Corps. We determined that later.
Yes, that's right.
So stupid. Like, no, the jelly donut was real. I saw it. And it's like, no, dude, they strapped you down to a chair, made you watch Full Metal Jacket.
Thank you. That's how crazy this motherfucker was. And he, of course, his dad gave him away. That's how his dad advanced. Remember, his dad said, I was a normal black guy, but then they made me an officer, which never happens, of course.
In Iron Mountain, no less.
Yes.
And Dad was on here. He was even trying to tell you some shit, and then he just like left.
Yeah, because I started saying, no, what about this and this? And then it's like, oh, fuck, this guy knows what he's talking about. I'm out of here. Yeah. I gotta go.
Yeah, he started sweating a little bit.
Yeah, that dumb motherfucker. But the only thing he did was give his son away to an MK Ultra program so that he could get advancement. That's what happened. Yeah, they probably tried to test that. What was that Andrew Tate shit on? They probably tried to test that. What was his dad's name?
He was a failed experiment. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
He turned into fucking like the grime monster.
Yeah. But
that's why they tried to do that same program with him, and they were like, he's too stupid. Or something.
Yeah, that's right. It all failed on him. But tell people how the food he used to post. It was like he was posting all this like piles of meat.
Supposedly in the hospital, like at one point you could hear like the machines beeping. Like he was in a hospital bed, like you could hear the machines in the background, like heart monitor. And then the same night he would post like, a giant box of ribs that he would like DoorDash in there, some like Southern comfort food. And he's like, this hospital food's no good, so I have to order all this shit. And we're like, dude, you're on dialysis. You can't be eating that. One time. It's just one. No, dude, it wasn't.
Yeah.
It was every night.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. That's right. Oh, and then he's yeah. And it was at first it was quote unquote cancer. First it was cancer. Then it was now I'm on dialysis. It was like like a flavor of the week. It was like a flavor.
Whatever it was, something happened because he was in a hospital and he was like, this food is terrible. Like it was a ham and cheese sandwich or something, right?
Yeah, so it triggered him and shit. Now he was ordering pizzas too. He's pizzas and ribs and all this shit he was ordering and everything. And then he starts asking for money on my show. Then he starts...
And there was that one lady that came on and said she was like cooking him cornbread and shit. So this dude was like gorging himself in a hospital bed. And then asking for money.
Yeah, believe that shit. Son of a bitch. Then we saw him line dancing with his dad, and they're the only ones not wearing COVID masks. What was that shit? What was that shit? After he's like, I'm cancer and diabetic, but then he's line dancing with his dad and all these other blacks like they're in a revival tent.
Yeah.
Yeah, he and his dad are not wearing any COVID masks, but everybody else is. What the fuck was that? It was like a cult. It was like...
It was like a wedding or something, he said.
Yeah, oh, Jesus.
I deleted him and the other kid out of my brain. Like, they're just so awful.
Thank you. They're just so sick. And who's the other kid? That black kid that Dan Arola tried to bring on my show and shit?
Oh, James.
Oh, Jambo. Yeah, Jambo the Reese Monkey. Yes. And then Dan Arola had his own prize pupil. You remember that? I taught him everything he knew. And then, of course, then he
fast forward a couple months and he like had some chick in his basement.
Yeah, he stuck her in a storage facility he was renting, like a storage trailer, and he was raping her repeatedly.
Yeah.
Sick.
And then we tried to bring it up with him, like, why did you teach him? And then he tried to say, oh, that wasn't me.
Yeah.
We were doing martial arts when he met, and it's like, that's not what you said before, man.
Yeah, that's right. Motherfucker. Back then when he was telling me I want to bring him on the show and shit. Yes. All these people had one purpose. They were there to scare all of the listeners away, but especially girls. Any girls I brought on the show, then they'd all like scare them to death with, Crystal, you remember? Crystal was attacked by both Dan Arola and Jambo because Jambo was just telling her, I want everybody dead and I'll be God, but I want you to love me. And Dan Arola...
Like, she's justified for not coming back, honestly, Douglas. That was the worst.
Yes.
Like, what they did to her was, like, unforgivable.
Thank you, and remember, then Dan Arola told her, you're a white trash piece of shit whore. You live in the white trash. I didn't even get the city right. What city? They're both in Dallas? What was it that?
One Houston. Daniel was in Houston.
Yeah, that's right.
But he was saying, yeah, you live in the scum part of town. And shit.
Yes, thank you.
She was so offended, as like rightly so.
Yes, he's such a piece of shit because he thought he had it all because he had Sugar Mama. He said, I got Sugar Mama. I live in the upscale part of town and I'll have this forever. I couldn't get it. Does he not understand this woman's coughing? Like she's got whooping cough. She's got, she's on a time clock. She's on a time. What's that?
I think the were damaged for sure.
It was all the drugs, you mean, that just damaged so he couldn't see
drugs and what that brain injury, all of it combined.
Yeah, thank you. He is, just total fucking retard. He just thought this was forever. I'll have this forever, and he deserves everything he got.
That was a recap of all the shit we've had to go through.
Yeah, thank you. Well, like Brendan said, actually, now Dan Arola can't even afford beer. Now the poor bastard can't afford.
We're laughing because he's not so sober. He's writing full paragraphs.
Yeah,
like he wrote me like a huge diatribe of like timestamps and paragraphs. Where like even I was like, "Fuck, reading this."
Yeah. But that's Richard K. Cole Jr. and what's his name? Steve Outram do that. They do that.
Yeah, because I mean, they have like no life at all.
Yes.
Sometimes having full benefits and being rich isn't good.
Thank you. Thank you. It's like you'd think, if I had that money, I'd be like meeting like various porn stars and shit. What is Steve? Yeah.
Or like at least like have a purpose.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. What is Steve?
You would at least do something.
Yeah. Yes. Well, I mean, I have social, shall we say, aspirations as well. It wouldn't all be just porn stars, but with Steve Alrim, it's like not even that. It's just I'm just gonna pursue Doug Dietrich and attack him.
Right.
It's other
one that like is falling on his own sword. Like he's so nasty that he's probably sick and dying somewhere. Like he does.
Yes.
Like those kind of people don't last long,
Thank you. Yeah, they're just too they're just too vile. They're just too vile, and it's their hatred. Their hatred
even
eats
being
them.
on the earth, like this is kind of like a heady concept, but like Buddhistic, like even being on the earth and having a human body, there's like certain requirements. Like you have to have certain behavior or you're gonna get kicked out. Like, So some people are like why their life is so bad or why they die at certain times. Like it could be past karma, but it could also be your current like disposition, like how you treat this life, like so you could lose your qualification for this plane too, like Earth, for being on Earth, like
Yes.
like
so
your passport can get revoked for even being here, and like then you go to like lower planes or hells or something.
Thank you.
That's the Vedic perspective,
Thank you.
You have to maintain at least your body minimum. That's like the basic minimum.
Thank you. Well, it's almost like an obligation. It's almost like a duty because you've been gifted this. Yeah. It's like somebody gifted you a car. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go on. Wait, you're kind of cutting up, so you need to get close to the mic.
I said like most people treat it like a rental car.
Thank you.
Like, worse than a rental car. Like the body's not meant to be treated like that.
Okay. So I'm gonna. Can you see the cursor moving, Brendan?
Yeah, I can see.
Okay, good. So what I'm going to show you is I'll be sending this to you later, and what I've been doing is, of course, has been working on the introduction to the book, and so basically what I was pointing out was some aspects. This illustration, for instance, that is about the Yuletide. It was at around Yuletide that Hitler gave a certain speech, so I added an illustration to try and emphasize the more Germanic concept of Yuletide from the old pagan days, but while blending into some of what became the Christian aspect. But one of the things that I was pointing out was, of course, my biological father's connection to Asian Indian cosmology. So what I was telling people about was, of course, the example of the man who became known as one of the incarnations of the god Vishnu, Parasurama, or how do I pronounce that correctly? Parashurama? That he was this ancient. Say that again.
Parasurma.
Okay.
One of the avatars.
Okay, thank you. He was one of the avatars, and I was pointing out, of course, how he basically dedicated himself to extermination of a particular ethnic group that had wronged his ethnic group, so that he could ultimately realize Brahmin supremacy, or how do I pronounce that? Brahmin or Brahmin?
The Brahmin.
Yeah, it's the Brahmin supremacy.
Go
on.
It's a cat, but it's not necessarily genetic. It's like it's a state of being. It's like it means beings with knowledge, with enough knowledge about the Brahman.
Okay. Yeah. Now, apparently, his beef or his nemesis was the Kshatriyas. So he apparently overcame them and established the Brahmin caste over the Kshatriyas, correct?
The Kshatriyas at one point were like sage kings,
okay.
And then they became corrupted, like later.
Okay, thank you.
Makes sense?
Yes, thank you.
So at one point they were like Brahmin level. They were like able to rule justly, just like the ancient Chinese kings. Like they were able to rule with like knowledge and understanding of the universe. But then later on, they just ruled out of force, and then that's when problems.
Yeah, one of the things that I was pointing out here, again, I'm trying to work on all this before I send it out, but one of the reasons that he was so angry at them was basically in the city of Mahishmati. Apparently, there was this one king who basically became enamored of this divine cow that had been born to that particular avatar's father. The particular avatar's father was known as, well, the sage, Jamadani or Jamadni. Do you know anything about this character in history? And this, yeah, go on.
Yamad Agni. Yamad Agni.
Thank you, Yamad Agni. And Yamad Agni had this incredible cow that was supposed to be a heavenly cow, Kamadhenu?
Kamadenu, yeah. Kamadenu is the holy cow. You know when you say the word holy cow. Like,
okay.
She was like the first celestial cow. Like, she's the cow that grants any wish. Like.
Okay. Now, they show her with a human face, right?
There's different ways to show.
Okay. Okay.
But Kamadenu is like the mother of all cows. Like,
okay. So she was stolen by the king of this city of Mahishmati. And then, of course, that's when the Parasvarama, how do you say it again? Parasvarama? Parasvarama?
You're talking about?
The hero with the axe. Yeah.
Paramrama.
Paramrama. So this guy, Paramrama, right? He went and got the cow back after his parents were murdered and the cow was stolen.
He slayed people. I mean, like, so what's good about the Vedic is it shows that like God can come back and like it's not just like, you know, rainbows and daisies and shit.
Yes.
Like when God comes back or like when divine manifests, like it's not fun. Like for the beings that go against nature and divine.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And so what I was
scared, and that's why these beings like the Desperati and these people are scared, like the Masons.
Thank you. And so what I was trying to point out was Hitler's positioning with this, and ultimately after exposing all the reasons, why he had to do what he did militarily, which of course I'm trying to explain as quickly as possible, but nevertheless just takes up, as you can imagine, just page after page. I returned to Savitri Devi, who you're familiar with. You know of Savitri Devi, of course.
Of course.
Yes. And so one of the things that I was pointing out that I'm releasing in this book was a photograph taken by my mother. And so...
the lady that wrote Lightning in the Sun.
Yes, thank you. And I was trying to go on.
It was very like the Vedic connection to like your biosire. Like there was a reason he was like veg and stuff. Like
yes,
you know.
Yes.
There was more to it than what they just give about like, oh, he was like a crazy art student. That,
thank you.
No, it's like there's a lot more cosmic things going on.
Thank you. So he was a vegetarian because, of course, of his connection with Hinduism as well. The understanding of these. When I was talking about Savitri Devi, what I was pointing out was she actually took her name. She was born Maximienne Portas in Lyons, France. She was a trained spy who traveled to India to study the Aryan heartland and commit espionage against the British. She changed her name to Savitri Devi, daughter of the sun, the daughter goddess of the sun, when she was living with this individual who at the time was actually well known in the Western world. Of course, nobody knows about him now because nobody can spell his fucking name. And they don't even know how to pronounce it to spell it in the first, but he's actually Bengali, Ravindranatha Thakura. And of course, when it's Asian Indianized, it comes out more like basically Rabindranath Tagore. But he was actually a Nazi collaborationist. Most people didn't know that. He won the Nobel Prize, but that's a relation of my mother that he's next to. My mother took the picture. He's next to the first female architect in modern China. This is Madame Lin, who was a famous architect in modern China, and that, of course, is Mr. Ravindra, or however his name is pronounced. Again, trying to pronounce the Bengali, I think it's something like Ravindranatha. But in his day, when he won the Nobel Peace Prize in Literature, he was a big deal in the West. They actually, at the time, they called him the Renaissance man, of the 20th century, or the greatest Renaissance man of the 20th century. They had statues built of him, all this other good shit. And of course, he spoke perfect English because the British made, the elite learn English. So that's how he was able to make an impression in the world. But nowadays, of course, there are a bunch of people who are trying to call, and this is why I connected to another article to prove he was with the Nazis. Now they're trying to say, Rabindranath Tagore, the traitor! The poet's fine words must not disarm the nation any longer. So I'm pointing out, but, obviously because he was working with the Nazis and the Japanese, that's why I was putting in this photograph taken by my mother to prove that point about how this Nobel Peace Prize winner was on the side of the Nazis because he's fighting colonialism. And, of course, was hanging out with the relation of my mother at the time. So this is what I'm putting together in just the intro so I can give people some idea that I know what I'm talking about. Then, of course, pointing out Lightning in the Sun with Savitri Devi. She was living with him when she changed her name to that. So he probably told her about what name to take. It was pointing all of this out. And, I'm sorry, say all of that again because you've broken up completely.
Am I audible?
You're finally, and Heather Holman has joined us. So welcome aboard, dear Heather. But Brendan, finish what you were saying, please. Repeat it all.
Oh, I was saying that there are methods to taking upon that kind of name.
Yeah.
She was initiated in some kind of, school or, by a yogi or someone.
Yes.
Someone with enough knowledge to give her that name, Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. That's an important thing to point out.
Savitri Devi is like not her personally, but the actual goddess.
Yeah.
Savitri Devi is the power behind the sun.
There we are. Thank you.
So, when the sun is in its goddess mode, it brings light on things, right? She's the daughter of Savitr and the wife of Brahma.
There we are. Thank you.
Yeah. So she used the power of her dedication to prevent Yama, the god of the dead, from taking her husband when he was fated to die.
Ah.
So she's a savior goddess. Yeah.
That's excellent.
Of Brahma and a form of Saraswati. Yeah.
Thank you. Very good. And so, dear Heather, come join us, dear Heather, and tell us about what's going on with yourself lately and how you're feeling. How's Vinny?
We're doing okay. We're hanging in there. It's just really hot here.
Okay. And but aside from all that, did you hear what I said earlier about the Cabbage Patch Kids?
Yes, I did. I was laughing.
Yes. Well, tell us a bit about what impression you had of this.
Of the
concept.
Of the Cabbage Patch. It's just interesting to me because of the way that they used to solicit babies with postcards and the human trafficking regalia of that turning of the century era.
Okay. Could you explain a little bit about what you mean by that? Like the human trafficking regalia? Is that like
well, like they would have postcards, and with the baby's pictures that they were trying to sell, and I think France had something to do with it. I don't know if there was really a baby making factory that was happening because, that was done 5,000 years ago. That's nothing new.
Okay. And what I'll do to kind of verify what Heather is saying is I'll look something up. But by all means, do you have any thing you want to bring up with Brendan here? Because both of you have such a good chemistry with both of your knowledge. This is it. This is what I'll send to Brendan when I'm done. I sent a copy already, but I consider it inferior and still in process of working it through to Aristides. But it was about Michael Cremo, and more of the work that I did in is when I found out more about Michael Cremo truly did convert specifically to Hare Krishna, which, as Brendan said, probably was because he went where the money was at so he could get sponsorship for his research. And so I wrote heavily about that. Our dear Heather is also providing some
well, I don't know about Hare Krishna movement supporting their book venture.
Okay.
I don't think that's what happened. I think
the co-author was also ISKCON. So,
Yeah.
They were in a Christian consciousness in the 60s, in the late 60s when it began.
Okay. Yeah. And so when it came to here we are now. This is what I'm looking up. Okay, so let's take a look at some of these images here. So here we are. This will give, maybe this is what Heather also knows about. Just so here we are. So this is, believe it or not, and the post office, the United States Post Office, used to mail kids. So for those of you who don't know, you could actually, it was once socially acceptable and affordable to mail children. You could buy children by mail order. So this is what Heather's saying about postcards to solicit children. May sound ridiculous, but it's historically true. Just so people know this, postmen were considered official agents of the government, and they were armed. They had the same authority as an FBI agent. So here's, and then people would...
The post marshal still exists as an office.
Yeah.
Like, if anyone steals your mail, you have to report to the marshal, the post office marshal.
Yeah.
And they're like an actual armed police force, yeah.
Yeah. And of course, it doesn't mean they'll do anything, but yeah, he says, what he says is true. What he says is true.
On the books, on paper, it's there. Let's just put it that.
Yeah, it's just like, one time I caught a bunch of them stealing out of my mail. That's a long story, but that's what postmasters do, is basically they have a bunch of dogs trained to sniff out money, and then as soon as they find an envelope full of money, they just rip it off for themselves. That's what most of them spend all day doing today, but...
Yeah.
Anyhow, so postman with a small boy in his mail bag circa 1910. So they used to stuff these kids in bags and then mail them, like a relay across country if necessary. This is like, so this stuff really fucking existed. So you'd have a little note, please mail me to Kentucky. Shit like that. So there you have it. This is like, let's see what this kid's carrying. Oh, I like this one. This one, okay, this guy's looking officious. This one, of course, is just a big-headed fucking kid. I mean, notice the kid's head is bigger than that of the adult. So that's here, this one, the kid's holding the mail. I like that.
That's because they're grown. They're not raised like regular people. They're art vegetable or something.
Right, they come out of the Cabbage Patch. I see it. I mean, Aristides, Brendan, do back me up on this. They do look like Cabbage Patch people, don't they? Yes.
See, the reason why I personalized this is because the only baby picture I have of my grandfather is a postcard, and he says it's the only baby picture of him that existed, and I know he's long gone, and it really doesn't pertain to anything actual that's happening in my life realistically right now, but it's still something that I'm curious about and that I will always be curious about.
There we are. Well, look at this. May Piersdorf was 6 in 1914 when she was mailed by her parents in Idaho to nearby relatives. This is what happened to Heather. She got stuck in the mail. Yes, she got stuck in the mail.
They would put the postage on their clothes. They would stamp their clothes.
Yeah. Oh, there we are. You sound like you know about this from personal experience.
I do.
Yeah.
I mean, I've done my research. That's a good one.
Yes. So there we have it, people. It's not as, see, you hear things on this show, you think people are hallucinating, and it turns out it's historical. So
turns out it's true.
Oh, yes. What happened to Brendan? Holy shit, he disappeared. He couldn't take any more of this.
He just took off. Yeah. I wanted to share a picture with him, too, but
he'll be back. What are these sheep? These are sheep they're cloning, honey, out of vegetables?
Those are the vegetable lamb of Tartary, or they're called Scythian lambs.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
They grew like
lamb shape,
I guess, but they were actually alive.
Wow, cool.
So it's the same concept of the Cabbage Patch Children.
Okay.
I think it was about the same time period too.
Uh-huh.
They just grew.
Yeah, and so these are like bonsai trees. You kind of have to grow them and clip them.
Yes, exactly.
Oh wow, that's adorable. I wish there was some way.
That's what we contribute to the population increasing.
I'm not quite sure I see the connection.
of making people and creating a population.
Okay, but if they want to kill us all off, why do they keep making more?
They don't want to kill us all off.
Okay, that's other people that say that. You don't hold that stance? That they want to kill a lot of us?
No, I don't think our government would spend so much trillions of dollars in investing in things and spending it on technology if they're trying to kill their people.
Well, I mean, I used to hold that stance. I did for years. I said it doesn't make sense. They want your taxes. They need people to pay taxes. But then they realized almost nobody's working anymore. And most of these people are on the dole.
A lot changed, that's for sure. No, but I, in general, especially in the targeted community, I do not think people are out to get people.
Whoa.
I know situations that from people I've personally known in the past from Revolution Radio and things like that. That there's a sinister clandestine group of people that is going around killing people. But that's why I kind of dipped out of that when I started realizing it became obvious.
Mm-hmm. But honey, in terms of Revolution Radio, targeted individuals, the targeted individuals, they make their lives living hell. Aren't they trying to drive...
It doesn't have to be that way. It is totally self-inflicted.
Whoa! And
coming from me, you know, I just purposely have to ignore it or pretend it's not happening to keep it from becoming a problem.
Okay, and does that help?
Well, so far so good.
Okay, okay, that's good. I'm just saying thank you to Supercluck, Superclutch 420.
And maybe I'm talking about a different demographic. Maybe what the targeted community is now is not a community that I personally identify with. You know.
That's probably for the best. Yes. And probably healthy for you.
Yeah.
So, in terms of, say, for instance, these, what if they had just bred so many people they feel it's time to cull the herd? You know, start killing a bunch of them because there's simply too many now. Isn't that
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, if, I'm not saying this sarcastically, I'm just saying if what you say is true, where they spent a lot of time producing people, almost like growing them like vegetables, and we came up to billions and billions of people like we got now, maybe they're thinking now of harvesting? Maybe it's a harvest time? So then a number of them...
No, I don't think that. I don't think they're cloning babies. I do not think that there's underground tunnels with incubation chambers.
Thank you for qualifying that. It's an important
You're
thing
welcome.
to qualify. Okay, so what do you think is the situation? We're just naturally giving birth to the point where we've got a kind of a population boom. I mean,
I think that you were pretty right a long time ago when you said white people are breeding themselves out of existence and the whole planet is going to become one general population.
Well, I mean, that's something that I said is it potentially could happen if something doesn't happen to alter the situation. Yes. I have said things, but I do want people to understand I'm not coming from the same angle as the, shall we say, the reactionary right wing that says, oh, replacement theory. I don't come from the replacement theory angle where I'm saying this is a conspiracy, rather that this is just sheer demographics. The demographics are that what I pointed out was that prior to the two world wars, the white population of the Europeans, Americans, and Russians, these were the dominant northern hemispherical populations, inclusive Canada, of course. And this northern hemispherical population base was actually quite large before World War I. In fact, it would have to have been, or these empires from Europe could never have conquered the rest of the world. The reason the rest of the world was colonized was not simply because the Europeans were somehow superior, or the Americans or the Russians, but rather they also had numbers on their side. So the population of white people in the world before World War I was something like close to, if not over, 45%. So it was almost half. And through two world wars, where millions and millions of white people died. When 70,000 men died in a single day charging machine guns in World War I, all the way through World War II, where death occurred, of course, on an industrialized scale, and literally hundreds of millions of people died. By the end of those two world wars, the white population was about a quarter of the world. It cut itself at least in half, and has been shrinking ever since. So, yes, this is where I approach it, is from a historical perspective, is how I approach demographics, as opposed to the radicalized, reactionary, Russophobic, or Russophiliac, meaning the Russian worshipping whites. They all think that there's a replacement theory going on where this is part of some conspiracy. It will never attribute to conspiracy what you can attribute to stupidity, auto-destructive stupidity on the part of these two world wars happening, which, of course, my biological father, Adolf Hitler, tried to prevent, the Second World War. But no, all the rest of the whites wanted another world war, and they all attacked him. He wasn't attacked by any black nations or Asian nations. No, he was attacked by just a bunch of fucking whites. These are the whites with their self-destructive tendency. So that's not replacement. That's self-destruction.
Well, Doug, let me ask you this. Do you think that the Civil War wasn't even about a war between sides, that it was more to destroy the architecture and history so they could rewrite history?
You're thinking in terms of Tartaria. That's a Tartarian myth.
Well, there's been 5 annihilations, and I think we're going to have a 6th annihilation. Tartarian, I think, was only one aspect of one of the annihilations, or that's the last annihilation.
So, do you remember what the others were? Just out of curiosity.
The first one was the Mahabharata.
Okay.
That's all. I mean, I don't really know a bunch of stuff about it. I just believe that there's been annihilations where, Noah was the other one. That's a good one, when he flooded the earth. And the mud floods, they come from the inside of the earth, not the rain in the sky.
Okay. No big arguments here. I mean, what we're dealing with. So what you're talking about is through a kind of Vedic filter, you're talking about the mass extinctions.
Yeah, and the first one, the Mahabharata, is the atomic. They had atomic weapons and what we would call nuclear weapons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at least.
Yeah.
At least. And probably Scalar. Well, certainly Scalar, because entire continent sank. So,
they
had
the craziest weapons.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And Brendan's back here to join us to explain some of these weapons. So, Brendan, right now what Heather's talking about is the 6 great mass extinctions as seen through a Vedic filter. So perhaps you could take this Vedic narrative and kind of help along with this. I think that these are not illegitimate concepts. These are concepts that are, as far as I'm concerned, respectable. So add some further respectability to this, Brendan, and bring up what this brings to your mind, if you can come off mute.
Also, I'd like to talk about Barbaric later on.
Pete?
Yeah,
you.
Sure. Sure.
Back, I had to get some accoutrements for my chapati that I'm going to make. Sorry about that.
Oh, cool. That's fine. That's fine. Did you hear what we were saying?
No, I don't have my headphones, so I was unable to listen. I can't just have you guys playing in public.
So Brendan, yeah. So Brendan, Heather Holman was trying to explain the 6 great mass extinctions through a Vedic filter. So she was bringing up 2 mass extinctions, and maybe you can also make this parallel. Heather, start again with what you were saying. The
mass extinctions, it's not a flood from the sky. It's the flood comes from the inside of the earth.
Well, I mean, before we go to the mud floods, what about the first Vedic thing you brought?
The first annihilation was the Mahabharata.
Okay. And
yeah, that was just what made me start thinking about it.
There's many before that specific one.
Okay.
They're called like Mahapralaya. They're like events where like the game gets reset.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's reset like everything.
Well, by the way,
there are smaller ones that have happened as well.
Of course. And so, Brendan, one of the things that I was bringing up in my essay that I'm going to send to you as soon as possible, along with George Knight, but I sent the basics to Aristides, and I'm working to expand that. But one of the things that I spoke of when I entered into the basically, I started with an analysis of Michael Cremo's work because I felt that that was necessary to do because I'm introducing my own, shall we say, retro-paleo-futurism, this kind of, well, paleo-futurist kind of cosmology for the history of man. And what I'm trying to do is introduce briefly that we have been here a long time. But what puzzles me, of course, are the challenges of Cremo's perspective, which is, of course, Krishna conscious perspective. And both he and his co-author, as the further research I did, I found out they're both certainly Krishna conscious movement of members. And they dedicated their book to the man who established Krishna consciousness, that Bengali gentleman whose name I cannot pronounce. Heather, maybe you can help me here.
Srila Prabhupada.
Thank you. I couldn't pronounce that one.
All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Yes, that's who they dedicated their book to. And so they're...
Prabhupada Bhakti Vedanta. That's like a very shortening of his name. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Swami, what is it? Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami.
Yes.
Prabhupada.
Yeah, but by the way, for our listeners... Yeah, go.
Bhakti Vedanta Prabhupada. Yeah, and it goes even longer than that.
Oh, man, yeah. I mean, for our listeners, the Srila part I get because it means, like, he's great, he's the shit. Yeah, he's
Shri, I always think of Shri as like sir.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. Except it's super sir. It's like he's the cat's ass. Yeah.
Srila.
Yeah, Srila. Anyhow, so when it comes to what I was pointing out about Michael Cremo, so he says humanity's been here, and he's arguing, of course, with all these paleoanthropologists and stuff like that. And I was pointing out, first of all, he has an almost pathological, he will not let anything go. So I was pointing out he produced an entire book that's, another monumental work that's simply called Forbidden Archaeology's Impact, in which he's just responding to all the critics. And I mean, this is how obsessive this guy is. He will not let anything go. I mean, this is like critics will say something and he will answer them. And it's like he is constantly on the lookout for who says anything about him and then responds to it. I don't think that's healthy myself.
Oh, no. So has he responded to you from talking about him?
Yeah, not yet, thank God. But like I said, I choose my words very carefully because of that. But I said that in the analysis that I do of his work, that first off, he obviously knows what he's talking about religiously, but when he comes to science, I was pointing out that he's got some misconceptions that a lot of people have. There's a lot of people share these misconceptions about science, but one of the things that he's saying that got me thinking was he was pointing out, humanity's been here 1 billion years, but of course if we go by our understanding of geological history, that means humanity was around at times when the Earth was very oxygen starved. But then I thought, well, that would mean people around the time had to be anaerobic, and maybe that explains why so much of the Vedic art shows them as blue. I mean, that's when I started thinking, maybe that explains all these blue people.
It's simple. They were smaller.
Okay.
I always think of when I saw the artwork when I was a child, I would see the blue people and I would think of those are the invisible ones. Mm-hmm. That's how I would describe it from the mind of a neophyte.
And the blue thing is it's like a misconception as well. Like that was like put in later.
Okay.
The monsoon cloud.
Dark. Krishna was dark. It just means dark.
Interesting.
But it's really simple answer. They were smaller and bigger. Like when there was more oxygen, there were like giant trees and giant people. When there's less oxygen, like Australopithecus, like 4 feet, 3 feet tall.
Interesting.
Simple.
Okay.
Simple answer. Yeah.
Okay. And but is it possible?
That's in the logical record, anyways. Like.
Okay. I mean, that's fascinating. So I do address some of these in what I'm writing. But is it also possible that maybe they were biologically different to the point where they were, maybe the blue is more conventionally explained as well. It's not like I'm married to the idea of there being blue, and like you said, it could be just a concept that came later.
Like copper-based biology and this kind of stuff.
Yeah, something like that, where maybe the biology.
Them being blue, I mean, they're not from this plane. Like,
okay.
Like those were not just like casually chilling down here.
Right. Yeah.
Like, when Christian, he was like dark. He was black. Like that's why his name is Christian. I'm like,
okay. Thank you for explaining. Yes. Thank you.
So if you see like the pre-Mughal like artwork, like the pre-Brit and pre-Mughal, like they showed Krishna as like super dark and Dravidian.
Okay.
Like,
fascinating.
He wasn't blue, and blue is specifically just to show avatar, like of Shiv and Vishnu. So it just means a being, like avatar means a being that crosses from higher planes, like like blue always meant heaven, like they're coming from somewhere, the sky.
The monsoon cloud. They're gray like the monsoon cloud.
Yeah, it's a symbol.
Okay, but also what makes that fascinating? Did you hear the one time I was discussing how humanity has, for much of its history, the majority of cultures could not see blue, literally could not see it. That it's something
that was pink.
What?
Many languages still don't have a word for pink. Like most of them.
Right.
That's like pink.
And also
pink and blue.
Yeah, and blue, because the Koreans have no natural word for blue. They have to use a loan word, and so, which goes a long way towards explaining a lot about Korea. Look, I'm not trying to be anti-Korean here. I just want people to understand that the Koreans overwhelmingly have gone Christian, which shows a real spiritual kind of paucity, spiritual poverty. In other words, their culture was not strong enough to retain their integral culture. And instead, they all picked up this alien Christianity in South Korea. And in North Korea, they picked up this alien cultist religion called communism. But in both cases, it shows that the integral spirituality didn't seem to be strong enough to withstand at a larger social scale. It might come back. Maybe it's just kind of hidden and will resurface, one hopes. But I hope people understand what I'm saying. But it would explain a lot why they never developed the word for blue, which, again, many cultures never had until later, much later as their cultures developed.
The Greeks didn't have blue.
Yeah. That's right. Yes, I went into this at length one time, and again, Pete got all resentful because he felt I was
was there once a time when pink and blue did exist, and we are just now living in this other reality where they don't exist, and it's just RGB.
RGB.
Red, green, and blue.
Well,
the colors are the same. I mean, always. It's a principle of light in the universe.
Right, but what about holograms? Are holograms, do they include all of the colors like pink and blue?
Depends how advanced. Like in Star Wars, the holograms like only one color.
Yeah, there's different shades of gray.
Depends how advanced your technology is.
Right.
The 7 rays are always there. I mean, that's like 7 chakras, 7 rays. Like on the physical, that's how it is. Like on our prakriti, like our level.
Yeah, and so when what was I going to say? There's so many things that come to my mind with this. But by all means, Heather, continue asking your questions. You want to ask me about P?
I'm sorry, what?
You want to ask me about Peter?
Peter?
Yeah.
How is Peter?
You said you wanted to talk about him, like Barbaric. You were calling him by his.
Oh no, Barbaric. Barbaric was an ancient warrior. From the Mahabharata.
Like being from the past.
Oh, well, tell us about this, Brendan. I can't answer that question.
Yeah, here's my take. I think he's an AI or a robot, but that's probably far from the exact truth of the matter.
So it's a character from the Mahabharata. He's the son of Bhima, of course.
He's not in the Mahabharata. He's never mentioned in the Mahabharata or any other.
Yeah, he is. No, he's
He
from. Yeah, yeah. But he was so what you're saying is he was so powerful he wasn't allowed to participate. That's why.
Well, I think that he removed his own head, and his eyes were still talking, and his mouth was still working hundreds of years later. And it was made out of metal. Wouldn't it mean that qualifies to be some kind of an AI robot?
No, this is modern stuff that they put on him. Like,
this is like new age shit that they coat ancient.
They took like liberty and added it. Like, because I saw those videos as well. Yeah, they said like, oh, he was the first cyborg or something. You know, and there's like some temple that claims they still have his head or something like that.
Yeah, no, they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. And because it's made out of that metal, and the same metal that is made of Jagannath's heart, or Krishna's heart, that is placed inside of the Jagannath, that is exchanged every 12 years or whatever. They have to make a new tree for it or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's the same kind of metal, which is like they can't burn it and it can't be destroyed.
Yeah. I mean, they had technology like that back in the day. So he was given. He was given this kind of boon, and he was taught to fight by his mother. He was taught to always fight for the side of the defeated. And he continued to adhere to this principle to the end. And he possessed incredible skills that enabled him to kill heroes on both sides of the war. And when he came to aid the war and demonstrate his power, Krishna sacrificed him to Rachandi, and his wishes were to witness the war until its end, which Krishna granted the boon, and severing his head, and it remained present watching the war until its conclusion. Yeah, Barbarik was a yaksha named Surancharya who was born as a human, and his guru was Krishna, and he was a follower of Lord Shiv. He was exceptionally brave and skilled warrior of his time. He learned the art of war through his mother, and through penance obtained a bow capable of conquering the 3 realms with limitless power. He was also given 3 invincible arrows from Lord Shiv, and was given the title the 3 Buḍḍhist. So he's basically a warrior that could have turned the tide of the war at any time. And then when he actually had to jump in to fight based off principle, Krishna had to kill him, basically. So, and there's nothing in the original story that says he was like a cyborg or anything. That's stuff that people put on later.
That would be the only way to understand it in modern times. Is that it?
No. There's just people that make stuff up, like just.
Okay, so when they put him on a tripod to watch over the whole Battle of Kurukshetra, was he not a drone?
No, Krishna. I just read it. Like, Krishna gave him that boon to stay alive until the end of the war, and then after the end of the war, he was like, he was able to like go to. He was like able to, because he lived a pious life, he was able to go to like higher realms. Like, nobody's stuck. Like,
they found his head in a box, did they not?
No, that's just the Indians make shit up like this all the time.
or new age people do.
Yeah, well, there's plenty of those theosophists in India too, but basically they just say like, look, it's at my temple, so you can go donate. Like, because when you go there, you have to give them money.
Yes.
So it's just the business. I mean, it's like these pundits and stuff. The word pundit is like, that's what they are. Like, pandit is an Indian Hindi word. Like,
he was like, Barbarik was also semi like moron because he couldn't recognize faces. They said, is that true?
No. He was very intelligent. No, this is.
They said he couldn't recognize faces. He could do math at any like a calculator.
You mean he was like somebody who's an idiot savant or an autistic spectrum?
Yeah, he was
like a robot. Like a robot.
No. He wasn't a robot. It was like like what Douglas is saying. It's like he didn't have full faculties. Like, he was, like, every being has their own qualities. He was like, we would call them autistic now. Like, he wasn't able to do certain things. But...
So Barbarik had developmental disabilities. Is that what you're saying? No?
Like, that's how someone nowadays would say it, but it's like...
Yeah, that's the politically correct way to present it.
No, it's
No,
just
no.
that he processed differently. He
Yeah,
processed.
he processed.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay. You sound like you met him, honey.
No, I kind of identify with him a little bit.
Okay. Okay.
Nobody really wants him around, you know, because he's
That's
gonna
cute.
just mess
Well,
everything up.
They wanted him on. Everyone wanted them on their side, but he had this like principle. He was so powerful, he could have ended the war in one day. That's why they told him to sit out the war. They said like, this dude's so strong, like he will destroy. Like everyone would die in like the first day.
In 1 minute, the war would be ended in 1 minute. He said if he was.
Yeah, because of his principle. So like one side would win, then he'd switch sides, and then he'd kill enough, and then he'd switch sides and kill enough. It would be like impossible for any side to win. Like they'd all get decimated.
Yeah.
That's why he had to sit out the war. Like. And because he was like devout, like he bowed to divine. He like Krishna killed him, like and gave him.
And
that.
how were the other people watching the battle from miles away, hundreds of miles away?
I mean, they had technology that's like more than any TV or like any radio. Like, so all the technology we have, like radio and all that stuff that works on the electromagnetic spectrum, like that could be done at any time in history. That's another thing, Doug, like about Michael Cremo is like
Yes.
that's the point of finding these things that are millions of years old is like, if we could do it now, it could have been done at any time in history on the timeline.
Yeah, there's nothing
There's
new
nothing
under the
stopping
sun.
that.
Okay.
You just have to have the knowledge of how to do it. And the
They
knowledge.
probably had the internet too. They could have had the internet, right?
They have better than internet, like Ethernet. Like, they have, like,
They have Ethernet. That's funny.
no, they have more technology, like higher planes, like, you know, like a crop circle. Like, there's nothing on Earth that can make that. Like, stamp something in a field in the middle of nowhere in like less than a second. I mean, no one, like, we don't have that. Like, they have it. Like, higher beings have it. We don't have that. And it's not
how they fly the ship with their mind.
Yeah, Vimana, like the Vimana that Ravan had, like was like smokeless, fireless, and
I'm talking about the UFO they found who crashed on the moon with that person who was driving the ship with something plugged into their head, they were driving the ship with their helmet, and it was something fused into their mouth or in their eye.
I saw all these videos.
Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah.
And what on earth? It's whoa! How come none of us hear about this on the news?
I've talked about it before. It's called the Mona Lisa. It was an Apollo, I think 18 or Apollo 21 mission that nobody knows about.
Oh,
this is like this is. I'm not talking shit.
Bagging on me.
I've gone through all this stuff, but I'm saying this is like fan fiction. I mean, it's like
thank you.
It's not. It's. I believe it's real.
But why? Why, honey?
Like the presentation of it is so cheesy. Like it was like a dried out like mummy with like something on her head. I mean, it's just. I'm sorry. It was cheesy.
Yeah, it shows her brains leaking out her nose.
Yeah.
But why, honey? Why are you so attracted to these kinds of claims?
Well, because I think that the people I thought they were the Canaanites is who I thought that they were.
Who?
Just who are these people? You know.
What people?
The ones that are crashed on the moon.
Well, I mean, you get all this from one video you find on YouTube?
It was one space mission, the Apollo 18 or Apollo 21. I'm not sure.
Like a creepypasta from like 2012. Like
it's from a long time ago.
Yeah. But why did this make such an impression on you, Heather? I mean, you saw it as a young lady and just thought, "Wow, this is neat." I mean, it's
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Well, I gotta back Heather up on something.
Of course.
she's absolutely correct about the controlling the ship with the brain.
And you speak from experience.
Well, not from experience, but I know because our U.S. military are using these new what are they called? They're called what was the shit that they put in the shot? What was it called?
Of course, it comes through a vaccine. Of
Yeah,
course.
the graphene. Yeah, our military has this graphene sensor headset.
Like
that
some God molecule. It's been around since like the 40s. That's what's so fun. The graphene thing.
And now our military is using this technology to control robot dogs to go out in front of their platoons, check the landscape, and report back. And whoever is the commander that has this headset on, they can control the dog with their mind, but use their situational or without losing situational awareness. And our military has that right now. That's what they're doing.
But didn't Brendan just say this same headset's been around since the 1940s? You did say this, right?
No, the graphene molecule.
Okay.
Like they've known about its piezoelectric charge and all that since like the 40s.
Yeah, it has to do with the Bluetooth, probably.
Yeah. They do.
Doug, you take care of this.
It's
But no, I try to figure out what kind of technology that I harbor, and so that's what interests me with these things.
Well, I appreciate.
Do you have an Android phone? Do you want to see what your Bluetooth signal is, or if you have one?
No, I have readers and things like that.
Okay.
Well, tell us what you could do to show her. I want to know, Ian, what you would use to show her about her technology. What's your suggestion? Say she said...
You download this app called BLE Analyzer. You turn it on, and you walk with your phone into different parts, or different rooms, or different spaces. You walk around with it, and whatever number stays constant, that's your Bluetooth signal.
I didn't know that. I have microchip readers, and like if they have beacons, to find a beacon, or if there's microchip RFIDs in the area, it'll tell you which one, and then it'll allow you to connect to it and maybe write it if you knew what you were doing, you know.
If you got an Android or an iPhone, just download this app called BLE Analyzer. Okay, yeah, BLE Analyzer.
Yeah,
just download that app and just walk around, and then you'll see if you are emitting a number.
BLE Analyzer.
Yeah. But if you guys want to see this technology about the mind control, or the control whatever with your mind, I got a video of our military using it with these robotic dogs. I can send it to you.
Sure, of course. Heather, what I don't understand is you said you have these readers that already give you a reading on your technology that's implanted within you, yes?
Oh, no, I was able to pull up a serial number, but it's probably the one to my cat. I don't have a reader to the one that is inside of my person.
Okay. And what
I
is
mean,
that?
I can hold it up, like I can hold the phone up a certain way where it does ping on something, but it's like not authenticated or something because it's not from these days, you know, it's from the 1970s.
Okay. When you were born?
Yeah. No, when I was a child.
Okay. And exactly what so this technology is basically an app on your cell phone that you're talking about?
No, but with the technology that there is now, 40 years later, that's just what's transpired in the technological world.
Okay.
It used to be really simple, and now it's like really complicated, but it's not complicated. It's all figured out. And so you could go onto your phone, you can find a beacon, you could find a signal. It'll tell you the signal, it'll tell you the number of the signal or whatever, a frequency or whatever it is. And then it'll allow you to go onto the chip or whatever, if it's a BLE, like he said, Bluetooth, blue light or whatever.
Okay. Now, Ian just left for our listeners to know, so that I don't know what's going on with Ian. Perhaps he had a break. Yeah. Go on.
Basically, what he's saying, if you download that app, it shows Bluetooth devices, and then when people have taken it out, especially after, you know, what happened the last few years, they would see these unidentified MAC addresses just floating around in public. And a MAC address is something that identifies a piece of technology, as in hardware.
Okay.
So there's a bunch of these hardware MAC addresses floating around with no visible computer.
I'm going to
or
go ahead
visible
and
phone.
share my screen if I can, if you don't mind, and then I'll show you what I mean. It's not a MAC identifier, or it could be.
Well,
this is it.
Okay.
It is. That's the thing.
Okay. So we're all looking
This
at
is
the
my
screen.
old phone. Yeah, bear with me. So I have this one. I use this red one. Microchip Bluetooth data.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then you just go to different ones. I don't know because I can't connect my Bluetooth to it because of Skype, so I can't do that. But this will tell me like whichever things are coming up, like our vacuum comes up as one of the things that it reads off of, you know? Yeah.
Okay.
But I also get a number to a microchip, and I don't think it is the same one as my cat because I checked the serial number to my cat's microchip and it's not the same one.
Did you intentionally get your cat microchipped, or you're simply assuming they've been microchipped?
I just got her that way.
The ones in the animals are RFID, radio frequency identification. These are based off of Bluetooth. So these have like actual microprocessors.
Well, there's two things that come in with the RFID chip that I have. There's a small one and there's the larger one, and the small one was the one that I removed. The oscillator.
You removed. You dug it out of your body?
No, I went to the dental fair, Douglas, and the dentist took it out.
And what did they do after that? Give it back to you or just keep it?
No, he asked me if I wanted to have it, and I said, hell no, dude, because I looked at it, and it was clear, and there was black and red wires in it. I'm just like, I don't want that. I don't think anything good could come of me taking that home with me.
Okay, and so he took it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that, and it's fascinating, and I mean...
He didn't know what it was. He just thought it was a baby tooth. So when he started to take it out, it is when the nightmare began and all the trauma.
Oh, God. What year was this?
2015 or 12. I don't know. I talked to you the same day.
Oh, of course. That goes without saying. Maybe that's why all your nightmare and trauma started. Yeah. She said probably. That's so cute.
No, it started a long time ago.
Of course. Okay. So all of this is fascinating, but such being what it is, now that Ian has left, we can kind of change the tone of the conversation a little bit. And what else comes to your mind? Yes, Brendan, that you'd like to bring to our attention.
Oh, nothing. I just said we need to get more grounded because I'm like going bonkers over here.
Yeah, thank you. I don't blame you. So how about those photographs that Heather sent? Take a look at them. They're in the... Do you realize this kind of plant? Do you know anything about this? Heather, perhaps you can tell them a little bit about this. The plant...
I don't think I'm ready for that.
No, well, just take a look at it. This is not... It's not baby shape. It's something else. It looks like kind of like a sheep.
It's the lamb of Tartary. It's a Tartarian or a Scythian lamb.
And tell us what you think of this, Brendan. One of them looks like it comes in a plastic bubble wrap. No, it's actually in a glass. Okay, so I didn't mean to say that. That sounds awful.
No, I read it. It's some kind of growth.
Okay.
It's a lamb of Tartary, and it grows like that. And it only feeds. See the circle on the ground? That's because it's eaten all the grass that is within his reach.
Okay.
I don't know if the people end up eating it or if they keep it like it is a pet. Or if it's a garden thing, I don't know.
I said maybe it's like a bonsai tree and they just kind of trim it, but it looks more like it's taxidermized. Well, it can't be because it's a plant. It's more like they kept it dried, kind of like they would preserve a desiccated plant. I mean, it's neat. It's like, but...
Oh, you don't think that there's something alive on it?
Well, I mean, certainly at one time it was alive and just grew, and that there might be living things like moss or lichen that are on it, but any impressions, Brandon?
Yeah, it kind of looks like a mushroom.
Yeah, there you go. Cool.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
And mushrooms are very close to, they're eukaryotes. So.
I don't know.
So you tell us about this eukaryote thing. What about the mushrooms are eukaryotes? So they're close to... Say something?
They're close to like mammals, like like regular biology as opposed to plants.
Thank you. Go on.
They're closer to us than they are to plants, basically.
Thank you. Thank you. This is an important point. It was what I bring up about. Now, tell me your own impression about this. So this is what I get into later in the book. And for some reason, this has somewhat captivated me. So let me take a look at my Google Docs here, get up the book that I'm working on, and scroll down to the part where I'm talking about the Carboniferous. As I said, I was talking a lot about my own analysis of what went on with our man, Mr. Michael Cremo, who I would do the credit or give the respect to of referring to by his slave name. Now, of course, they all join Hare Krishna, and like I said, how come you didn't get a kick-ass Hindu name, dear Heather? And she said, well, she never really went through, was it, Heather?
Initiation.
Okay. And so she didn't get the kick-ass Hindu name that...
because I say that my spiritual master is Srila Prabhupada, and that is my spiritual master, and normally you go through like a discipline kind of succession from a leader, or you have a spiritual master who's like your guru who gives you the name. Mm-hmm. I didn't have that because my guru, Prem Sharma or whatever, is Srila Prabhupada.
Okay.
That's who I go to for my guidance.
Okay, direct to the source. I get it. So it's like a Christian who has a direct relationship with God. Yes.
Jesus. Well, they're supposed to go, whatever.
Jesus, yeah, which is God. Anyhow, so Dhruta Karma, that is, of course, as Brendan pointed out, which is why I researched it, Dhruta Karma Darasha. And Dasha, I point out, is not a surname, but a title meaning slave. This is the spiritual name like Muslims often have the name Abdul, meaning slave, but they mean a proud slave, a proud servant of Allah. In this case, it'd be a proud servant towards somebody who ultimately wants to, as I said, work in terms of the Krishna consciousness concept, a slave in the proudest sense that hopes someday to work with, the source. And
I don't know. I think that a servant is someone who chooses to serve, and a slave is someone who doesn't choose to do it, but they have to.
Yeah, that's a very important point. But at the same time, when you submit totally, then in a sense, slave is used because you're in total submission.
Full surrender. They call it full surrender.
Yeah. And okay, so that having been said, and I point out, a lot more about my impressions of Dhruta Karma, and I may not be pronouncing his name correctly, so correct me if I'm pronouncing it wrong, Brendan or Heather. And so after I'm done talking a lot about Dhruta Karma and what I agree with and admire him for, which is, forcing us to basically study our history, the historical narrative, reconsider it. Later on, I start getting into the Carboniferous myself. I point out, of course, that fire exists only on Earth. For those of you who do not know, among our listeners, we have not found fire on any other planet. So everyone understand volcanoes spew molten rock, and these volcanoes we do see on other planets, but magma is not fire. And the sun is hydrogen in the gas and plasma states of matter undergoing nuclear fusion. So none of these are fire. Only Earth has fire that we found so far. Now I'm going to take a look at this image that Aristides is sharing before I return to showing everybody this. Aristides found a nice image of our lovely Savitri Devi, and her husband, let's see, are listed as potential Axis agents by British intelligence. Thank you so much. Yes, excellent. And so I do appreciate that. Where did you get this from?
Yeah,
yeah, I put that.
Yeah, thank you.
I was looking. I was just trying to find the confusing name of her husband.
Okay, right.
And that popped up because it says her name and husband, but yet it doesn't. Oh wait, there it is. Is that the right name?
Yeah.
Asit
Mukherjee or something.
Mukherjee.
Yeah. That's
right
it.
Guy?
Yes, that's right. There's like a congressman or something.
What's MI7?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now that's interesting, isn't it?
It's so secret you can't know about it. If
Yeah.
you know about it, it's not secret.
Yeah. I like it.
It's like
MI7 is MI7.
It's like, do you think all the good stuff's at Area 51? No, it's at like Area 52 already.
The War Office.
Yeah.
It's a branch of the War Office for press and propaganda. There you go.
Oh, okay, maybe there's a reasonable explanation.
Yeah. And so Ian writes
in
us.
other words, they wanted the information public. That's basically.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. And by the way, Ian says, "Sorry, my grandma wanted me. I'll be back in a minute." Okay. Thank you for sharing that, Ian. Of course, like I said.
Whatever's happening.
Yes, like I said before, Ian says.
Asking right now. I'm asking for the perfect pronunciation. Since you're using it for your book, I'm finding out right now from one of the members exactly how to pronounce it or how to refer to him and his godbrother name.
Okay. Thank you. So yeah, I don't think she's found out yet. But like
I'm waiting for a response.
Wait, I'm saying who?
Thomas Loka is this wonderful devotee. He was temple president in Laguna Beach, I think during the 80s, maybe the 70s, and then he was in Canada. He was the president in Canada. Temple. His name is Thomas Loka.
But what? I'm sorry, Brendan, you're not coming through very clearly. Repeat.
What were you asking them about?
She was asking them about
how to pronounce Druta Karma, if it's Druta Karma or if it's Druta Karma.
She wants to know how to pronounce the name of Michael Cremo in the Hare Krishna consciousness sense.
Because there's there's a signet, there's a thing on his name where it's a straight line over the A.
Yes.
So in English,
that would be... It's called a Macron. Yes, that would mean that would be pronounced like Drute Karme, if that.
Drute Karme.
Yeah, Drute Karme.
How I would say it. Yeah. But I just want to make sure if you're going to be referencing him in your book, that's all.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. She's doing us a favor. Yes. And like I said about Ian, he said he's been, all alone, living with his grandma and his aunt, and they're starting to look good to him. So when he says, sorry, my grandma wanted me, I hope everything's still going straight there, so to speak. So now he brings us about the ghost robot dogs being trailed. Yes, so thank you there. Here are the mind remote robots. Mind remote robots. But what do they do when half these guys don't have a mind to control the robot dogs with? It leaves a bit of a conundrum there. Personally, I think the dogs are doing the leading and the soldiers are just following. Okay, all of that having been said, with what I was going to point out about something that is struck me about, of course, the fire situation. I'm sharing the screen again. And of course, I'm pointing about, the development of fire. And then we run into these very mysterious things that came up around the time that fire really started cooking, 430 million years ago. And of course, these superstar, ancient, gargantuan Homo prototaxides. So prototaxides, no one really knows what the fuck these things are, but their very name means first U-man, U as in tree, and then M as in, homo, like in man. First U-man instead of human. And they're kind of like mushroom people, like you saw in the Japanese horror story. And so they've been speculating about this, and everybody just has their own way of trying to interpret these organisms. We know that they were big, towering giants that, basically they've been trying to reconstruct what they look like, and growing to 9 meters tall, that's 26 feet plus. And of course, they keep speculating. They keep thinking giant fungi, but this is based on a composition of lichen, and this lichen might have coated them, but it was probably symbiotic, or it might have been parasitic, but it apparently is separate from the organism itself. They don't understand how it got to be so tall, and they don't understand how it anchored itself. So they show these things as extraordinarily tall, and they would have keeled over immediately if they didn't have roots, yet they're not trees and plants in any normal sense, so they can't have roots. So all they know is that they were big, and of course I've seen documents from the Department of Defense days that suggested that they ranged and that they kind of moved, but they couldn't flee fast enough. A glacial pace, of course, real glacial pace. And they couldn't move fast enough to escape the fires that started burning because of all the oxygen in the world, and therefore they were burned. And a lot of the government documents of researchers felt that when they were cooked, the insecta ate them, and that's one of the reasons the insecta grew so big. Well, we know that they burned because we found the fossil charcoal. And so they decided that because these were so tall, they attracted lightning. And that meant that even if lightning struck nearby, that they would be impacted, that they would, in a sense, feel it. And basically, so these organisms, once they were set ablaze, then again, got to the point, insecta ate them, the insects grew large. That one of the reasons, aside from all the oxygen, and hence the golden age of big bugs that came into being. Like the one that attacked our dear friend, Brendan Zoget. Giant scorpions, big ugly fucking things. And of course Pangaea came into being, which was the one big single supercontinent, along with the first true wood, and you had a lot more fires. And of course these different kinds of trees that reproduced many millions of years before the dinosaurs took to roaming the earth. All these tropical rainforests. And I try to explain the fire paradox. And of course, if people lived at that time. If people lived at that time, I explain in my book that water is not a problem. Finding safe water might be about as easy as today, but actually easier because there probably weren't any beaver fever parasites because there were no other mammals. And therefore, our infectious agents that our body, if we went back in time, we'd probably have a easier time fighting off whatever parasites they were, because we've been fighting off parasites that have been evolving for 300 million years. Of course, the big problem would be no fruits, and we'd have to burn bark and make a tea of it, etc. I pointed out in order to get vitamin C. But in general, less danger from diseases because so few would have evolved. And pointing out other things about what it would be like. This is, of course, what they feel our continents will merge into in the future. And that's with all of our boundaries so that people can understand where they're at. And then I pointed out again the carboniferous paradox about all the forests burning when they were so wet. And I was pointing out different things about that. And then this is the original Pangaea looked like this, the original single continent, along with if our borders today were implanted on that continent. But yeah, so I was pointing out all this and pointing out that the biggest danger back in the days, well, it might have been, okay, these, aside from the big insects, because insects grew really fucking big back in those days, you had amphibians, and these amphibians lived in a burning world. It's one of the reasons we began to affiliate salamanders with fire, and salamanders came to represent these elementals. That I also began to point out, of course, the European concept of the fire salamander, based on this racial memory of when man was back in those days. And of course, the first true reptiles began to emerge. They were just emerging. And and of course, you still had the prototaxites hanging around. That would probably be the biggest danger to man aside from these fires, which were enormous. And of course, they calculate that because of all the oxygen, the fires would have been over 300 meters high, just their flames alone, and that they would have had true flaminados, fire tornadoes that were burning constantly, and reforesting by burning down the old growth and making room for new as an important part of their environment. But we're getting these phenomena again with global burning. With the climate change, we're beginning to see flaminados again, and which is why they have to study them. But I was pointing out, of course, the various things cited by firemen from the Department of Defense photographs I stole of various elementals, where firemen often run into what they call, say for instance, ember devils. And then, of course, the pyro whirls. And this is right in front of a church here. I could make that a little larger for our dear friends to see who are looking at these photographs. You can see the church spire. You can see these pyro wheels just turning right through the cars, just churning them over. I mean, this is a real photograph. I mean, this is like, once again, we're getting these Carboniferous age phenomenon in the age of global burning. And of course, again, a real photograph. This is an actual flaminado, a fire tornado. It creates its own lightning storms within itself. This is what we're contending with in the age of global burning. And of course, this will lead to firestorms. This is what's predicted in the age of global burning. So I'm pointing all this out, throughout the book. These different things have been catching my attention. So then, of course, finally, I point out something that very few people know about, and I dealt with only through my Department of Defense records. These oxidators that are entities that seem to be an intelligent elemental that burns nonstop or until it's finally stopped. That, of course, challenges people. So this will be in the book, but just showing that to all of you right now. And I don't know, any thoughts that it brings to your mind, Brendan, concerning what you know about the past?
Oh, I'm off mute, so oh shit. So basically, they are elementals. There are plenty of those things.
Thank you.
And those things could also be related to like jinn and stuff.
Yes. My thoughts exactly. And what would be... Oh, and shout out to Debbie Storm, who's joined us in chat. Super Clutch 420 says, with transparent enough skin, blue blood shows through. So that's a thought. Yes, that's true. But of course, I also understand what Brendan is saying, that a lot of this is symbolic. And I always thought it symbolized because so few cultures could see blue until they reached a certain spiritual stage, that it's also a litmus test. If you can't see blue, then you won't be able to see the avatars. Does that also make sense?
That's the point. That's the point. Yeah.
Okay,
that's exactly the point. Because that means you wouldn't have been a successful civilization, because you would need to have stationary farming. Then you'd have to refine your arts to the point of refining your eyes and your artistry to that point. And then you would be able to identify the colors like that.
Excellent.
Precisely, exactly.
Excellent. Aristides, as an engineer, what I brought up, any thoughts that it brings to your mind about biological structure or anything? Prototaxites, with nobody being able to figure out what it is and all the speculation on going about it. The Department of Defense records that I saw, and they did deal with paleology, anthropology, and various other topics that were Defense Department contracted, where they had parallel research programs to those of what were going on in conventional academia. The prototaxites, any ideas? Again, what I saw gave the impression that they drew the conclusion that these were essentially semi-sentient. And because Brendan, I keep insulting him constantly. First I call him Brandon Young, then I call him Peter. At any rate, dear Brendan brought up the fact that the mushrooms are very close to human beings in a very real sense, closer to humans than animals. So the concept of mushroom men is not that far out. Any thoughts, Aristides and Brendan, please?
Mushroom men, you say?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, kind of. I mean,
no, I don't know anything specific. It's intriguing. There are cool theories about.
It's basically just like an ant. It's like an ant. That's all.
Ent. ENT. He's comparing it to an ENT, ant. That would be kind of like the Tolkien term for the walking, talking trees. But I don't know if these exactly walked or talked, but they ranged. Kind of like if a mushroom has no roots, it's kind of like a tumbleweed. You know, a tumbleweed is a plant, but it has no roots, and it ranges. It moves, but at great speed. A tumbleweed moves at great speed, whereas these would be moving at a glacial pace. Does that make sense? Do you understand, gentlemen?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. And Ari, how about yourself? Thoughts?
Yeah. No. I'm intrigued about the idea of like a greater mushroom consciousness, you know, but I haven't heard about the men walking around.
Right. Thank you. No, that's
a lot of the other stuff you guys are talking about. I have heard of though.
Right. Yeah. As a matter of fact,
I mean, all those
go on.
things are sentient, like mushrooms and trees. Like they are, like they've proven.
Yes. In their own way. They process very differently, of course. Yeah. And let me give some good images here.
Well, Brendan knows they have those experiments. They hooked like the EEG to them, and they would react to what other people were thinking and doing in another room, which they shouldn't.
No. You remember what I told you, gentlemen, about Zealandia, for instance. Now, both of you are familiar with Zealandia at this point. Heather has left us for reasons I don't understand. Hopefully she'll be back. But here's Zealandia, of course, is the continent that was my mother and her Japanese religion, they referred to as Mu, M-U, but it's pronounced more like Mu. And this is something that the Maori people have given their own name to. It's recognized by science, which says stunning new maps reveal what the lost continent of Zealandia looks like. This is Forbes magazine, 8th continent of Zealandia. But basically, New Zealand is surrounded by so much semi-submerged land that is so shallow, comparatively speaking, that you could add structures on it that would rise above the water. Shallow enough to do that. So that means that they want to count it as the 8th continent. So when it comes to Zealandia, the ancient continent of Mu, or Muvaya, that bordered Australia, that my mother says on that continent were entire forests of these walking trees, some of which survive in New Zealand, which is simply the surface of that continent. So when you take a look at these trees that existed in New Zealand once in entire forests, I can't make this larger, can I? Here we are. And at times, these trees, my mother said, entire forests of them, would actually move very slowly, simply by their roots extending and then retracting. And this would take place where the forest would move over months and months, like a glacial pace, kind of relocating, following the water and following the rains. And so since this walking tree is known as a northern rete, over 100 feet tall, at least 150 years old, this is one of the last survivors of what were once immense forests like these. So the idea of these fungi, or human as they call them, prototaxites, ranging in the same fashion, but more like mushrooms and closer to humanity, really, biologically, shouldn't be too off. I mean, does that make sense to you, gentlemen? Do you understand what I'm trying to convey?
I think so.
Okay. Any ideas, Brendan? Any...
Over what, like, time scale does the tree, like, walk towards the water?
Yeah. Following the rains and the water.
Over, like, years? Like, what's the time scale? Like, it's so slow,
glacial. Like, it'd be like months, years. Mm-hmm. Yeah, really. Yeah. So the forest would move distinctively.
Yeah, well, you know, there's not as many of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And these trees you're talking about, that's the same. There's a reason that they use that tree as an example for the designing of the ants in the movie, the film. You know.
I was screen sharing, so they both got a sneak peek at some of the porno screens, changing the background too. Or did they miss it? Yeah, that's right. That's why they filmed it in New Zealand. That's why they filmed.
They knew exactly what you said. Like,
thank you.
Those people are, and it's not just some accident that whatever his name was, Peter Jackson, happened to be able to do all this. Like, no, the beings that know this are telling them.
Yes. No, in other words, they're all occultists. All these people. That's why their movies succeed, is because they're all putting all this money into spell casting and shit. It's all quite true. That's what George Lucas was doing, and that's why they. Yeah.
I mean, they're being helped. Like, I've said it before. Like, they're being helped by beings that are like on other planes, like lower planes. Like, tell them this stuff to put out.
Well, Aquino himself was a consultant to Star Wars and so many of these other films. So it's like they're paying for demonic help to blow the box office apart. And anything else you could bring up about that will be appreciated. Oh, Heather's back with us. Do you know Debbie Starborn, dear Heather?
No, she just said hello in the chat.
Yeah. So you brought us what your response was. Druta Karma. The A is there we are. Thank you, honey.
That is from one of Druta Karma's Pierce. So just so you know, that's the correct way.
Now you said my phone is too hot. You mean your phone?
Phone?
I'm sorry?
No, I didn't say that.
It says it right here. My phone is too hot. Was this your friend talking to you?
Oh, yeah, I had to switch phones. I'm sorry, I already switched phones.
Oh, okay. Yes, I thought your friend had said that because he got so hot when you called.
Oh, no. That's not the case.
Yeah, Aristides has had to entertain some of our more eccentric ideas. But of
Brendan
course,
was right. It's Druta Karma.
There we are. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I can handle it.
You've heard a lot worse. Yeah, Aristides has heard worse. It's like, so such being said, Ian, of course, is tending to his grandmother. Such being hinted. Back to where.
So is
that's
you guys. Carry on.
Say that, Brendan. You keep glitching. Get closer to the mic.
It was good to speak with you all, but I'm going to carry on.
Whoa,
so
why?
Gets here quickly.
I'm sorry. Say that again. What gets here quickly?
I said I hope George Knight gets there quickly because I have to go.
Okay. Heather, say something to Brendan before he goes.
Yeah, I wanted you to tell me what you think about this picture. If you think it's in England, or just tell me if you think you could figure out who this person is.
You have to show him the picture first.
I'm sending. There it is.
Okay.
Like, what is the read on that?
The read? Like who this is?
Yeah, who is this? What are they doing? Where are they?
It looks like some. They're probably Indian.
Indian.
They look like Americans who converted to Hinduism. I would think Pamela Lee Anderson looks kind of like that lately. But yes, please. What are your thoughts?
ISKCON people, basically.
What's that?
That's. I said there's some ISKCON people. That's definitely UK for sure. Like.
It's UK, you think?
Well,
the car.
Germany. It could be Germany. Like, look at the car. Where's the wheel?
Well, what are all the stickers on the windshield?
It looks like France or like Germany.
Why do they put stickers on their windshield? Doesn't that obstruct the view?
It's like parking. That's where you put your parking permit in Europe.
Yeah, it's like.
They're both getting cut off.
That's where you put your parking permit.
Okay, in Europe. Got it.
On the street.
Okay,
yeah.
Got it.
You're supposed to take it off every year, but this person doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah. What about this woman carrying the bag? Is she like a brown servant to these people?
She's part of the entourage.
And these men, are they bodyguards or are these couples?
A brown servant to these people.
Yeah. I mean, she doesn't have like a man. These two women both have a male partner, or what? The men don't stand out very well. They're like either bodyguards. What?
They look like they're ISKCON to me, like rich ISKCON members. That's all.
Okay.
I was wondering if that was I thought that was a man with white pants.
No, that's a bitch. But she's ethnic, and she's the only ethnic among them, and she looks like she's almost like a servant. She's like walking ahead of them carrying their shit.
She's like Nepalese.
Yeah, Nepali. Yeah, thank you. She's like their Sherpa. It's like they got a Sherpa. And she's carrying their bags. They're not carrying shit.
Well, I can tell by her clothes. Don't worry about her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I found this picture online and nobody can identify this person.
Okay. Yeah, all right.
And looks like what I see is that someone's going to be giving a presentation. And because in the black bag, there are discs, it appears.
You see this telepathically?
I see it with my eyes. I'm looking at the picture. I'm kind of zooming in a little bit.
Okay.
There's a black bag, and the girl's holding a black bag.
Yeah, I see that.
And it has discs, it looks like.
Inside?
Correct.
But I can't see the discs because they're inside a black bag.
Can you not see them?
Well, if you're seeing them, you must be seeing them psychically.
But are you seeing them, Douglas?
Well, no, not really.
Look.
Look. You mean like with my third eye?
No, look just with your eyes.
No, I'm not seeing it. but I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Okay, let's try the third eye then. I'm just kidding.
That's cute.
Yeah.
Some people would argue my third eye is what I look at my porn with. I was surprised actually Troy Bellamy was that spiritually astute when I brought up, V was massaging my pressure points, my meridians, and she said, your third eye is opening. And I said, when I was relating that story, I said, Troy Bellamy probably thinks that means that I got a hard on. And then he said, no, I know what the third eye is, the pineal gland. And I was, holy shit! I never expected Troy Bellamy to be familiar with that level of esoteric stuff. Oh, well,
No.
Oh, is that Vinny?
Yeah, he's sitting over there talking about the pineal gland, and he didn't know that that's what we were talking about, is synchronicity.
Oh, wow. So there you are. That's because his third eye was opening up because what he's cruising for on the net. Yes, thank you, Vinny. Yeah.
No, see, the third eye, when it opens, your other eyes have to be closed.
Ah, yes, that's right. Yes, I wouldn't know about that.
Hey, was that his third eye or his third leg?
Oh, yes. And so, all such being said, this is enlightenment.
I don't know. All such being said, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I do not know the people in that picture. I don't know anybody in that picture. I just it's entrancing to me.
Okay, that's fine. We get it, okay. and that's all right. And I'm glad you thought we could help. And aside from all of that, okay then. Let's take a look at the time we've been on. We've been on for a good 5 hours now. Hopefully, George shows. What's that?
Say 3 times. We gotta find a way to summon George.
Yeah.
George Knight. George Knight.
Time in London. Well, I mean,
I can try one of my matches. Make a wish.
Yeah, it's 7 a.m. He should be up by now. Jesus Christ. Yeah. But at any rate,
he has to work for.
No. Not he took the day off. He said he was going to be with us all this episode. Yeah, from when he woke up to are you cracking open a beer? Is that
poor guy? Yeah. Poor guy, Douglas. He's spending his only free hours talking to you.
Yeah. That's
how much he's dedicated.
Oh shit! And at any rate,
no, I'm drinking a beer. It's actually a sparkling water.
Okay, cool. And you're just too straight for my taste.
Not enough beer over here.
Yes. And see, do you ever drink it?
I have before, but it's like I'm not interested in like alcohol.
Okay. That's fine.
And it's been so long. Every time I try something again, it just makes me feel slow, and it's not. I don't like it.
I get it. I know.
Even trying cannabis, it's just it just makes you realize why the fuck do people do this? It's
Thank
terrible.
you. Well, I've never been a pot fan, and I'll tell you, I just I've seen so many people who just they are so it's their religion. Jeez, And they're so slow, and it's like,
but in their heads it makes them function. Like I have this one friend that he's like, no, it makes me function better. I swear it does, and it's like, no, it doesn't. I know it doesn't.
Yeah, thank you.
You've never been sober enough to realize it. Once you pass a month or two, you realize okay, this is obviously how you're supposed to function.
Thank you. I mean,
even when I did it last time, it just gave me a migraine. Once you come down, it's you feel off.
Thank you. I mean, it also has a hangover. It also has its hangover, and beyond that, and they've proven now they've got the Mothers Against Drunk Driving are now adding pot to their litany because they say all kinds of people are killing people while high driving while high. So and they always say I do better. You know, I do everything better. You know, I feel I drive better when I'm drunk too.
Douglas.
But yes,
Everyone's
George Knight has joined us.
Douglas, I've just been summoned.
Yes, you have been. You heard it.
Oh wow, it worked. It worked. Okay, good.
It worked, Brendan. Douglas, I do apologise if I've miscommunicated. Next Thursday is the day I'll be able to be with you. It's not this today, unfortunately. Not this Thursday. It's the following Thursday. So I do apologise if I've miscommunicated that. So that's my fault. I was just happening to listen in because I'm driving to work. So I've just pulled over just to come on to say that. So I do apologise.
Okay, so let me put that in for next the 22nd. The 22nd.
It'll be the 22nd, Douglas.
Yeah.
Yes.
In England, it'll be the 21st our time. Yes. So I'll put that, George.
I do apologise.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and that'll be our night.
Okay, great. So thank you for clarifying that.
No, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I do apologise because I would love to be. If I wasn't at work, I would love to be on for a few hours. So I do apologise.
Understood.
Well, not to discuss. Yes.
Okay.
George, I'm gonna have to talk to you about this. This is unacceptable.
Now I did. What's that? Say that again, George.
I was going to say, Ian, will you be with us next Thursday? And Brendan, hello, nice to speak to you, Brendan. It's been a while.
Yeah.
It's been ages. I know you've
Yes,
been
I'll be here next Thursday.
Yeah, good.
Hi, George.
And Heather, hello, Heather.
Hi, George.
Yeah.
Hey, George.
And Aristides.
Hello, good evening, gentlemen and ladies. Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks,
George. I just
all here.
Files myself. So.
Yes, this is Team Dietrich at its full complement, essentially. So some others, but generally us. And dear Brendan, I thank God you stayed here this long. And George Knight, how many minutes are we blessed with your presence before you have to leave?
I could be on for another just a few minutes, 5 minutes. I'm just heading to my first job, so yes, I wish I wasn't at work. Obviously, I'd love to have the day off, but.
Right.
Yeah, and remain with you, gentlemen and ladies. But I have to depart very shortly.
Well, definitely stay safe with everything that's been going.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Douglas, he's on 5. Let him be. It's morning traffic, mate.
That's right.
I've avoided it. Because like you mentioned, it's just gone 7 a.m., 7 o'clock in the morning, and thankfully I've beaten rush hour. But it's all the school closures at this moment because it's all the summer holidays. So thankfully it's quite relaxed and not so busy on the roads. But there's a lot of road works because they utilize that and take advantage of the schools being closed, so they can conduct their highway work. So it's a bit of a long-winded track of me trying to commute to my jobs each morning, so I've left in good time. So, but I'm going to stay safe, Douglas, definitely, because.
George, I visited. I was staying right under the BT Tower, and I was like, I wonder if George has to go up this thing ever.
Les, they've actually sold it on, so in a few years' time, they're going to convert into a hotel, into a
good,
probably for asylum seekers.
But by the way, I do want you to know, remind me, both of you, Ian West, George Knight, everybody else, remind me when Ian West and George Knight are with me next week at this time, same time, same place next week, Wednesday night, Thursday in England. I do want to go into it while both George and Ian are here. I'm going to try and explain to the public the details of what Ian West and I agree on in terms of human child trafficking as an industry and where we differ. And as I said, it's a difference of technology and scale. So I'll, in terms of our perception of this, but I'm also going to point out where we agree. So so we'll open with that at least and address many other things as well. And so definitely before next week, I'll get you what I was going to send you in writing, which I've been working on, and I'll send that to you and Aristides and Brendan Zoget all at once. I've been giving people some of a hint of what it is tonight, and so that way you can look at it before you come on the show. You'll have time.
Much appreciated. Yes, thank you very much, Douglas. Yes.
Yeah.
I'll look forward to that.
And you did get what I sent you, my response to V, right? V sent me this question. I responded to it about the Holocaust dogs. You saw that, right?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Douglas. I have. Yes, so we can go over that as well if you wish. So we'll have all night to discuss various topics and subjects. So we can go over that. So excellent. Yes, it's there. Yeah, I've got it. I'm just looking at it now, Douglas. So it's all here.
Okay, excellent. And just be on the lookout for more. More is coming. And
Appreciate it.
Excellent. So I think we'll talk with Ian and Heather and Aristides for a little while longer after Brendan and George check out. But I'm so glad that everybody was able to gather to get that news from George, the update. And
yes,
that's good. Yeah,
it's good to hear from you.
Yeah. And of course, like Brendan said, he was in these areas. You of course are closer to the riots, as Brendan observed. And George, tell Brendan how close you are to the riots. How close you've been to the riots.
Yes, well, I can always give you the geographics of it. Yeah. It was within 20 minutes drive from my hometown. If you look at the town of Aldershot, that was one of the supposed areas that they basically it was it's all under how they communicate is how I get it is that they get over what do you want to call it? They get wing of where they're gonna conduct these protests, but apparently it was just a demonstration in Aldershot. It was non-violent, it was quite peaceful, and the other purported location was Southampton. All very, I'm very central to both those cities and towns. So yeah, it was very close by, very, very close by. But thankfully, and they gave us warning. So if we're in the area working, we had to abort what we were doing and then retreat. We had to just get out of the facility. Yeah, so that was the work.
Don't walk outside with like a piece of cardboard, because then they're gonna be like, this guy.
They'll jump you. Yes, the police will jump you.
The police will jump you, and then they'll be like, this guy is working with the son of Adolf Hitler. They'll have MI5 case. Like when I was downtown, like I went to like Westminster and Parliament and stuff, and like I shit you not, the police were like staring right at me, and there was like millions of tourists, and I was just like casually walking by myself, and they were like looking me dead in the eye. Out of like millions of people, I was like the only one. They were like looking at me like, who the fuck is this? It was weird. It was really weird, yeah.
Now, speaking of that, George, I just sent this to you in your private messages on Skype, and I put it here in the text box. This is what Brendan Zogit looked up, and look at what Google is saying now about World War II ending, and they've conflated some of what I've said over the years. This is the AI answering Brendan. Yes. So
and some people claim that it ended when the Treaty of San Francisco was signed, and so Douglas is the some people. But then it gets the date wrong and says it's April 20th, 1952.
Yeah, Hitler's birthday. They put it on Hitler's birthday, like an obtuse reference to myself. See that?
That is just really, really just April 20th. It wasn't. It was April 28th. When it went into effect. Of course, they've conflated that. And however, some say. So obviously they're listening in to what.
Isn't that funny how that works out? Because that was never what Google brought up before. They would just say.
You're right.
They would just say Missouri. Missouri,
and you've put in the search engine, the search box, official end of World War II, and that is the answer.
That's the answer.
AI overview. That's the AI overview. It says.
Yeah, it just does it automatically, like when you search something now. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Yes, it's interesting. They're paying attention.
So Douglas is people, according to AI, he's like just some rando.
Definitively paying attention.
Okay, it's a lot.
Yeah.
As you said, Douglas, the other day, with these two oppositions with the protests, you got the people, that are protesting against the anti-immigration stance, and then you got the opposition, which are the anti-racist stance. These are obviously resistance movements to the paradigm shift.
Thank you.
So this is obviously the resistant movement to both of the reality, and so once they take. Obviously, they've taken recognition. They've recognised. They're taking point. They have fully understood. They are getting a comprehension of the reality and what the solutions of what you've proposed. So now they're truly listening in, and eventually there will be a true paradigm shift towards swaying to what we've always recommended. But at the moment in this time, people can only relate to one or two of these sides.
Thank you.
And so it's that when it comes back to a realization that everything that we've purported, everything that we've said on the show, eventually it will become into a realization, and they will have to take note, and they take it seriously, and they can't. I have no worries or concerns about them taking me out, because anything like that on that nature, because they essentially need myself and yourself and everyone else's. Yes, they'll need our full cooperation and support. So yeah, as formal advisors, official advisors, or it's because otherwise it's just going to go down that road of total plumber. It's on a trajectory course to collapse.
It's what you'd call a mass dislocation. A mass dislocation.
A complete mass dislocation. Thank you, Douglas.
But by the way, I want to thank Brendan for muting Ian conversing with his relations. And Brendan, definitely want to bring to your attention. Could you tell George what you saw that gave you the impression of Britain mobilizing for war? You were under the impression there was a kind of a mobilization for war going on. Do you any details that you could share with us that gave you this impression while you were there in England, Brendan? Let's see if Brendan can come off mute himself now. Yeah.
Well, I noticed plenty of like troop vehicles and various helicopters, like military helicopters, which are normal in California, but I didn't expect to see so many. And especially out in the countryside. I mean, I was like down south, like near like Wiltshire and stuff, where there was like
Wiltshire, yes,
plenty of there's like no people hardly here, like just farmers, but there's like military vans driving through, like big ones, like NATO style ones, and then on top of that, they had deployed to Cyprus. They had deployed battleships. And there's like battalions that are stationed in Cyprus that have not been revealed. Like the media would never speak of it, but there are. I was told by someone that had visited Cyprus. He said the east of the west side of Cyprus is completely like it's all Brits right now. Like it's full of British troops. But they've never told anyone. Like they would never tell anyone about that because that's the closest place to Gaza. So when something happens, like the Brits and the Americans are already there.
Yes.
Very close by.
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
In theater. They're in theater. Go on.
Yeah. On top of that, like I was in London, everything was like heavily armed. There was like plenty of armed guards. Like
there is they're armed with armed to the teeth with actual automatics.
Like MP5s and stuff. Those were the guys that were like hounding me. Like they were like I mean, I wouldn't say they came up to me, but they were like strangely like those were the only people that were looking at me as opposed to like everyone else. Like there were like plenty of bobbies and like these normal constabulary people, but like every time I saw one of those people with an MP5, they would just like stare me down, like every single time. And this is like millions of people around me. I'm not just like some rando.
No.
So it's weird.
Yeah, they're fully armed with like semi-automatic machine guns. They got SMGs. You can see them.
Well, but I think
like one of them had a saw, which is like a
squad automatic weapon.
Yeah, it was big. I was like, oh shit. Yeah. And there were people on top, like of course, because it's Parliament building, like it's a government building, but there was like snipers and shit too.
Yes.
And this was before the riots.
Yeah. This was just like a normal day. Yeah.
Just to share something, just before I go, you can frequently see over my town where I live, Chinooks that fly overhead, and we're very close by to RAF Odium. And in RAF Odium, during World War II, prior to proactive prosecution of hostilities, Reichs Marshal Hermann Göring visited RAF Odium. And there's an actual portrait of him actually on site, still presented in RAF Odium, in one of the hangars. And if you look up in the hangars, you can still see the bullet holes. You can see the light protruding. You can see they call them like God rays. You refer to them, people will know them as rays, protruding through the bullet holes for the hangars. And the reason why they targeted the RAF Odium is because Reichsmarschall Hermann Göring visited RAF Odium, so he knew exactly where it was. So that's why he deployed the Luftwaffe to attack it. Yes, that was a strategic target. So and so I often see them, in operation. flying by. But yeah, that's just something that most people aren't aware of. Yes,
That's incredible.
A lot of the Navy comes out of the Southwest. I didn't realize that. Like the Navy's, a lot of it's stationed in the Southwest. Because I was assuming that it was in Dover or somewhere close by, but no, they station it on that side. Like for some reason, like I don't know what the purpose is. Maybe because the ports are bigger, like kind of Liverpool and like farther south, like you're saying.
Yes.
Well, probably easier to deploy into the Atlantic, I guess. But what I wanted to point out to both of you, just for our listeners, when George Knight uses the term Chinooks, he's speaking about military helicopters.
Yes,
and,
Chinooks.
Yes.
Yes.
And for George Knight, what Brendan Zoget is under the impression of, and I think he's quite justified, I think he's quite right, is because of his affiliation with me, that when he arrived in Britain, that certain units of a certain type of police enforcement agency were given a debriefing about him, and that's why they were really looking at him hard when they identified him walking around.
Someone chatting in their headset. I'm not joking. It was to the point where I'd like turn a corner and then like they just look up at me. Like it was strange. Like it was very strange.
Like they were getting like they were saying he's turning on Fifth Street now, and then they looked up because that's where they were. So they were prepping them as you walked in their area. So go on.
Yes, exactly. That's why I made the joke that I did like the Helsing tour, because they were dressed just like the paramilitary in that Helsing anime.
Okay,
it was like just specifically those people dressed in black that looked like Helsing.
Yeah.
And everywhere I went, they were like already on top of me, and it was really weird. I thought it was strange.
Yeah. Well, it's not. It's Dietrich world. I mean, this is welcome to Dietrich world. That's Hitler's son world. And George Knight, of course, like we know they're listening to him because, he gets on. This is why they don't, cut my YouTube, is because they're too busy trying to find some fucking good advice from it.
Yes. The information, yes, absolutely. It's the only place, and as we mentioned earlier, Douglas, esoteric, that's exactly what that means is very few people with that understanding in this world, and you're one of those very, and I'm trying to figure a term to refer to you as, you're very unique and scarce in this world. You're someone that's been there on the inside, that knows all the inside information.
Thank you. And
you're the one that's more acquainted with it than anybody else. So yeah, you are incredibly important. So I've always recognized that and realized that for years now. So yeah, everything everything brings credence, qualifies everything that we're saying. But yeah,
yes,
it's very important. And yeah, Douglas, so I do apologize. Yeah, my mind is on obviously work mode. So I will depart, and I will bid you farewell and bid you adieu, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. And I'll look forward to, if I could be with you on Sunday's show, so that'll be Monday my time.
Mm-hmm.
I will join the show.
Excellent.
I will come on, just to say hello and have a brief discussion, and then but yeah, look forward to next Wednesday where we can have a few good hours together. We can go through over very important subjects. So
excellent.
Yeah.
All right, George, I'm gonna talk to you. Okay.
Yes, and Ian. Yes, thank you very much. Much appreciated.
All right.
Yes. So thank you very much, and please take care of yourselves, and speak to you later. Bye bye.
Yeah, stay safe and be well.
Hey, stay safe. Bye bye.
Okay, great. And so Peter Moon will return before that show, but Peter Moon's likely going to be recovering. He's probably going to be, I would guess, very sick. From his, he seems to have really taken it on the chin with this trip. Just a lot.
He's got to be neck deep in Tang out there. He's got to be.
Well, he's lusting, or at least I don't know if the libido is still an issue, but he definitely, he'll be on the lookout. Yeah, it's like we'll see what happens. Obviously, I'll say no more. I'll say no more.
Yeah, we'll leave it at that.
Yes.
The lust is so strong that he did like a Wi-Fi impregnation. Basically.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to talk about that?
Okay, let me go on mute.
That's too far, actually. Never mind.
Yes. So
did you guys get the robot dog mind control thing?
thank you for sending that. I appreciate that. Yes, and we did. And such being said, so tell us, Ian, what's on your mind? What are you at home now? Are you still at work?
Yeah. I'm back at the house. Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. Things are comfortable. That's right. So things are comfortable for you.
Yeah.
And we could talk freely. It was nice of you to introduce us to some of those people at work. That's nice. And
yeah, she took it really well.
Yeah, good. And well, I mean, you seem to be friendly with everybody there. And did you hear what had happened when you were first introducing her? And who's the guy? The guy's name again? Mr. Brown? Was he a client or worked there?
Yeah, he worked there. He was he's the cook. He was just hanging out at the tables because he didn't have an order.
Okay, at the moment that you were introducing him, then Nemo came on, and Nemo was sending us messages about, did you hear about those three little girls? The three little white girls were killed by some African.
Instantly, like, we know why.
Yeah.
The Africans. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just like, man, are you like? It's like he has a talent. He has a talent. Just
right.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he was absent that day. You
guys almost did that to me when I was walking into work and when I was getting off the call earlier.
Yeah.
It's like the second there were people around, I was trying to hang up.
Yeah.
You were like, he should have put those people on. What was it?
Oh, burning crosses.
On burning crosses.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh fuck! I was like trying to cancel out of my call.
Shit. Oh my God.
About the Israeli Air Force or something.
Those Israeli guys who raped the Palestinian prisoner of war to death. And I asked Aristides, did they ever identify whether that person they raped to death was male or female? And Aries said, I don't know. So they could have been raping. Yeah, they could have been raping a man to death. And it probably. What's that?
I said, as if they care. Tel Aviv's like the gay capital of the world, apparently.
That's what they're trying to tell us. Yeah, that's what they're. Yeah.
Yeah, they do that so they can get their so they can summon their Mashiach. That's why. So they just like, all right, let's get all the sin and we'll get God back and the shit. So that's why they do it.
Believe me, there's a time I would have said, don't talk like that. That's just racist. I know better now. I mean, oh my God. When you see the shit that just keeps coming out, it's like, no, it's at that level now. It's at that speed now. A bunch of, and more of them are becoming quote unquote religious fanatics. Generally they were all a bunch of secular atheists, but that's all changing now. They're getting into the holy war mode, like we're God's chosen, and this is our Holocaust of against others, and they're getting into that mode now, and they're trying to take the world down with them. I mean, everything they projected on the Nazis, where they said, Goebbels and Hitler said, if we go down, we'll take a world with us, a world in flames. And now they're just saying that. Now they're the ones saying that. Talk about Götterdämmerung, Twilight of the Gods. They're, they give them all this rope. They're finally hanging themselves. What is it, another $20 billion arms deal with these fuckers? Let me take a look, see if I can find it. While I look that up, you guys can remind me of anything else. Oh, what's your opinion on the bronze medal, the winner? Chiles is her name? Jordan Chiles? Everybody apparently is attacking her.
Did she have to return the medal?
They're trying to get her to return the medal. They say, what is it they say about the judge? Let's take a look. The judge who's trying to get her to return the medal has a history of representing Romania in legal cases. Oh my God! What does that tell us? Oh!
Wow.
Oh! So
someone's better.
Yeah! Oh yeah! That's
Well, it's because she's black. Is that what they're trying to say?
Well, one of the things that they're saying is that people can't stop attacking her race. It's what I
It's appeal ruled in Romania's favor. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's, something like that. That's what they're suggesting. But let me look up Chile's race issue. Chile's okay. So here's what they're saying. All these racist attacks have begun against her. They're saying that it's here we are. It says that I'm trying to scan past all the bullshit. But they said people can't stop being racist towards Jordan Chiles. They said that her teammate Simon Biles and Brazil's Rebecca Andrade were the first all-black podium in the game's history. While that was a triumph for many and seen as a growth for the sport, it's not exactly a coincidence that racists and far-right personalities have latched onto the story of the rescinded bronze. And it says, like all sports, gymnastics has a thorny history of racism and treatment of black athletes. Wasn't too long ago that Biles faced racist attacks.
A lot of this stuff is like, you know, like for even in the 40s, they had plenty of black people there. It was whoever was the best. It's just now it has to be like that thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I want Nemo on so we can talk about the Australian breakdancer, Ray Gunn. Oh my God, what did you? I mean, why is everybody hating on her? She it looked like she was just having fun. She didn't give a shit. Looked like she just didn't give a shit.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point. You know, yeah.
Yeah, but everybody's hating on her. They're like excoriating her. And the Aussies, how are they so fucking cheap? They keep saying, "Our tax dollars. Our tax dollars," is all I keep hearing them say.
Yeah, they're not short on money, those fuckers.
Yeah, it's not like, oh, give me a break. It's not like you're poor, you know, Australia. Right. Jesus fucking Christ. And I could understand it that some are claiming there was a better breakdancer than her, but she talked a good game and she had a doctorate, so they sent her there because she got a doctorate in breakdancing.
That's amazing. How do I sign up for that? Where does this class? How do I do this?
Basically, she's just an internet troll. She's just an internet troll. That's all.
Yeah.
Clearly, I'm on the wrong career path. You know.
Yes.
Waffle House, breakdancing. You know, I went with the W. You know, maybe it's because my last name's West. I don't know. But anyway.
Oh shit. So who was it that I was talking to? Oh, that's right. It was Crystal River was talking about David J. West, that author that I worked with for a short while. And he was cool, of course, until I slept with his wife. After that, he became this blood enemy. Can't say I blame him, but then again...
that repeats itself quite often, I hear, you know, so...
But so Crystal River.
A lot of people are in that book, Doug. You know,
yeah.
Anyway.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, because Crystal River compared him to Kanye West and said, but she was pointing out that a lot of people with the name West she felt might be in MK Ultra programs. Did you ever have that feeling? Certainly, Heather Holman does.
Well, actually, the guy who ran MK Ultra out of California, his last name was West.
Holy shit!
That was his. He ran the West Coast MK Ultra research studies. I forgot his first name, but his last name's West, and you can look it up. And I think the girl, what's her fucking name? The girl that wrote "Thanks for the Memories." Shit, what's her name? But anyway, she was a victim of his, and Dr. West. Had all his research notes destroyed when the MK Ultra thing got out and all this crap. He lived, well, I mean, he's dead now, but he lived after his time in the project ended in the 80s or 90s, I'm not sure. But his last name was West, and he ran West Coast MK Ultra. He was right up there. Yeah, he was right up there at oh fuck! What's the name of Jared Leto's house? Brandon, help me out on this. Where's Jared Leto live?
Yeah, you are a local, Brendan. You should be able to help with this. And this is incredible. See, we are learning things from Ian West. Ian West is in the know.
No words. Leto lives. That's really good.
Well, you know, it was like the MK Ultra headquarters in Malibu. fuck, what's the name of that place? Oh fuck yeah,
Lamb Fast.
I forgot the fucking name
Lookout
of
Mountain
it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Lookout Mountain. Yeah.
Laurel Canyon, yeah.
Holy
shit. Laurel
shit.
Canyon. Yeah. That was the.
He owns a secret Cold War military compound. He bought it. Yeah.
You are correct. Yes, you are correct. But they're still doing MK Ultra out of it under the tunnels.
He's totally mind wiped. I mean, he's fucking.
Of course. How else are you gonna get on My So-Called Life when you're like 13 years old and shit? I mean, come on.
Yeah. No, they're all.
Thank you, Bert. Thank you.
Doug, yeah, this is what he's talking about.
Okay, thank you. Let me take a look. And see, I've got the experts. Team Dietrich's got it all. And there we are. Famously weird actor. Own secret. He's put it in our text box. There you go, Ian.
That's the Lookout Mountain. I used to drive by there all the time. I never knew what it fucking was.
Wow. And when did you live in California? When did you live in
2001, the year the terrorist attacks happened. I lived out there.
Oh wow, incredible!
And I used to drive by it like every weekend. I had no idea what the fucking place was. I just thought it was like retro looking.
Did you happen to be inside of it or something?
Hell no.
Maybe not that he remembers. No. Not that he remembers.
The memory is just you driving by, quote unquote.
Yeah. I never knew what it was. Yeah.
No, I used to work for like this art framing shop out in Malibu, and we used to go like reframe all the old pictures in all these celebrities' houses. We even did it at the Getty's house a couple of times, but we used to have to drive by there to get to Mr. Getty's place.
Oh wow, cool.
Yeah,
incredible. Heather, you must have some memories you can pitch in here. Recognize this place? Let's see if she responds. Poor dear. She probably went into paroxysms of spasmodic, trauma when she saw it. She saw the picture of the place and she's too busy. She's flapping on the floor like a fish right now. That's...
Holy shit. It activated like the chip.
Yes, it activated the chip, yeah.
Basically, yeah, that could happen.
Holy shit.
But back in the day, the story I got from this Irish dude who was on that West Coast Customs TV show. He used to pimp out everybody's car and shit, and he used to pimp out Gordon Getty's car. And Gordon Getty, no, it wasn't Gordon Getty. I mean, yeah, he was working with his car, but how he got inside of Lookout Mountain. I forgot what he was doing. I forgot how he got inside of Lookout Mountain, but he said he's like, you walk into this place and everything looks like it's like this Greek palace. Like there's marble everywhere. There's a checkered floorboard, like the Masonic checkered floorboard, and there's a stage in the main room. There's like a stage. And to the right of the stage, there's a long corridor, and the first room to the right of the stage is a jail cell.
Cool. Bondage games.
They were. Well, I think they were filming snuff out of there.
Okay.
And I know that's where the Air Force used to record all their propaganda videos. Was at Lookout Mountain.
Jesus.
So. But
film that clear tests for public and private consumption.
Yeah, I think that's also where Aquino videotaped how to treat your mind control slave video that he gave out to everybody who was in the MK Ultra program, and he taught how to use the taser on the little girls, and Kathy O'Brien was that little girl that Aquino made the tutorial tape on how to run the MK Ultra or how to treat MK Ultra patients.
By the way, I remember Judith Ager saying that Kathy O'Brien had a photograph or a still that was shown on a video she was looking at of how Aquino carved her vaginal lips into the shape of the face of Satan. That he took bits of her vaginal lips out on either side so that you saw the face of Satan when you looked at her vagina. And so Judith Agert says she saw this. And then, of course, I've never tried looking for it, to tell you the truth, but...
I've got it. I can send it to you.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I mean, feel free to do so. I'm not, not going to ask for it.
Well, I mean,
Go ahead and send it.
I have her doctor visit. I have her doctor visit where she showed the aftermath of the scarring to the doctors to write a report up and have it go into court for evidence.
Right.
I've got the video of the doctor's visit where she's showing it off, and yeah, it's Satan's face just right there. Like he pulled her vaginal lips up, and then he carved on the I don't know what you call it, but the inside wall of the under the lips. And yeah, whenever you pull her lips apart, you see Satan's face just carved in there. And she said after he did it that she had to go just sit in a fucking bathtub of hot water for like 4 hours. Just the pain was that bad.
I can imagine. I mean, that she doesn't even need to say it. That's it's like yes. So this is the individual I was working with, and the individual, of course, shouldn't bring this up again. Bruschetta, Brandon. How's bruschetta been for you after the bruschetta dishes? After everything that.
Well, I took your advice. I got over it.
Thank you. Yes, he got over it. That's good. Good.
I can still eat artichoke dip, but it's still unnerving. Yeah. I don't know. Did I bring up my encounter with the Cho?
No. Bring it up tonight if you wish, please, by all means, and again in the future. Yes, good. But do it now. Yes, please.
Speaking of Anglia paste, no.
Yeah. Yes.
No, basically, so there's this local vegetarian/vegan restaurant that I go to. That's Vietnamese, like owned by some like Southeast Asians, unknown owners. But the thing is, they only ever have like white people working in the daytime. So it's just like these college students that just are vegetarians that work there.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of strange, but like they're, they do the job fine, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I went there super early one morning, like right when they open, which I never do. And then something was wrong with the internet connection. So like my card wasn't working, or like their machine was broken. So the person taking my order, some dude, he was like, "Oh, like that's weird. This doesn't usually happen. Let's hope we can do it." And then he handed me my food, and it still wasn't going through. So we were just like, "What are we gonna do?" We were both thinking to ourselves like, "This shit's gonna be free." And he didn't care. I didn't care. And then he got the machine working, so it charged my card. And then before I left, while he was like giving me some kind of, I don't know, like a chopstick, this like super short person comes out of the back, like just appears.
Or being.
I don't know where they came from.
Super short being.
But they had like, what's up?
Being. I called it being. Being. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, this being like came out of nowhere, and it was like it was like she was talking, but it was like. It was almost like you can't even call it like Down syndrome. It was just some weird way of talking that was like muffled. It was like, almost got it for free. And I was
almost like she's wearing a mask. It's almost like she's wearing a mask. Kind of. Yeah, something weird. Something really weird was going on with the face. Like she looked like a burn victim or something. It was weird, but she was also a midget. It was like this weird being. And then she said that, and she made a joke like, "Oh, you almost got it for free." And I was like, "What? Like, what are you talking about?" And then I was like, "Oh yeah, the food. Okay, yeah, ha ha ha, very funny, right?" And then I walked out, and then I realized I was like, "Wait a minute, she didn't hear us because we never said that out loud, and she wasn't even in the room. So like, where did this person come from? Like, they just like appeared out of the back. It was really weird." While knowing everything was going on, no less.
Yeah, while like psychotronically like understanding our whole dilemma, and then like in the moment it just happened quick, so I didn't notice. But I was like, in hindsight, I was like, wait a second, that person was like a Cho hybrid or something.
Yes.
Like it was definitely not a normal Southeast Asian, because I've met all kinds of people from everywhere, like Thailand, Vietnam, like even people, some of the South Asians can be swarthy and short and weird looking, but not like that. It was like this person was like not human fully.
What was funny was also Peter Moon said, "Oh, I asked this woman here in Romania who's been working here. She's Nepali, and this Nepali chick, she learned to speak Romanian, and she's working in the hotel." And he said, "I asked her about the show, and she said she didn't know anything." I said, "Well, they're all gonna say that." And he said, "No, I think it was sincere." And I get what he was saying. He was saying that,
they definitely don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, but tell them about the time you brought it up with a Laotian chick. And
so I worked with this Laotian lady. She was like an auntie kind of character. She would work at the place where I worked, and she was the oldest person there, but she was just working because she wanted to get out of the house or something. She was just having fun, right, making extra money for her family. So she was like, one day she was like, "Oh, I'm gonna take you to the Chinatown area, like the little Saigon." And I was like, "All right, I'll go with you." So we went around to like all these places. We went to the Cambodian store. We went to the Laotian store. All these places, got all the good stuff. And while we were having that conversation about her hometown, she was telling me, "Don't do this. Don't go here." She said, "Be careful of the Hmong because they use witchcraft, and like don't eat at their restaurants." She was telling me stuff like that. So I was like, "Oh, have you ever heard of the Cho?" And she like looked at me like scared, like she like turned white, and she's like, "No,
for real."
Yeah, for real. She said, "No, nothing like that, nothing." And I was like, "Okay, all right." I was like, "But I know they're real." And then she like never talked to me again after that.
Oh, yes. There we are. Probably the way this chick.
She quit the next day. I'm not even joking. She quit the next day and disappeared, and then said that she like, "Oh, I got breast cancer," and she left.
Holy shit! There we are, and so serious topic. Obviously, this is.
Yeah.
Aren't the Cho just little Mayan people?
She thought I was like a wizard or something. Like she was really weirded out.
Yeah. That she probably thought you were like trying to strive to be like Jambo the Reese Monkey.
I mean, just imagine like your people won't ever talk about them, and then this random person's like, "Yeah, I know about the Cho." Like that would spook you. I mean, I'm sure.
Yes, absolutely. And so in terms of that,
and I even described like the full thing. Like I was like, "Oh, they're like black magicians, and they like do dark magic."
Yes.
It was like, no.
Holy shit! Yeah, no wonder she got freaked out. Yes.
Yeah.
But definitely glad you asked, and maybe that's how that girl felt about Peter Moon too. Just.
No, they won't ever speak of it. When I first described that to you, you said. Yeah. Because for them to even bring it up or to acknowledge it is like death. I mean, you would never.
It's true.
Like, you would never, like, even if they know inherently, just like Arabs with the jinn.
Yes.
Like, they know jinn are real.
Yeah.
But you ask them about it and they say, no.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, well, I told.
Like, hardcore Christians, if you say, like, I saw a devil last night, they'd be like, no, they'd freak out. It would just be on that level.
Yeah. Well, I told people before when I went to that stupid hospital for no goddamn good reason. I even told Brendan Zogit that I was considering stopping drinking just because of the concern about being denied medical care. But of course, there's no reason for me to stop because I'm not an alcoholic. But you feel so angry, you want to do something, and there's no way to strike back at these motherfuckers.
That's fucked up, though. That's fucked up. It's like a gunshot victim coming into the ambulance. They're like, "No, don't treat him. He's drunk. Put him back."
It's true. So did you hear about what I was saying that night?
I remember. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, disgusting. But like I said, on the way.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Yeah. And on the way home, like I said, when I called the cab, then when the guy shows up, Arab guy, because. Yeah, what's that? Say that, Brendan.
Was that the cab that started crying?
No. That was more recent. That crazy shit. Oh, that's another story. No, this one was an Arab guy. What was odd was I've been calling a Yellow Cab forever at this point, and so Yellow Cab has me in the system. But when I called after, getting out of the hospital over there at St. Francis, where both my gang brother Beaver and the woman I was been dating over a few times recently were born. They were both born in that hospital, but being taken over by UCSF, thank God. And it needs to be taken over as soon as possible. But at any rate, it's like maybe that's why they don't give a shit. But nevertheless, when I got out of the hospital, the yellow cab responded by saying, "Oh, you're new to our system, so you have to give us, your name." And so I said, "Douglas." But then when the cab driver shows up, it's this Arab guy, and he says, "Douglas!" He shouts out the window, and I said, No, because I saw it was Arabic, and I said, Buḍḍhist. Now, everybody... Yeah, because, of course, to the Arabs, Douglas means Satan. It means shaitan.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so then, like I said, he's driving me home, and he starts talking about, I come from... Because now he thinks I'm Arabic, because I gave him this Arab name instead. And he starts talking about, I come from this little town on the border of Jordan. And he starts, talking about this town that I based out of that time that we were dispatched to find all those missing Arab troops, that armored mechanized column that disappeared in the desert. And of course, that was the first ghoul encounter. That was so by the time I get home, I'm in full-blown panic attack. I'm having all these flashbacks and started melting down. Like I said, it was the perfect end to a perfect fucking day.
Yeah. Perfect storm.
Yes. Just what a fucked up day that was. That had to be the most fucked up day in a while. But these things happen. And so Heather just left. I mean, God, everything was...
Is she going to the gym?
No, the reason that's funny is because she has that up 24 hours a day. That's up 24 hours a day. Okay. And Peter Moon said to me that same thing. Hey, she says she's going to the gym. I said, dude, she's got that up there all fucking day, Holy shit. It's amazing how people take that stuff seriously. Our dear, let's see if she's still got it up. Let's look up what it says on Brooke Gibson's account. Cuddling a squirrel while entertaining a vampire. She put that up while she was talking to me, and it's still up there.
What was that, like a month ago?
Fuck, yeah.
Is Brooke alive?
I don't know. Like I said, the last thing sent from her daughter is this. Let me read it out loud again. Let me see. Lola. And Lola said, "Sorry, I have been out of town this week with a friend, so I am not sure what is going on with her. Last I heard, Daniel had finally moved out and all that. So, okay, well, that's good news."
Did he move out or he go to jail?
Yeah, there you go. Well, she says moved out, so he probably did move out. Meth head Larry, poor son of a bitch. Yeah, Larry's actually his middle name. First name's Daniel.
Oh.
Yeah, Daniel Larry, then some Mexican name or Latin American name. Even though he looks...
Well, I've never met the guy. I can't really judge him, I
mean, he looks white as hell. You'd think he was a member of the Aryan Brotherhood.
If he's putting up with Brooke, that's kind of commendable. That's interesting enough right there.
Yeah. Oh, well, the drugs last. Yeah, every time he comes down, then he starts... I'm not going to say it. Beating her, I guess.
I don't know.
That's
I don't know.
That's an unworthy comment. It's really not fair, but he obviously has issues, and a few times he's gotten violent. So she had to call the police. Yeah, and she had to call the police. Yeah, and the police
well, meth will do that to you.
Yes. Now you're a heavy pot user, right?
Wait, so what happened to Brooke? I missed that whole thing. Sorry, I was dealing.
What were you doing? That you missed it all? What were you doing?
I was just getting incoming communiques from another continent. What's going on?
Oh, okay. So what happened was that
we're just talking about some of Brooke's hurdles and Brooke's what's the word I'm looking for?
Well, Ian asked if she's alive. Ian asked if she's alive, or you did. So I read what her daughter said. So her daughter said to me, because I had written to her daughter on Sunday, her daughter never got back to me. Neither did Brooke. So I wrote to her daughter today, "I pray thee be well," all in uppercase. And that's when she said, "Sorry, I have been out of town this week with a friend, so I'm not sure what is going on with her. Last I heard, Daniel," meaning Meth Head Larry, "had finally moved out and all that." Which, and then Ian West said, move out or go to jail, go to prison, back to prison. And probably moved out, because she probably would have said if he went back to prison. But you know, it's definitely, I'm concerned to a degree, because she was crying the last time I spoke to her and said she would call back and never called back, which at this point is maybe 2 weeks ago by now. It feels like that. But definitely, you know, we'll see what happens. You know, it's just, yeah, sad. And hopefully, you know, she gets into a better space. But then again, oh, you guys haven't heard what happened to Amy Como. Oh, my fucking
No, what happened to her?
Oh, it's like, yes.
Is she okay?
I don't know how to describe it. I wouldn't say okay, but I guess she's okay, but not really okay. It's like,
what
you remember she was gonna get married to this guy?
No. Oh God! Wow, I've been off the loop that long.
Yeah. Well, it was recent.
I mean, good for her. But okay, you know.
Yeah. Well, basically, first she was living with the what is it? The Jewish plumber guy who was drunk all the time and on every drug under the sun. And so she was living with him, and it was just really sad. And then she met this guy who she also knew from the past, who has some Russian and Serbian descent. And he owned this property that's out by Shit River, where all of the shit from the farms floods into the river, and so you smell all this shit going by all day, and it has no heat or electricity, and now that's where they're staying, and they can't get out because they're trapped with their driveway full of mud because it's raining all the time. So they're like destroying their cars every time they try to leave the house because they're, you know, buried in mud, and the guy has to get the tractor out to drive her little Prius through the mud.
Fuck, that sounds horrible.
That's just the beginning. That's the tip of the iceberg. But as soon as he proposed to her and they were engaged, then they cut his
driveway.
In the driveway? Oh. No, some other place. Yeah, but
well, I figured if they can't go anywhere and he proposed to her.
No, he proposed to her someplace else. It was a more romantic context. But as soon as he proposed to her, they cut off his Social Security, and he can't call them because he lost his cell phone. And it's like he lost his cell phone just at the right strategic time and can't seem to get a new one because they can't seem to drive into town to contact the social services needed to get him another cell phone. Because they're trapped by the mud driveway, and they're like, so, and they have no Wi-Fi, and so she had to call me by driving to the library, and she was in the local library, which is open only 3 days a week, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, because it's run by volunteers. And I said, wow, who would volunteer for a job like that? And if they have volunteers, why just those 3 days? And she said, oh, they're all part of this social program where the only way they can keep their checks coming is if they volunteer to do minimal work. It's kind of like my working disabled program. And I said, but if they got all these people on this kind of program, and this is the only way they can prove that they're working, and only a few people are in these positions, they must protect them with their lives because their livelihood depends on this. So what about all the rest of the people getting these checks who can't get them unless they prove they're working? What do they do?
Right.
But at any rate, she says, well, that's not my problem. Right now, they're only open 3 days a week, and that's why I'm calling you on this day, because that's when they got the Wi-Fi, and I can finally talk to you. And I'm like, oh, my fucking God. And I said, like, how come everybody you meet is like this? And, of course, she figures, because she's a targeted individual, that as soon as this guy proposed to her and it looked like her life could stabilize, then they took his Social Security check away because of her. And I feel that there's legitimacy to what she says. It seems so senseless.
Think so? I mean, you really think so? Right?
Yeah, I do. I think that there's a high chance that is the case because it's you know, it makes no sense. I mean, look, somebody's on Social Security. They don't take that away. It's not like SSDI or something else where you have to prove something. It's Social Security. They give that.
They probably just assumed he died because he hasn't been to town in 20 years.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe he missed an appointment with Social Security because he couldn't get out the driveway or something.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh my god! Oh,
It's like they can presume you, right? Like if someone's collecting for too long and not answering, like
who knows? But they almost never do that, dude. Remember that old lady was killing all these people in California and burying them in her backyard, and all her neighbors said, "Oh, she only gardens at night." Yeah, she only gardens at night, and she was burying. She would rent out to Social Security recipients so she could kill them and then collect their checks forever. It's though nobody ever checked with any of that shit. You know, and she killed 20
That's
people.
amazing.
Yeah.
they've changed.
What's that?
They've changed it recently because my mom works for them now.
Okay.
And it's like they call your ass.
Okay.
She has to call people. Yeah.
Oh, that's why then, because he lost his cell phone.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
he
they're
dropped
probably
it in the
calling him to
driveway.
see if he's alive, and then
Yeah, they're just gonna cut that off.
Holy shit! That
I think the worst part about that is like just like he can get a free phone, but these people are so dysfunctional they probably couldn't do that.
Yeah.
Anytime,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
All you got to do is tell them, like.
Yeah.
It's like when my dad was crazy in the hospital. I was like, they'll give you this, like you'll get all this stuff, and he just didn't do it. You know.
Yeah.
It's like
He's like, I don't want to burden the American taxpayer. You know, that's
Well,
probably,
in Brendan Zogit's case, his dad was just crack. He was just crack-addled. He was just, he couldn't even think that far. He wouldn't even hold. But then again, your dad was watching Stargate, and what's the other shit he was watching?
Yeah, Stargate SG-1
and something else.
Before an Ancient Aliens. But that was like before. That was like when he was somewhat functional. Like,
But it contributed to his downfall.
Of course.
Was he a big MacGyver fan?
Yeah, he liked MacGyver too. How did you know?
Because he was on Stargate.
Yeah, the MacGyver actor became the Stargate
the
actor. Yeah, became the Stargate.
Richard Dean, I forgot his fucking name. God damn it.
Yeah.
Dean Richard, or I forgot his name.
Yeah, he has. He has the tough guy look. Yes, the man. Right. Yeah. At any rate.
Jack of all trades.
Yeah.
MacGyver was so cheesy though, like the chew shit. You know, it's just like.
Yes. What was that? The cheesiest part for it?
Charm.
Yeah, it has its charm, but it's for kids. It's like for kids.
Yeah.
Yes. And but
back then everyone was on enough coke and alcohol. The 80s, like you can get away with that shit. Like I feel like all the 80s like stream shit was like a kid could watch it now and think it was stupid. Like but back then it was like mainstream. You know.
Yes.
Do you remember the episode where he converted an umbrella into a grappling hook? I was so stupid, I believed that. I really believed that. I was like, I was naive. I was a kid back then. I didn't know that you couldn't convert an umbrella into a grappling hook. Like it doesn't work like that. But later on, I got a real grappling hook, and
and then had fun getting into all kinds of trouble because you grappled it onto.
Yeah. It was good. I even used that grappling hook a couple of times now. I think about it, like to get fruit out of trees and shit.
Oh, I like that. Yes, throwing a grappling hook up there, and then he pulls all the fruit down, and until the property owner shows up. Or better yet, you're not on the guy's property. You're not even on the guy's property. You're just grappling hooks in the tree.
I was stealing all the fruit from the gay churches. That's what I was doing. All the gay churches.
Oh, nice pun. Yes, stealing all the fruit from the gay churches. Yes.
Yeah. I thought I used to make the pine needle tea because.
Pine needle?
Pineal, like pineal gland, pineal tea.
Yeah, I used to make real pine needle oil or tea. I used to make real pine needle tea.
Okay.
I used to. Yeah.
What is that like?
It's not bad. You like the trick to making the pine needle tea is you get fresh green pine needles.
Mm-hmm.
You bunch them all together. You get a rubber band. You bunch them all together. You got to get like a couple of handfuls, and you throw it in a crock pot. You add the water. You add citric acid, and you add lemons and limes and oranges and any kind of citrus fruit, and you chop it up, and you just throw all that. Go ahead.
Brendan,
go ahead.
Oh, I said, are you sure that's not a recipe for drugs?
Well, this is basically how you make hydroxychloroquine. Basically, how you do it. But
how did I know?
But yeah, no, I used to have to make pine needle tea. I used to sell the shit too.
Wait, isn't hydroxychloroquine the shit that Trump was recommending to cure COVID?
Yes. Yes, and you had to mix it. You couldn't take it on its own and do it. You had to like mix it with ivermectin or mix it with I mixed it with vitamin C. But yeah, you could basically take hydroxychloroquine and you could do cocaine and it'd make the cocaine like 5 times stronger.
All right.
No wonder fucking Trump was talking about like pushing that.
I take my pills. I do my lines. I can't hear him saying that. But
that's why he was pushing it, because he was like, I felt like $1 million.
Yeah, I bet he did.
Yeah. Well, if you watch that Trump conference, he didn't take the fucking vaccine shot. He didn't take the COVID-19 shot. He did the hydroxychloroquine. He did the 3 medicine mix. I forgot what it was called, but yeah, he never got the shot.
Yeah, but he helped with like the overdrive and shit like that.
Hyperdrive. What do they call it? Warp drive. Warp drive.
Warp drive. Yeah, like so. He's not scot-free in this. And then on top of it, he listened to the WHO. I mean, everything WHO said he did. So all those people that think he's some kind of savior or something, I mean, it's a joke. He went right along with WHO guidelines anyways. But beyond that, the funny part is when the pandemic happened, Madagascar started giving out these bottled drinks that were made out of artemisia, basically wormwood is like a type of artemisia, and they had almost zero COVID, just from herbs, just by using herbs, which are stronger than any antiviral.
Yes. Yeah.
They proved it, and then it was like on the news and everything, and no one gave a fuck, like, because they're just some Africans.
There you go. And of course they have a whole propaganda campaign against wormwood because of its efficacy. That's right.
They say, it was an absinthe, and it's actually thujone, like the active constituent is banned in almost every country via the WHO.
Yes.
Because it was an absinthe, quote unquote, but it's like, I mean, no one's died of absinthe compared to like alcohol.
Yeah, that's right. And just so people know, the way that you can get wormwood is Absorbine Junior. Absorbine Junior Plus as well has got, a higher dose of wormwood. I had V order me that stuff, and she was like, "Are you sure it's wormwood? It'll kill you and shit." And it's like, it's all propaganda. Yeah, it's all propaganda. By the way, Ian West left.
Get you high. That's the funny part. They're like, that's where the hallucinations come from, and in what was that stuff called? Absinthe. I'm like, I've done so much of it, and I haven't seen anything.
Thank you.
Disappointing.
Yes.
I was promised hallucinations.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. But there you go.
The funny part is they don't mention that back in the day that the green dye and shit was all toxic. So all those artists were like getting fucked up off the like whatever was in the drink. Yeah. Nothing to do with the herbs.
Thank you. By the way, Ian West says, sorry I missed all that. So Ian, you didn't miss much. You were only gone for a few seconds. You had to leave for a few seconds.
Hold on, guys.
Yeah.
Dude, the fucking train is coming by, and I've never heard it sound like this before. Let me go on mute. Oh, it stopped. Maybe they had their brakes on.
I don't hear anything.
Holy shit. Yeah. I'm going to go see what the train's doing. It was like,
oh my goodness.
For like a good 30 seconds. I can't see it now, but Jesus.
Yeah, I guess
anyway.
I guess they stopped to brake for you.
Like, hop on, let's get out of here.
Yes, that'd be cool. Jesus, where would you escape to on the thing? It's a line, so it's a predetermined destination. It's at any rate, what was that thing that what was Michelle Carmela Saldana tripping off with you? Why did she?
I have no idea.
Tell me. She said she was gonna like call the Interpol, International Police and shit. What the fuck?
Oh, I missed all that.
Yeah, well, you remember it. She said she was gonna accuse you of stalking and shit. What the fuck? What happened with
yeah, from Orlando? Yeah.
Yeah,
Good job. Good luck on that.
yeah. What was she? What was her trip? What was going on with that?
I have no idea.
Yeah, but you do remember it, right? You remember it, right?
Yeah, I forgot what she was pissed off about. I have no idea. I have no idea.
You were trying to help her. You were trying to help her.
She wrote me this big long text message, and I was like, I highlighted everything that she was lying about. And I was like, this never happened. This never happened. It was like,
what was she saying happened? What did she say happened?
I have no idea. I still have that meme I made of her text messages somewhere. but yeah, no, I was like, oh, you're crazy. I was like, I haven't talked to her since.
Yeah, of course not. I mean,
I wish her well. I wish her all the best.
Oh, she's fine. She's fucking fine. I mean,
okay, good.
It's Brendan. Tell him what Brooke found out. I mean, it's
about Carmela.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please do tell.
Gonna beg for money or something.
Yeah. No, Brendan, tell him about
I don't know what Brooke found. I wasn't there for that. Was I there?
Yeah, no, Brooke was basically... Brooke, of course, has training in pharmacology to a degree. She was a pharmacological salesperson. She actually did train to be a nurse. She never got the degree. Very much like Judith Ager. Judith Ager also trained to be a nurse but never got the degree in both cases. But in Brooke's case, she started asking Carmela about this cancer and saying, tell me about that. And it turned out, Carmela does not have cancer. And so when it's just like Derek Talley. I mean, for some reason, people kept coming on my show and pulling the C card, the cancer card.
Yeah.
And it's like, and asking for money. Pulling the cancer card and asking for money because, of course, I would look like a monster if I would deny them. That's
right.
Yeah, that's the logic. So let's.
I think you should just have like an arbitrary rule, like if you have cancer, we will establish an off-bandwidth GoFundMe.
Yeah, which is what Ian was trying to do for her. That's what you were trying to do for Carmel.
Right.
Remember,
I think. So if they try and say, if that ever happens again, you can just say, no, this is part of my policy now. Like,
yeah, no, definitely. Or claim that some home invasion happened where a family's dad got killed. Yes, that's
yeah. Oh yeah, these fucking scammers. That fucking scam bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I missed that. Thank God. I missed that.
Oh man, it was entertaining. But then he flipped the switch on fucking Lena Shea. That was the guy who flipped the switch on Lena Shea. It was right after that. She saw that GoFundMe, and she's the only one who saw it. And she said, it must be to make me look crazy. And after that, she went crazy.
Yeah.
Amazing.
No, I saw it too. I thought.
Okay. Yeah.
It was like this nondescript white guy and a kid, and then it said, "We are so sorry," and then you click on it and it says, "Donate to this family," and it has like no information, no last names, no nothing.
Jesus. Yeah. What
so
a
the money.
Hey, Doug.
The money
Doug.
obviously straight to whatever that guy's name was.
Yeah. What's his face? Fuck, I can't remember. Zachariah.
Yeah, Zach.
Yes.
Garrett. The Portlandia idiot.
Yes.
Freelandia.
Zachariah Freelandia.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And within a couple days, he lost his job, and then he was like, "I can survive in Freelandia."
Yeah.
Putting masks and rioting with all those losers.
Yeah, he's throwing Molotov cocktails, trying to get free food. Yeah.
Stupid.
Oh, are you talking about the zone and
yeah, that's what he became involved with.
Something zone.
Yeah,
I forget what it's called.
Anarchy.
That didn't last.
That didn't last.
yeah, that didn't last. Imagine that. No one producing, only consuming. How long can that last?
By the end of it evolved into anarchy, and then they were fighting each other.
Of course.
Classic.
Of course. Yeah, and no doubt eating each other. I have no doubt. Some cases of cannibalism in there. Oh, God.
Well, the story I got where it was called the Chomp Zone or something. The I forgot what it was called, but the story I got was that all the rioting and the shit and the whatever it's called, all the breaking intos in that police station that was right there in the Chomp Zone. That's where America holds everyone's birth certificate information that links to the stock exchange. So they were down there in this underground filing cabinet area, destroying everybody's birth certificate records that link them to the stock or to their Cessna QVs or whatever. That's the story I heard about all the rioting and shit going on in Portland.
Wow, it's a cool story.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just what I heard though.
Of course,
like, that part of Portland holds everybody's like birth certificate records on the west side of the Mississippi River. That's the story I got. And then I think somewhere in New York or Manhattan.
What was revealed before?
Say that, Brendan. Say that again, because you glitched.
That's a cheap ripoff of what Doug has revealed about the fire that destroyed all the military records.
Thank you. Yes, the National Record Center in St. Louis, Missouri. Yeah, it's a cheap ripoff of that, which was designed by the Japanese-American architect Yamasaki to completely self-destruct because that's what they paid him to design. Heather Holman has rejoined us. Yes, so, honey.
Are you back from the gym, Heather?
Yeah, back from the gym.
Yeah, I'm back from the gym.
Yeah. Oh, good. Oh, you got to stay fit. Yeah, you got to stay fit.
Peter Moon was reading that shit off. He says she's at the gym, Douglas. And I said, dude, she has that on 24 hours a day, dude. It's like, God, is it something about age that they just don't get these, like, things people write that they don't mean it?
No, I go to the gym when I'm not on Skype.
Cool.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
that's
she's
good.
kidding. She's kidding.
Yeah, no, actually, I do the gym at my home.
There we go.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yes, that's right.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I spend like 3 hours a day outside until I was getting harassed by a drone, and so I don't go outside every day like I used to.
Don't you hate that? Don't you hate that? Yeah,
Are you serious?
Doug.
Yeah, go on.
Doug, sorry to cut you off. No, I wanted to ask you, did you guys hear about the goddamn portal shit opening up down here in Miami?
What?
Opening?
Opening?
Yeah, the portal that opened up in the Miami Mall New Year's Eve.
Oh, tell us about the portal that opened.
Oh, God, no. I'll just show you the fucking cop footage of, like, every cop fucking rolling up to the mall.
This is like
we talked about this?
Yes.
What is it, Brendan? Tell us about what I don't remember.
I wasn't on the show, Brendan.
Yeah, so tell us about it, Brendan, because I forgot. I bleached.
Trying to blend together. I'm sorry to say.
No, I wasn't on. No, these kids, New Year's Eve down in Miami, they got some portal opening box and they turned it on in the middle of the mall.
Isn't this like Heather Holman's Patchland?
Scaring all the shoppers.
Oh man, isn't this like Heather Holman's Patchland movie where, you know, they're pulling babies out of cabbages and shit? It's like...
I missed that one.
Oh, Patchland. There's a movie called Patchland. You gotta watch that.
Okay.
In Patchland, they're like industrial scale growing kids in cabbages, and they're pulling them out of cabbages, and so it's like it became the basis for a lot of QAnon shit, where they, you know, began to say all the little rascals were Cabbage Patch clones and shit. It's like, so I look forward to a review of that. I'm sure you can find.
Yeah, that sounds like some marketing deployment operation. That's what that sounds like. You know.
Yes.
But here's the news clip of the
Shadow
kids
aliens
that opened up this portal.
Yes.
Yeah, they opened up this portal in goddamn Miami, and every fucking cop on duty ended up going to that fucking mall and like trying to chase all these demons and shit around and arrest them and stuff. It's so fucking funny, man. They tried to. Yeah, I mean, just what there's you've got the actual TV news clip about it, but yeah, they try to bury that story hard, man.
Well, what ultimately happened?
Did you ever see Stranger Things?
I never watched it, thank God.
Oh, no, that's all good. Me neither. But apparently this portal opened up and it just started dumping these fucking like giant 12 and 15-foot black smoke entities out, and everybody in the mall saw these demons like coming, and they just got their guns out and started firing at these demons. I'm dead serious about this.
Yeah, well, wouldn't some of them kill each other? I mean, this is what would happen, right? A bunch of idiots killing each other ultimately. And
well, I think all the innocents were all running in one direction, and then these demons were just like, "Where the fuck am I?" They were lost because of this fucking portal opening, and then fucking that's why there was no innocent life, because all the innocent life was running in the same direction, trying to get away from these fucking demon creatures in the fucking mall.
Okay, well, when presented with that, I'll just quote Michael Aquino: "No one is innocent." Yes, there we are.
Yeah, there you go.
That's
there
the
you go.
response.
Yeah, this black dude. I caught this interview with this black dude. He's like, "Yeah, me and my boy, we walking out of Foot Locker, and all of a sudden, this 15-foot demon smoke started like coming at me. So I pulled my gat out, I pushed my cousin back, and just pop. He's like, yeah, it's funny as hell. You got to see the interview.
Okay.
And this guy's
is that on this?
Serious.
Is that on this?
No, that's just the actual TV news clip that they threw on the air that night about these. Well, they're saying these kids broke out into a fight in the mall, and the whole entire mall got scared and ran out of there. But there's too many camera angles of like these 15 and 25 foot tall smoke demons like walking around, and all these cops are like firing at it, trying to kill it. It's so good. It's so good.
Well, I'll certainly take a look at it. Well, thank you for bringing that to our attention. And Brendan, what do you remember about, like you said, a lot of this is conflating at this point. A lot of these stories are beginning to conflate. What does this bring to your mind, Brendan, again, that you were talking about?
You definitely showed this when it happened.
Interesting.
I know you did because I recognized the thing.
Okay. So, yeah. Interesting. Okay, thank you. That's like
super grainy and like just sketch. Like there's like a helicopter and like they're showing some kind of blob, but it like the helicopter has like an HD camera. I don't know why they had to pull that. You know?
Right. Understood. Got it.
Well, I don't really think they had like a set film time to like they knew when these kids were going to let these demons out of this box to be ready with HD camera.
But what Brendan is saying is that the camera should always maintain quality. There's no reason why it would suddenly go grainy like it's found footage. But I get
Brendan, it's Miami. Do you think they have money for that? Come on, let's be serious now. Come on, Miami, come on.
Oh shit, that is funny.
Miami?
That is funny.
It's a little Cuba all over again. It's terrible.
I've never been, but the only thing I've heard is that English is not the first language.
No, sir. You are correct about that. Yeah, Spanish is, and then Portuguese is.
My god. Portuguese. Is that a lot of Brazilians there?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Well, they even have their own little Brazil down there.
Oh my god. Yeah.
And they have their own little Brazil in Orlando now too. But I love the women. I love Brazilian women. Brazilian women are some of the finest fucking women I've ever seen it with my own eyes. Like, swear to God, like I really think they keep all the ugly Brazilian chicks in Brazil and just send the hot ones as their ambassadors. I swear to God.
Well, I heard most of the women are generally pretty hot in Brazil. Yes, it's just something to do with the heat. Yeah, it's just that way throughout Latin America, really. Latin America, Pan America. It's why all they can think of is sex and why there's no productivity.
Well, matter of fact, if you guys get bored, Google this girl. Her name's Julia Souza. It's Souza. I used to work with her at Del Taco, and she is a goddamn supermodel.
Okay.
Like, she is beautiful.
Julia Souza.
Souza. Souza. Julia Souza.
Souza. Okay. Souza. Okay, there she is. That's nice. Yeah. Yes. You worked with her where?
She's beautiful.
You worked with her
at Del Taco.
Del Taco. I take it she doesn't work there anymore.
No. She got knocked up, and she's still fine as hell. I talked to her yesterday, but yeah, she's just a little angel.
Okay.
But she's from Brazil, though. She's from Brazil.
Yes. There you go. So cute, and thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Yeah,
and
she's beautiful.
And so you're fortunate, of course, with meeting all these females. Doubtless, of course, I
am. I'm so lucky. I'm so lucky.
Yes. Doubtless, the drugs you deal help a bit. Yes.
Yeah. This new chick that I've been hollering at. The first girl that I showed on camera tonight, Jessica. Oh, she's so cute.
Wait a second. That's not the black chick, is it?
Yeah, it is the black chick. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes. So you're branching out.
I got the fever. Yeah, I know.
Yes.
I got the fever. But she's so cute, though.
Yes. Wonderful individual. They all are. I'm really glad you introduced us to these individuals. And so aside from all that, Heather's side.
You hear about those Africans that are committing crimes everywhere?
No, tell us about this. What's going on with that? Is this an
It was
extension of the Nemo? Is this an extension of the Nemo thing? Got it. Okay. Yes.
You know what they say. Delivery is everything in comedy.
Yes.
It is. Yeah.
No. It's okay. I got it. It's funny when you think about it. And Nemo doesn't even try. He doesn't even try.
No. Yeah, it was just like the worst timing possible.
Yeah, the worst timing possible.
The second there was a guy with dreads, he's like, you know what the problem is? Africans.
Yeah. And then he's like, I just heard about this when we're telling him, dude, when did you find out? And why now? And it says, I just saw it on the news. This is the first time. Australia's under fucking lockdown. Dude, they're like, it's all controlled by this hyper-reactionary fucking arch-conservative.
Yeah, really prison, like even now, there's a reason why they're so strict.
Yeah. Well, that's because, everybody's the grandchild of a fucking thief and a criminal and rapist.
Yeah, right. Well, the elites want to protect it for reasons that's like their if shit goes down, they all move to Australia.
And New Zealand. New Zealand's a big place, but Australia's kind of like where they would
they're building bunkers for billionaires in New Zealand.
Of course.
Yeah, right. Yeah, my buddy got one of those contracts to do it. He's down there right now building them.
Why can't he do something for you and get you a contract to go down there with him?
Because I'm not because I'm not a millionaire for my bunker, but
allowed to travel. Imagine his rap sheet. No offense.
Yeah, he was like he came to me a couple of years ago and he's like Ian, I got a gig in New Zealand, but they're gonna make me take the shot. Now I got the shot, but how do I turn the shot off? And I was like, oh, drink the pine needle tea and blah 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 blah. You'll be fine. And it was pretty fucking funny.
It is. So, but I mean, honestly, try and get him to get you a contract so you can go down there and build some stuff. Heather's sending us something. Let's take a look. Yeah, man suspected of punching. Heather, just tell us. Come on, tell us about this. Tell us what's going on.
Is that an article from Mississippi?
I don't know. New York City, 6 months ago, I think, around that time, the women were getting punched in the face.
Yes, that's right. Idiots were going around like it was some kind of challenge,
Yeah, so they're finally I guess, looking for people or finding them, and this is the guy that was arrested.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the reason that you suddenly thought to share this with us, aside from it's unusual and morbidly entertaining, he happens to be black.
I was looking through the news.
Uh-huh.
And I remember hearing you guys talk about it, or maybe I was talking about it at some point.
Well, this fucker's name is can anybody read this man's name? Skiboki Stora. What is that? Skiboki Stora. It sounds...
Is he an anchor baby?
Anchor baby? What a right-wing thing to say.
I don't see the name.
It's right there. Yeah, Skiboki Stora was arrested in March. It's right there, honey. Unprovoked assault on a woman. I mean, oh my fucking god! It's like, so this is the equivalent of the guy who went around, stabbing little girls in England. I guess. I guess what are they trying to tell us? There must be a message here. That they're, I guess they're trying to.
He was a mayoral candidate for New York City Council.
Of course. Oh, of course.
Alleged New York City serial puncher said he's running for office under the Trump ticket.
Of course.
Pro-Trump ticket.
Of course. Of course. Of course, he's a black man who identifies with Trump, a fellow felon and a fellow assailant.
And he was doing it on TikTok. This fucking crazy fucker.
Yeah, of course. Of course. This is the world we live in. How I wish I were.
Okay, so his hat says Skiboki Stora, Marcus Garvey. Great is my great great grandfather.
Holy shit.
Some other shit. Yeah.
It's like,
what does that mean?
It means he's an idiot. You think I go around with a hat saying Adolf Hitler is my biological sperm donor?
It's just people are. And New York is one of the worst, most anti-psychological places on earth.
It's true. It's true. It's like, Peter was saying.
It's a place that produced like Andy Warhol and shit.
Thank you. By the way, Ian West left. I hope he's okay. Yeah, or they got him. It's the train picked him up. The train picked Ian up. The orphan train.
You hear those brakes? They were like stopping in front of his house.
Yeah, and then they finally found him. The first thing they did.
Maybe one of those trucks that were riding the rails picked him up.
Well, no, it was a train. He heard this train. It was all the brakes, but it took him a long while because they had to rape his grandma and his aunt first. He said they still look fine. So they stopped to rape his grandma and his aunt first. Then they finally picked him up. He wasn't there to protect his grandma and his aunt. He was on the phone with us. So they were inside, of course, and the screams were muffled. But then they finally came for him. Now he's on the orphan train. He's heading back towards the tunnels under Disney. That'll show him.
What did they used to do in all of the sewers when they had those banquets?
Banquets under sewers. Please, honey, tell us.
No, I mean the sewers underneath, like the trains, like when they had the trains running through and there were no cars, and they had the sewer systems. They'd always have like inaugurations and stuff.
Of course, it's like
in the sewer.
Of course, it's like just share it with me.
I know that
don't keep it to yourself. Share it. Whatever you're using, I want it. I want that shit. Whatever you're using, I want it. It's stop being so selfish, Heather. You've got to learn to share. Got to learn to share. Brendan wants some too. It's like
no.
He's obviously got some good. You got some good pills or something.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
No, I just know that you and Ian had different views upon the trains that go underneath the cities.
Well, just under tunnels, period. Okay, what I'm thinking of is the old Cold War days where a lot of these tunnels are theoretically not going anywhere except to other missile silos, theoretically. And maybe they've been extended or expanded, but like I said, and I'll go over this again when George Knight is with us, the difference is Ian has got this idea that they're maglev and they're high-tech. And it's like, no. But Ian's back with us, so he can explain. So, Ian, what happened? Your camera's on. There we are. Ian's showing himself now. Oh, shit. This is like one of those found footage films. You look scary as hell, Ian. Damn you, scary Ian. Fuck, Ian. Like, so, is that the idea? He's going to call us now and freak us out with his, like...
No. I had to go talk to my grandma.
Okay, yeah, so tell... Is she okay?
Kind of fun. Yeah, I got 2 interviews tomorrow, so she's doing my laundry for me.
Oh.
So I'm trying to I'm trying to get ready for this. Yeah, no, I'm trying to get ready for the 2 interviews.
That's wonderful.
Always
what time are they?
To court.
Yeah.
I gotta be at the liquor store by 11. and then the second interview's at Lowe's, and I got to be there at 1:30.
I don't understand. You're going to the liquor store first so you can lube up and unleash your creative juices before you go to the interview. It's like, I got to go to hit that liquor store first, man. Yeah, load up a bit.
No, the liquor store. No, the liquor store called me up this morning before I had to go to work, and they were just like, "Yeah, we got your resume." They're like, "We'd love to interview with you." So I was like, "Yeah," and they're like, "You do anything tomorrow?" I was like, "Well, I kind of got lunch plans tomorrow, but that's only from like 12 to 2." And she's like, "Well, can you come in at 11?" And I was like, "Yeah." So hopefully I get a job at this family-owned and operated liquor store that's been running out of Mississippi since like the 80s.
All right. And it's like, I wonder what interests them in you. I mean, do they have like a lot of excess liquor to get rid of?
Well, no, I mean, I put, I redid my resume. Like, I paid the $2 for this like resume AI shit.
Oh my God.
And it made me like a 2-page resume and shit.
Oh my God.
And like it says like it has this section under like hobbies and shit. So I put down that like I was a member of the American Legion.
Yeah.
And I like put the creed and motto of the Sons of the Legions club that I'm a member of. And I think since they're all like,
a member of the Legion?
Of course not.
Yeah. No, I am.
Why
No, I
would
am.
you
I'm a
do
member.
that?
I'm a son. I'm a son of the Legion at Post 199 in Fairhope, Alabama.
How did you manage that? How did that come about?
I pay $20 a year.
Okay.
That's how
Cute.
that happens. Well, see, the reason I'm a member is because in that part of Alabama, it's not a dry county, but the beaches are dry.
Mm-hmm.
So the only place that you can go drinking on the beach in that part of Alabama is at the American Legion. But to have access to the beach at the American Legion, you have to be a member. So the membership's only $20 a year, and it's a completely legal place for me to drink on the beach legally without getting in trouble.
God damn, is drinking that important to you? Holy shit!
Yeah, pre-COVID, yeah, pre-COVID.
Oh my God. It's like, damn. All right. I don't feel alcoholic anymore.
What's even cooler about it? What's even cooler about it is that even if the bar is closed or the hall is closed and you're a member, you can just buy your own beer, bring it down there, and go drinking.
All right. Holy shit. Just that's
yeah. So that's why I was like the bee's knees in Fairhope, Alabama, was because it's like after all the bars closed at 2 a.m. and people still wanted to go drinking, I had my membership card and I could just bring whoever the fuck I wanted down to the beach and we could drink legally.
All right. Damn, you've got it all figured out.
Well, yeah. Even the cops, the cops tried to bust us because they were like, it's 5 o'clock and these people are on the beach drinking and shit. So they tried to come down and arrest us. And I whooped out my Son of the Legion card and I was like, sir, I work here. I was like, this is a private event. And I was like, you guys don't have invitations here. And actually, the police chief was a transplant from Miami. So, yeah, I was like, I threw his name in there, and
all right,
yeah, they got out of there real quick. Yeah, they got out of there real quick after that.
Oh my God, I love it. No, cool. Yeah. Wow, that's so that's incredible. I mean, so you are very enterprising in your own way. You're quite enterprising. Yes, and innovative. You're innovative and enterprising, and so you paid a few bucks. This AI added that in there, and so your resume makes you look like. What is it you think that interested the liquor store? What part of the resume do you think intrigued them?
I don't know. I'll find out tomorrow. Okay. But yeah, I really want to get this job because it's like, and what's cool is it's right next door to the Waffle House, so I can work both shifts and not give a fuck,
Yes, I get it. No, I get it. Then you'd finally be making the bucks, and before you know it, you can move back to Orlando. Is that what you want? Still want?
Yeah, man, I'm still getting job offers down in Orlando, and I have to turn them down. It sucks.
Yeah, that does.
Yeah, especially it's like if they're paying me $250 a day, it's like, fuck, if I could just get back on that train, then I could get my old place back.
What, you could get your old place back? You think from that landlord that kicked you out?
No. The place I was living at where I got robbed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I could get that place back.
Okay. And what? How is that place doesn't belong to anybody or something? Who does it belong to? Or
well, no, it was such in a bad shape from Pablo Escobar's nephew living there for fucking 15 years that nobody wanted to pay $1,400. I mean, there wasn't even an AC in the place for $1,400 a month.
Oh, that's right. You said it was a sweatbox.
Yeah.
Why would you want to move back there?
Well, they're renovating it now.
Okay.
I mean, it sucks it's a one bedroom, and it sucks that you have to share the driveway with the people that live in the back. But I mean, it's right there in downtown Orlando. It's literally right there, dude. It's awesome. It was.
Cool.
God, I hate that I had to lose that place.
Yeah.
So, and you know what was fucked up about that neighborhood back there that I never noticed before? On this one property, across the street from me, there was this fucking tree trunk, or what is it called? When the tree gets cut off, but the roots and the base of it are still in the ground. Is it a tree trunk or a whatever the fuck it's called?
Stump.
It was so tree stump. Yeah. This tree stump is fucking 6 feet wide in all directions.
Wow.
And it's where did these? Why are these big ass fucking trees missing out of downtown Orlando?
Yeah.
How the fuck? I'd never seen a tree that big in downtown Orlando. But
yeah, that's Carteria shit. Yeah.
Exactly. And these people have this wooden fence just fucking covering it up so nobody can see it from the road, and it just raised some red flags and shit. I never told you about the goddamn the tunnel AC units they were installing all around Orlando and shit. God damn, yeah, I forgot to tell you about that. I took pictures of them. And it's funny. They have all these underground air conditioner units installed at gas stations and churches. That's the only place they install these underground tunnel air conditioner systems.
Well, Heather's raising her hand. She has a question. Heather, what is your question to Ian?
Oh, well, I have a different question too, but about the tunnels, the things under the ground. Those could be bombs.
Yeah. They.
Why the hell would you put an air conditioner underground?
Well, when you're pulling thousands of children out from under the ground, you try to make them comfortable and pump oxygen into these tunnels.
Of course.
I don't think so.
Do you want to see these AC units? Do you want to see them?
You put them on the roof.
No, you don't know. Well, the ground is the roof to the tunnels.
Well, if you
do you want to see them?
Disastrous to me. Sounds more like bombs.
Bombs. What's your other question, dear Heather?
Oh, okay. My other question is, when you were gifted or you were blessed with the Srimad Bhagavatam, which canto did you get? Because I know that it's 26 books in the Srimad Bhagavatam.
Jesus, I don't know. Good God. You're talking about the Bhagavad Gita that I was gifted by our man Cremo, right? Right? Honey?
Who?
Cremo. Michael Cremo. The forbidden archaeology guy. Honey? Heather?
Yeah, my internet is cutting out.
Oh, okay. Well, Heather, before it cuts out again, tell Ian about the trains, what did you call them? Banquets? Under the sewers. The trains, banquets, sewer.
Banquets. Yeah, they had banquets under the sewers when they would open up during, I guess, Prohibition or something.
Oh,
why did they do that?
Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
They're eating little kids. They're having cannibal dinners. That's why.
Are they auctioning it as food, or was?
Well, no, they don't auction the food off, but
The children.
No, these under. Oh well, yeah, well, yes, yes, but not during those dinners. Though that's a different event. That's a separate event.
Well, you should
And
really.
they do them in every
I
state.
think it's a
They
time
do
travel
them.
thing. I don't think it's about eating children because there wouldn't be pictures of the tunnels. There's no
For the
pictures
banquets.
Yeah, there's no pictures of children in the tunnels.
You said something
Well,
about
that's because
elections or something. I'm sorry. Go on, Ian.
Well, the kids are pre-cooked and served on plates.
All right.
I doubt it. They show me the menu.
But you brought something else, Heather. You said something about elections or something, or what?
Elections? No, inaugurations.
Inaugurations. Tell us about this.
I don't know what I was talking about actually.
Okay. Well,
I
but
just know that there were like when they would have like events, like social events or political events.
No,
they would.
Right, and I
open up
believe
tunnels.
I believe that you're talking about during the Prohibition era. During the Prohibition era, they would literally set up a lot of smuggling and even some speakeasies in tunnels under sewer areas where they could hold certain banquets. That makes sense.
That's what I was talking about.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, there we go. Yes, and
okay,
so
I thought you were referring to like this traveling cannibal feast that these companies host and use underground locations for.
I've never heard of that.
So this login or sign up for your view. Of course, I'm banned off Facebook, but what is it you're trying to show us on Facebook? Ian?
Well, this is a picture of one of the underground air conditioners that I took.
Okay.
Let me click the link and see if it just goes to it. If not, I'll just screenshot it and send it to you.
Okay.
Yeah, let me just screenshot it. But yeah, man, these started popping up in Orlando like around, I want to say like November of last year. And me and a bunch of people went on a what's it called? A hunt spree for them. And yeah, we found like 3 more. And what's funny about this one, remember how I was saying like they're only up at churches and gas stations? Well, this is at a gas station across the street from a church that's also a Catholic church.
Okay.
Ironically.
Oh my goodness. Yes, what a conversion.
Yeah, this is this is the how do I okay, let me share this and put it in the Skype. But yeah, these popped up all around Orlando. Now, I haven't seen them in other cities. I've only seen them in Orlando. So, but they're in random, rare, different spots. Okay, did you guys get the picture message now? Or
yeah, it's coming through. Something's coming through. Let's take a look at it. Let's see. Why isn't it showing up? We heard the noise, got the notification. Where'd you... I don't get it. It's not showing up in the text box, even though I got the notification that it did.
You know what? You know what I did? I did something wrong here.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me do it one more time. Screenshot it.
Ian's typing. He's keyboarding. There we go.
Bam. We're going to share the shit again. We're going to go to Skype. Here's the... just passed it. Here's the Skype. And now, tell me if you guys got it.
Okay, hold on. Let's see.
No, nothing. You got nothing.
Try it.
Yeah,
No.
I know you tried. I saw it said, Ian's typing. Yeah. Yeah, they're out to make certain you can't spread your info, Ian. I guess that proves it's true.
Terrible.
I got it.
You got
What am I
it?
looking at here?
You see the wooden fence?
Yes.
And you see that big trailer behind the wooden fence?
Okay.
Those are the air conditioner units for the underground tunnels in Orlando.
Oh, it finally showed up.
Generators.
Finally showed up. Okay. So I'm looking at this.
Well, yeah, you need a generator to power the AC units.
I don't think so. I think that like the Denver airport is a perfect example of how they have ventilation for underground things.
Are you talking about the smokestacks in the middle of the fields by the Denver airport?
I don't know. I just know that they have a much more advanced kind of ventilation system for whatever's going on underneath of it. That you don't need the regular air conditions. I mean, I don't think. Unless they've got like just one room of people or something.
Yeah.
Let me just look at this picture a little.
Oh, and I got it in my private messages too. He sent it in private messages, so I got both private and public message.
Okay,
So
what's all those wires that are all rigged up by the side of the building? That's like a tube.
Oh, that's just an old street light. That's an old street light power line. Yeah, it's a street light power line. That see, the building's abandoned. It's been abandoned.
Yeah, somebody has like gotten into. That's not a street light. Somebody else has plugged stuff into that source.
Yeah. Well, nowadays it's an abandoned gas station across the street from a Catholic church.
What's this black thing on the top of the trailer?
That's the air vent. That's the air pipe. That's what I guess it recycles, or it lets the hot air out of the air conditioner unit above ground.
Jesus Christ! Nothing. You didn't hear anything. So I made the mistake of clicking on his Diabolicon. And that came.
No, I didn't hear it. No.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ.
No,
yeah.
If Skype is only linked to your microphone, it's not going to pick up what you listen to on the computer.
Oh, thank God. Hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully nobody else heard that. So yeah.
Oh no, you would be hearing my shit glitch out all the time if that was the case.
Yeah. Okay.
So what are the big circles on the back of the trailer?
I don't know.
They look like magnets or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what those are. But anyway, throughout random parts of Orlando that are either at churches or gas stations, I've found one of these underground AC units in all these weird locations throughout the city. And like I said, I haven't seen them in any other city, but I found 4 of them in Orlando.
Well, they have a couple, I think, in Phoenix, because I remember a guy was working on something like electricity or electrical box or something from the sidewalk on the road.
Yeah.
So
well, was it a trailer like this with the air vent?
It was right next to a trailer park, actually, right where. Now that you mention it.
Yeah.
And it exploded, and so I saw this guy with half of his body gone. I just saw it from his waist down. Some guy on the sidewalk.
So this gets interesting. Wasn't there something that you saw that was similar to that, Ian?
I mean, besides the alligator attacks, but nothing like that,
Okay.
Yeah, it sounded like a huge bomb exploded, and that's what got my attention because it was late at night, and there was this worker with this work truck with his lights on, parked on the side of the road. Yeah, and he just went flying out of the hole.
And half his body was gone?
Yeah, his torso was completely gone. I just saw this guy laying there from his waist down.
So it's the legs and pelvis. You saw a pelvis with 2 legs.
Yes.
Wow.
And when at night? What are you doing out at night?
I was just driving. It was a while ago, and it just like really kind of traumatized me.
You were driving, but you stopped to get out to look at this, right? How else could you see it?
No, I just drove by, and then I heard like what I thought was like gunfire or a bomb or something. So I turned around to go see if somebody was helping. Because I saw the car on the side of the road. I'm like, I don't know what's going on, but then I saw these people running across the street to help. So I just turned around and I wasn't going to get out of my car at that point because somebody else was already helping.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. And okay. That's wow. That's traumatizing. Well, you say someone else was already helping. Well, there's nothing to help with.
Well, I saw him running across the street, and then I looked at my rearview mirror right when I drove by him, and they like stopped in the middle of the road, and they're like dead in their tracks. They're like didn't know if they should continue or if they should go back.
Right. These were men? Woman? What?
Yeah, 2 guys.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, that's, how do you see all this stuff?
I don't know.
She gets out a bunch. She must be. I mean, that's the only way. She's got it.
No,
you got to be getting out.
I just live in a small town called Phoenix, Arizona, and it's just so small.
Phoenix, Arizona is not small.
No.
Phoenix, Arizona is big. It's big. It's developed. It's sprawled. It's like so. No, it's not small.
I think I was being facetious.
Okay. There we go.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yes.
Well, hey, what's up with that? What's up with that town, that Kalamazoo town, out there?
Never
do
heard of
you go out there?
Not me.
All right, she's never heard of it. what she says.
Are you being facetious again?
No. No. Have you ever heard of the El Dorado National Forest?
No, I haven't.
Douglas?
No. I mean, or maybe when I was young and then forgot about it. Yeah. What about it?
El Dorado.
Yeah.
Forest.
Yeah.
I think they have those big trees like he was talking about.
Yeah, is this the fossilized trees and shit? There's like fossil forests and shit. I remember they used to have.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I think so.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I remember hearing about that when I was young a lot. Fossil forests and shit.
Did you ever drive through it?
Honey, I was extremely poor and grew up in the Tenderloin, and my parents did not have a car. We didn't have a car. The idea of driving around is, for us was just an alien concept.
Really?
Yeah.
It sounds like you live in a small town.
Yeah, well, in a sense I do. San Francisco's very small, yet very congested. Like I said, the second most congested city in the United States next to New York City. So
That's how I feel.
Yeah. You can't feel that way where you're at. You sprawl.
No. I've never known anything else. This is the only place I've ever lived.
I'm so sorry.
I'm
so sorry.
Oh, shit.
So did you guys get the next picture I sent you?
Yeah, we're getting a whole bunch of notifications for pictures. So let's take a look at this one. This is a map. There we are.
Yeah.
Okay. From the Frank files.
Yeah. But yeah, read the blue box though.
Orlando Police Department is conducting a training exercise in the 3900 block of Edgewater Drive. You may notice a large police presence and hear loud noises. The training should conclude by 4 p.m. today. Okay, there you go. Bombs, bangs, or flash bangs. Yeah.
Cool. So now do you see the red triangle that I drew out on it?
Yes. Okay.
So when I was studying with Jessie's boater, she told me that whenever you want to find these satanic spots in all these towns throughout the United States and the world, you look for the 3 churches that are placed in the shape of a triangle, and somewhere in the middle of that triangle is like the ritual grounds or the underground entrances. Okay, so when I learned that trick about all these churches and how their placements are marked and stuff, read the road that's directly in the center of the triangle.
Coco Lane?
No.
Edgewater.
It's in the center of the triangle.
Oh.
Bunker Plaza?
Place. Bunker Place.
Okay. Oh, Bunker Place. Get it. It's a bunker.
Yeah, you
bunker.
get it now?
Yeah.
You get it?
I see Coco Lane.
And then to the right, it's Bunker Place.
Yeah. Bunker Place.
In the park.
Bunker, Archie Bunker.
What is it? Yeah, as in, what's that called? All Winter Park? What the fuck is that called?
All in the Family.
Yeah, a WRB. What does that say? It's covered up by your line.
I think that's the country club in Winter Park. I'm not too sure. WPRD.
It could very well be the
that's the radio.
cemetery.
That's the radio station. That's the radio station.
There
That's
you
the
go.
radio station. Yeah. But Bunker Place, bunker, underground bunkers.
Yeah.
Yada yada yada.
But
what are the odds that?
But then
where they're doing the.
Right. Go on.
Archie Bunker.
I like degenerate smoke and vape shop. Yeah, I know you hit that place. You hit that place up north.
I didn't even know that was there. I got by me. I never even noticed that.
Yeah, well, now you know where to go. It's the go-to spot.
That's awesome.
Look at that,
I never noticed
that toll road.
Yeah. So
that toll road right there.
Yeah. So, honey, Heather, what about you said something about, what did you say? Yes, the radio station. When you found out it was WPRB All Winter Park radio station, you said, there you go with this dead certainty. Do you think it's, why did that strike a chord with you? Why did that strike a chord with you?
Well, because there's these churches around where I live, and they are placed in a strategic way where there is also a radio station. It's a very small building, a large area of land. It's just empty land with the towers, the radio towers on it. To be exact, they have the red and yellow or the red and white stripes on it. Mm-hmm. And a blinking lights at the top.
Okay.
And there are circles in the ground, and I always wondered, why are the circles in the ground? Duh.
Okay. Ian?
It's because they're underground, like he was saying. There's something underground.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm looking at these
Yeah.
other names on this map. I mean, where do they come up with these names? Dubs Dread Golf Course, and then there's
that's where the underground kitty torturing dungeon
Krampus
is.
Avenue.
Oh, that's on there too. That's too fucking funny. I missed all that.
Four Rivers Smokehouse. Is that like a steakhouse, or is that like the degenerate?
No, it is the best barbecue. Oh
Okay.
no, it is the best barbecue in the goddamn world. It is delicious. Four Rivers Smokehouse. It started off as this little rinky-dink little, like all outdoor seating restaurant, and it grew into like this chain of fucking barbecue shops. So.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it's really fucking good shit. It's really good shit though.
Oh wow! Yeah, well, definitely need to try it sometime.
What did Brandon say that were the words of wisdom? I couldn't grasp it all. It was about the seed of evil and the seed of itself, or something.
Oh, Brendan, tell her about how evil is the source of its own destruction.
He might not be right on top of his phone, but he quoted it so poetically.
Yes.
I want to write it down and put it on my refrigerator.
Yeah, evil sows the seeds of its own destruction.
Okay. Got it.
Yes.
I knew it was something that was eloquent like that.
Yes. And Brendan, he must have fallen asleep, poor fellow, along with everything.
Well, he works all the time, you know.
Yeah, he works for a living, just
so
like...
evil sows its own seeds.
No, evil sows the seeds of its own destruction.
Seeds of its own destruction.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That does. So I sent you guys this Disney World mind control article that came out.
He's back. He's back. Tell us what you said, Brendan. Share your words of wisdom.
What evil carries within itself the seeds of its own destruction.
Yes.
Ah,
evil carries within itself the seeds of its own destruction.
That's
I'm
right.
gonna put that in a song. I'm gonna put that in a song.
Oh no.
Yes. Ian's checking his testicles right now. He says, "This is the source of the seeds of my own destruction. My child shall destroy me." Yes.
Thanks, Brendan. All right, that was good too. That was good.
Yes.
Oh man.
So, kids, we've had a hell of a night. We've done our bit, I think. And
thank you.
We could check out soon. Let's take a look at what Ian sent us. What is this, Ian? What is this? Whistleblowers accuse Disneyland of mind control. Oh, delightful. Yes, it's like, what happens if half the people go there don't have a mind?
Well, that's why they're there.
Holy shit. So this is.
Did I ever tell you the story?
Tell us.
Did I ever tell you the story about the dude who was like? I spoke about him a couple episodes ago, but he was like Donald Rumsfeld's little CIA Manchurian Candidate kid. Well, he lived in this part of Anaheim, and he was like, yeah, when I was a kid, we go to Disneyland like all the time. Like every weekend. And what we would do is, just one time I can remember my parents my grandpa put me on this ride, and we got off in the middle of the ride, and we went down into this little ceremonial chamber they had underneath the ride.
Oh, right.
And they made me kill this little kid, and then we just got back on the ride like nothing happened.
All right. It's whatever he's doing, I want some of it too. Yeah. Damn, whatever, yeah.
This guy's all fucked up. He's all fucked up, though.
It's the good shit
he's all
good shit he was smoking. The good shit he was smoking has left him. Yeah, some brain cells have to die with that shit. I think, but it's, I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, it's like, these people are either products of some MK Ultra program where they have cascaded memories. I mean, you would think that if they were on an actual ride and it stopped, somebody would notice, because there's usually other people on the ride, right? Usually.
Well, no, well, not in these like little 2 and 4 seater carts. I remember, like, when I used to work at Universal Studios, we would have to send empty cars through the ride with people waiting in line. We would get a call from the control booth that's at like the front of rides that like make sure the ride's operating.
Yeah.
We'd get calls from them, and they would just say, send an empty car, and we would have to do that while people are waiting like 2 or 3 hours in line.
Jesus Christ.
That's a true story.
Yeah, I believe that. Yes.
Yeah.
So there you go. I mean, things could happen. I mean, yeah. Well, so thank you for sharing that with us. Brendan Zoe get dropped off. Probably finally realized I got to get to work in the morning. Poor guy. And I think, like I said, we did a good job, and both of you were wonderful. Heather, I love you. Love you too, Ian. And
you too. Yeah.
Yes.
It was good talking to you, Heather.
Yeah.
I love you, Aristides and Douglas and Ian.
Oh, Aristides is here? Oh, there he is. Yeah, he's here. Okay.
Yeah, well, physically, he's not. He's mentally, he's in dreamland, dude. He's all the way in Rainbow City and shit. And we did good, and we held good numbers. We had good numbers throughout the night. I don't know why, but
because everybody loves you. That's why.
Thank you, honey.
Oh.
Thank you, honey.
It's the truth.
They love you all. They love you guys too. Believe me. So everybody, we did 7 hours for you. Join us on Sunday, and then next Wednesday we're going to be here throughout the night, because that's when George Knight's finally with us, and then we go into this long historical diatribe, and you people will get to share all that. And in the meantime, my love to all who support me, fiscally or morally, and okay, to the ladies, hugs to the men. We're going to end the stream, and then I'll be alone with Ian and Heather on the call for a few moments, and then we'll all go to sleep. Or I presume. Okay, so let's end stream, and everybody join us Sunday, and then again on Wednesday will be when we're here throughout the night, definitely. Sunday too, probably. We'll see what happens. Okay, ending stream, triple redundancy process. Got to press 3 buttons.